The Chosen, The Beginning. Written by Jessie A. MacBeth. Narrated by Jill Mills. Prologue. Life is strange, is it not? One moment we are drifting along lost in this dream, be it a good dream or a nightmare. The next moment we are awake and discover the reality of our existence. For me, my awakening took my life. In order for you to understand this correctly, let me start my tale from the beginning. I could hear the cars zooming past on the bridge above me, the distant cursing of irritated motorists as they impatiently tried to get to their destination. The smell of urine and alcohol was ever present in this underpass that I called home. I did not have much, nor was I interested in anything. I used to be someone. I had a life that seemed as though it was a distant memory now, a wife and children that I have not seen in years, a career that I once enjoyed. I used to be happy. I can recount the moment that it all started to go downhill, or maybe it was always in decline, I was just too content to see it. Maybe if I told her I loved her more, hugged and kissed my kids more, maybe if I was a better husband and father, maybe they would still be here. Sometimes I can't tell if I am crazy or not, for I swear I feel her hand running through my hair as I sleep. I open my eyes and see her. Her ebony skin, flawless as always. Her hair like black silk, only finer. Eyes so deep that one can't help but to get lost in them. Losing her was like taking the heart out of my chest, the air from my lungs. Some nights, I swear, I can feel my oldest daughter sleeping on my chest, like she so often did. Could hear my youngest girl calling out for me and the soft laughter of my son as he lay in his crib. Am I crazy because I can still see them as if they were here right now? I can see them as if in a memory that I was stuck behind a veil, a glass that prevented me from touching them. No matter how loud I shouted, how hard I cried, or how desperately I banged on the glass, they could not hear me. They could not see me. You can never understand the torture I have endured just thinking about them. My wife was my heart, my kids my soul. Now, here I lay, a heartless, soulless shell. A cadaver. I am more dead than alive. I have contemplated taking my life and joining them, but I was always too cowardly to do so. But not tonight. Tonight, I am hanging in this underpass. The rope is already around my neck. It seems as I get closer to death, that veil, that impenetrable glass begins to crack. I am coming, my love. Daddy will be home soon. I turn and look one last time at the night sky. I'm not going to miss living, for there is no life for me without them. I push the rock that is my last anchor in life from beneath my feet. The rope goes taut. I wonder when they find my body if they will see this smile on my face. The veil fades away, and for the first time, I can see them so clearly. I can feel my heart racing. I can feel it beating desperately in my throat. My head feels swollen. I am choking. I can feel myself dying. My eyes feel as if they are going to explode. The glass that kept them from me shattered. My wife looked up from the children and looked at me. She looked right in my eyes. I could not physically cry, but my soul was weeping. Tears ran down her beautiful ebony cheeks. Her tears looked like pearls as they slowly fell from her eyes. There was no joy in her eyes at seeing me. She shook her beautiful head. I could not hear her voice, but what she said was heard so loudly it was deafening. No, not like this. It is not your time, love. Please go back. If my heart could break any more, it would have. It felt like I was kicked in my gut. My children turned to me. Not yet, Daddy, my oldest said. I did not know what to do or say. I wanted to touch them one more time, to tell them how much I loved them. Instead of the joy I expected to see, I was greeted with sadness. I started to fall. I don't know where I was falling. I was just falling. I did not care. All I could see was the look on her face. Darhavin. I felt something on my face, something on my body. I did not want to open my eyes and find myself alive, to see the underpass above me. I took a deep, painful breath. My throat hurt. "Is this him?" I heard a woman's voice say. I sighed and opened my eyes, expecting to see paramedics or a police officer. Instead, I was looking at a night sky that looked strange. The underpass was gone. I was laying on the grass. I wanted to sit up, but it hurt to try. So I looked around and saw a large woman standing by a fire. She was not fat large, she was muscled and tall, her skin a light brown, hair in a long black braid that fell down her back. She wore armour, actual armour that you would expect to see in some medieval movie. Her armour was regal, well kept, and looked as if it belonged to someone of station or position. I blinked my eyes, thinking, I'm hallucinating. Slowly I sat up and took a better look around. It seemed I was in some woods somewhere. The trees were huge and ancient-looking, their barks gnarled and twisted in a grotesque manner I have never seen before. It almost looked like the tree was screaming in agony. It gave me chills. Where the hell was I? The woman turned around, her armour making a scraping sound as she did. Her face surprised me. She was not beautiful, nor was she ugly. She was easy to look upon. Her nose was broad and lips full. Her eyes were a deep green that seemed to glow with a life all of its own. "Glad to see you awake, Chosen." Her voice was strangely soft for a woman of her size and build. I was expecting something deeper and masculine. She knelt down beside me and looked me over as if she were judging me. "Where am I?" I asked. She did not answer right away. She seemed to be deep in thought. For the first time, the symbol on her armour and shield was visible. It was something I recognised because it was the symbol of my community project. I was a bit confused. It was a crescent moon and star with a man sitting at the base of the moon, looking up at the star, his hands up in supplication or prayer. This was set upon a midnight blue backdrop. She saw me staring at the symbol. "You are in Darhavin, Chosen," she finally replied. The confusion just kept getting deeper. Am I mad? Did I actually die and I am in some in-between world? "I can tell you are confused, Chosen." She paused. "Come, sit by the fire and warm yourself." She helped me up and led me to a cushioned spot she had prepared for me. I saw 3 blankets lying next to the fire. I assumed one was for me. It was clear one was for her. But who was the third one for? The heat of the fire felt good upon my skin. I did not know how cold I was until I felt the warmth of the flames wash over me. Was I in shock? The woman walked to the other side of the fire and stood with her arms folded across her chest. "We have been waiting for thousands of years, Chosen." She paused a moment. I could see the excitement in her eyes as she looked at me. It was the same reverence and awe-inspired look you would give a great man of power you respected. But somehow, it was deeper. It was filled with religious fervour and zeal, like I was some ordained holy man that she worshipped all her life, and suddenly he is here before her. She took a deep breath. "I am of the Order of the Chosen. I have trained my whole life to guard and protect you. It was not known when you would come again to Darhavin, so we have been training for centuries and passing down the knowledge of the Chosen to every initiate. We were once the greatest army to ever be formed on Darhavin." She paused again, as if thinking about the glory of days of old. Her expression looked saddened, almost heartbroken. "So many years passed, Chosen. So many centuries without a sign or anything from you. People lost faith. Our once great order fell apart. All that is left is an old ruin of our former greatness, and few knights that are barely hanging on to the old ways. She looked at me, fighting tears in her eyes. "Where have you been, Chosen?" she asked. Her gaze was penetrating. I could not turn away even if I wanted to. This seemed personal to her. Beyond the reverence of someone she was taught to worship. This was almost like she had suffered greatly because of her faith. I did not know what to tell her. I honestly had no clue what she was talking about. I'm still not sure where the hell I am, let alone if I am alive. "How do you know I am this chosen one? What makes you so sure that I am him?" I asked. She took a deep breath. The armour on her broad shoulders creaked. "His skin will be the colour of wet sand, his eyes black like a night void of stars. He will fall from the heavens dead only to awaken when touched by one of his order. The trees will wither in the hall of the gods. All will know him by his symbol." She recited and pointed at the symbol on her chest. "My symbol, the symbol of Alkebulan." She turned her head to the sky and pointed. Far off in the distance I could see a star shining brightly in the night sky. That shining star was my symbol. Anyone who looked up at the sky could see it. Suddenly, a man stumbled out from the trees. He was bleeding heavily from a deep wound in his side. His face looked pale and blood coated his hands. He leaned on his sword like it was a cane. The blade was black and gleamed eerily in the firelight. He looked at me and smiled. He fell to his knees. "Finally, my Lord Chosen, you have come." The look of joy and peace in his eyes startled me. He looked as if all the pain and doubt he had was erased, like he could die knowing his faith was confirmed. The big woman rushed to his side. "Elder Ahmed," she said as she caught him before he fell face first in the dirt. She held him in her arms. "Muazama, daughter of giants and knight of the Order of the Chosen, you must do your duty. The enemies of the Chosen are not far behind me. Protect him and get him to the ruins of Alkebulan." Elder Ahmed gasped. His voice was barely audible. You could see Muazama's heart breaking in her eyes. He squeezed her hand and looked up at me. "I am sorry if I have failed you in any way or ever doubted you," he gasped painfully. I did not know what to do or say. A light above me started to glow brightly. I looked up, and it was my symbol. The light covered him. It was so bright that it was blinding. As suddenly as it came, it vanished. When our eyes adjusted to the darkness, he was gone. Muazama sighed heavily and grabbed her sword and shield. She faced the trees, waiting. My heart raced. I could hear people marching through the woods. I grabbed Elder Ahmed's sword. It felt surprisingly light in my hand. Its black blade started to glow faintly. My whole body felt warm and light, like I was standing on air. "It seems you have been reunited with your sword," Muazama said softly. Before I could respond, several men burst out of the woods. They were pale men, their hair varied from blonde to red. Their armour had the insignia of a burning sun on it. They saw us and stopped. A tall, hawkish man stepped forward. I could feel Muazama tense up. She gripped her sword tightly. He looked us both over. His eyes lingered on Muazama's insignia. "You are of the Order?" he asked, his voice raspy like he had a cold. Muazama did not answer. "We were following an old man who had stolen something from us." The man started, then looked at the sword in my hand. "You are carrying what belongs to us. I care not how you came by it. Just return it to me and go about your business," he said. He shifted his stance and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The men behind him did the same. I looked at the sword. I did not know who it belonged to. I just know it felt right wielding it. I shook my head. Muazama smiled and slashed the man's throat. She moved with a speed that I did not think was possible. The man stood there for a moment staring at me, oblivious to the fact his throat was cut. Blood spilled down his armour and he slumped forward. By the time his men realised they were in a fight, half of them were dead. Watching Muazama fight was like watching a dance. She slashed and killed with such grace it was almost beautiful. She moved around these men like the world had slowed down, and she alone was unaffected by it. The fight was over before it began. Muazama stood in the middle of several bodies, wiping the blood off her blade and shield on the men's cloak. "We need to move, Chosen," she said, and pointed east. "We are weeks, if not months away from the ruins of Alkebulan," she said, and waited for me to start moving in that direction. Lorden. The chill wind echoed softly through the chilled ramparts of the great Tower of Magic. This ancient tower has stood in Darhavin for centuries. Some say it was a gift to mankind from the gods of old. Others claim it was created so man could fight off the gods and no longer be the playthings of immortals. The imagination of men knows no bounds. Elves have controlled this tower for centuries, hoarding the power and ancient wisdom here for themselves. But it was here that Lorden lay tossing and turning in his sleep. His brown brow glistened with sweat, even though snow covered the tower and the land surrounding it. Lorden clinched the sheets as he writhed in his bed. Lorden was an elder among the Magi, one who constantly warned about the prophecy. He was greatly opposed to the Chosen One and the shift in power that would come when he arrived. Lorden was the chief advisor to the king. It was whispered that Lorden ruled the kingdom, and the king was merely a puppet, a face, a distraction from reality. Suddenly, Lorden's eyes snapped open. "He is here," he whispered as he sat up. His greying beard matted and tangled. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. "His guardian has already found him," he mumbled. Lorden knew their best chance of killing the Chosen and preserving their power for centuries to come was to get him before he discovered who he was. Lorden had prepared for this day. He had armies trained and ready, assassins and mercenaries on constant payroll to do his bidding. He was the heir of the king, so his power and influence in the southern kingdoms were unmatched. He, being the accomplished Magi he was, all respected him. Thus why he, a human, was a guest of honour in the ancient tower of Magi possessed by the elves. Lorden was the most accomplished Magi in all the human kingdoms, and possibly of all the races. Lorden rose from his bed and walked to the window. Lorden was older, his age a point of many arguments in the realms in which he was known. Some said he was as old as some of the elder elves, others thought he was just in great shape for being an elder. If one knew the cost that he had paid for his magic, they would cringe away from him. All magic comes with a toll. Each toll is different. Lorden's toll was timelessness. He had been alive since the last Chosen had walked the earth, witnessed the destruction and change that was wrought in the Chosen's wake. He was just a youth then, born to the outland of the northern deserts. The dark men are what they are called now, being that their skin tone is as dark as the starless night. They were a highly intelligent warrior people, nomads who did not allow other people among them. It was rare for someone not of them to be invited to their kingdoms and cities. Lorden was never really accepted among their people and was not allowed to marry from among them. He was protected and tolerated. The pride of the people would not allow anyone that shared their blood to be mistreated. But he was a half-breed. His mother was one of the Alkebulan people, the people who waited on the Chosen. Alkebulan was the greatest city of all Darhavin, but also the most private and secretive. Some referred to the people of Alkebulan as a cult. But the reality was they were just people from all over who left behind their tribes and kingdoms to serve the Chosen and be ranked among his people. They gave up their racial identities and nationalistic pride and were just known as the people of Alkebulan. It was a mixing pot. All the races were there. It was one of the few places where they all got along. There was no war among them or hate. They were all brothers with one cause. Women had all the same roles as men. There were no set gender norms or roles. The place was indeed truly a wonder, home to great armies and order. The Order of the Chosen was the fiercest army to ever walk Darhavin. They were the personal guards of the Chosen. They were few in number, but their strength, battle prowess, and heartlessness on the battlefield made their number not a factor. Many would not fight if they knew even one of the Order was facing against them. You would wonder what would make such a great and powerful city crumble, a city no army could take. It's a tale as old as time, and like all other great empires, they fell from within. Once the Chosen passed, the infighting started. They had no one to lead them. The Order of the Chosen divided up the kingdom, each declaring their own new king or false reborn Chosen. The inevitable war started. This war waged for decades. It sucked nearly all of Darhavin into it. In the end, the great kingdom of Alkebulan lay in ruins, destroyed by the very Order that was closest to the Chosen and tasked to protect him and the kingdom when he was gone. The Order of the Chosen still remained intact. Scattered remains of them who still passed down the teachings and training to future knights of the Order. But their fame and reputation long lost. They are shamed and mocked now, ridiculed and referred to as a cult with no sanity. But they are still highly dangerous, and if united with an actual Chosen, they would be near unstoppable. Lorden's mother was from these people. She was a knight of the Order. He remembered how lost she had become after the Chosen of that time had died. Her attempts to establish a normal life were pointless. Everywhere she went there was trouble, and she left destruction in her wake. Lorden's mother was a very proud and fierce believer and defender of the Chosen, like all of the Order's knights. No matter who badmouthed the Chosen, she put her sword to them. No one could beat her. So they found one of the Orders that turned mercenary hired him to kill her. The battle was legendary. 2 of the lost and few from the Order of the Chosen fought to the death. Lorden watched his mother die that day. She took her brother in the Order with her. Since then, Lorden hated and feared the Chosen. He was dreading the destruction that he would bring. Lorden feared the Chosen so much, he sacrificed his very being to creatures who dwelled in the darkest places of reality for the power and time to stop the next Chosen. Lorden shivered as he stood in the air on his balcony and looked at the night sky. The symbol of the Chosen shone brighter than the moon, announcing his arrival. Lorden held onto the stone railing and trembled not from the biting cold, but from fear. All that doubted the reality of the Chosen will now see how real he truly is, Lorden said into the night, and called for his guard. Jeshim. We walked till dawn. The silence between me and the guardian of the Chosen was clearly felt. The guardian seemed as if she wanted to speak to me about something, but kept silent. I did not know what to think. I just saw this woman with my symbol on her armour cut other sword-wielding men to pieces without breaking a sweat. If that was not enough, the landscape here was beautiful and completely foreign. I did not recognise the trees with their gnarled faces that seemed to follow me. Their expression was of awe, and like they wanted to speak. It was very unsettling. There is a small roadside tavern not far off, Chosen. We can rest there if it suits you, the guardian said respectfully. I nodded, not really caring. I just wanted to get off my feet. I needed to sit down and think. I am still not completely sure if this is real. I have read stories of people in comas who live a life in some dream world. Could I be in a coma? As the sun started to rise, the road we were travelling on got busy. People stared at me, and the hulking Muazama was looking intimidating in her midnight blue armour that was spotted with the men she had killed earlier. She kept her hand on her sword hilt and eyed everyone who got too close. They looked at the symbol on Muazzama's armour and sneered. The hate for the Chosen and those who served him apparently was widespread and ran deep with the people. "This tavern we are going to is friendly to your order, Chosen," Muazzama whispered in my ear. We passed several more people as we neared the tavern. The closer we got, the more anxious the people seemed. Even more so after seeing Muazzama. The people just gave me curious looks. I guess the way I was dressed seemed out of place here. I saw a sign ahead with a black fist painted on it. "We are here, Chosen. Stay close to me," Muazzama said. The feel of a sword on my hip was awkward and uncomfortable. I had to walk with my hand on its hilt to keep it steady so I could walk with ease. There was a crowd in front of the inn. A man in armour stood before them, blocking the entrance. "As we all know, the Order of the Chosen has been causing trouble again. These crazed lunatics are extremely dangerous and are in this tavern," the man shouted, his voice deep and booming over the rabble of voices talking in hushed tones. As he said this, several more armoured and armed men walked from the trees with torches in their hand. "By order of His Majesty Phalor, ruler of the southern human lands, all members of the Order of the Chosen shall be put to death. Those who support the order shall also be killed," the man said, and motioned for the men to set fire to the tavern known as the Clenched Fist. It has always been a friendly place for those who followed the Chosen. "Chosen," Muazzama called me urgently. I looked at her. "We must save those of the order that are in that tavern. I cannot act unless you command me," she said calmly. I nodded at her. She drew her sword and stepped forward. "Stop!" her voice bellowed. Everyone stopped and turned towards her. "By order of the reborn Chosen, the Arisen One, the Undying, the immortal ruler of Darhavin, stop the persecution of his subjects or face death," Muazzama commanded. The soldiers in the crowd faced her. Many started to whisper among themselves and point at me. The soldiers with torches looked to their commander, waiting for the order to continue. The tavern door opened, dark blue robes billowed in the wind as a bold, pale man stepped from them. His eyes were a dark brown, and his beard seemed to be a tangle of thick fire. It was a deep, dark, almost blood red. He looked around, taking in all. His gaze settled on me and lingered. A huge, toothy grin took over his pale face as he seemed to recognize me. The symbol of the Chosen glowed on his robes over his heart. His grin quickly hardened to a scowl as he noticed the soldiers. With a wave of his pale hand, the torches were extinguished and the king's soldiers wielding them thrown back. "My power has returned. It truly is you, Chosen," he said, and knelt in reverence. Leaning heavily on his staff as if something ailed him, the heavily armed commander seemed to regain his composure. "Formation!" he bellowed. His soldiers came from every direction and stood in front of him, shields up and blades drawn. Strangely, I felt calm, despite the fact that we were grossly outnumbered. I felt different. I could not explain it, but I was not afraid. My guardian stepped in front of me, her blade pointing at the commander, calling him out. "If you do not withdraw your men and return to your king, I promise you will perish this day," she glared. The citizens of the small town seemed confused, stuck in the middle of a war they wanted no part in. I looked at them, feeling pity for them. I knew if we fought these today, this city, their city, would be destroyed. The red-bearded man walked over to stand next to Muazzama, standing in front of me. He held out one of his pale hands and smiled as a ball of fire hovered above it. It was silent, smokeless fire, but menacing. "The crazed heretics of your damned lost cult have no power, and your tricks will not fool anyone," he said, then turned to the people. "If you don't wish to see bloodshed, then I advise you to leave now." Many of the citizens did. but some stayed, their terrified eyes transfixed on me. "Are you truly him?" was a silent question on their tongues. I raised my sword. Its black blade glowed deeply, consuming almost all light. I stepped forward. "I don't know who I am, or if I am this chosen. But what I do know is if you attack me here, all of you will not see tomorrow or your families ever again. I am not here to cause destruction. I just seek answers, and those answers await me in the ruins of Alkebulan." My voice seemed to come from everywhere. A deep power emanated from me. "I am trying to spare the lives of your good men today, Commander. Don't sentence them to death this day. Return to your king and tell him what you saw. If he has further issues with me, he can find me in the ruins of Alkebulan." Many of the king's men seemed shaken, torn between their command and the reality of the chosen. The commander saw this in his men and sighed. "This is not over," the commander said, pointing a finger at me. He glared at me, then commanded his men to leave. I felt dizzy and weak. I did not understand what had happened. I held this power for as long as I could. I watched the soldiers vanish in the distance, then fell exhausted to the dirt road. "Chosen?" the guard said, worry in her voice. "It's okay, Guardian. He is just worn out. He channeled a fraction of who he is and was not ready for it. He just needs rest," the red-bearded man explained. Muazama nodded. Her concerned face was the last thing I saw before I plummeted into darkness. The Fearless. King Phalor the Fearless sat alone in his garden. He found himself here more and more. He did not know why he was drawn here, but something about the garden soothed his tired soul. For Phalor the Fearless was a warrior who was unrivaled in his prowess. His only threat in his combat dominance were the last remnants of the chosen order. He has spent a lot of his time searching for them and trying to get them to teach him their secrets. The ones he did find killed countless of his men before they were able to bring them down. It was a very expensive price he paid just to be rejected by the order he learned to despise. When people spoke of great armies, they spoke of his and his leadership, but it was always in the shadow of the great warriors and generals of the order. Phalor the Fearless clenched his fist as he stared up at the night sky. His gaze seemed stuck on the new star that no one could mistake. The symbol of the chosen light up the heavens. All of Darhavin was talking about what this meant. Many were scared, others were excited. All he knew was he had to stop them or get this chosen one to teach him the secrets of his order, to make him as powerful as one of his guardians. If the chosen wanted war, he would get it. The world was not as vulnerable as it once was. The order was all but eradicated. Only a few knights remained, and they were either in hiding or mercenaries. It's strange even the ones that became sellswords would not sell their secrets for any amount of gold. I offered one of his own kingdom and crown, and he spits in my face. The loyalty of these men was almost unnatural. All men had a breaking point. It just seemed that these Knights of the Chosen were unbreakable. If he, King Phalor, had but a handful of such loyal men under his command, he would be unstoppable. One of the major fallacies of ruling is being dependent on your armies and subject to ensure his rule remained intact. He could not even count how many would be rebellions or coups he had destroyed. The harsh realities of ruling and governance were something none but a king could understand. His subject lived secure and peacefully. The elves in the west stayed in their woods. The dwarfs in the southern mountains stayed in their caves. No longer did they suffer raids from any of the other races or creatures that inhabited Darhavin. They owed this peace, this security to King Phalor. He resented the fact that they did not worship the ground he walked on for their security. He resented how they all worshipped or feared this chosen, this legend that has not been upon Darhavin for thousands of years. Yet his very symbol invoked such fear, such reverence from everyone. The greatest armies in Darhavin trembled just at the thought of facing the Chosen and his armies, despite that no one for hundreds of generations has ever seen him or fought his armies. Now, during King Phalor the Fearless rule, the Chosen has returned. Phalor the Fearless smiled up at the night sky. His black, well-oiled beard glistened in the soft light of the Chosen's symbol. "You will teach me the secrets of your power, or you will die, usurper of thrones." Phalor the Fearless whispered to the symbol, hoping the Chosen could hear his decree. Hurried footsteps interrupted his musing. Phalor slowly turned to see one of his commanders in front of him. He kneeled and bowed his head. He looked shaken and afraid. Phalor shook his head. His black hair, thick and beaded, fell like branches of a dying tree on his shoulders. His eyes, as black as death, glowed with a fire that spoke of countless battles and countless dances with the dark maiden of death. "Sire," the commander said, his voice shaking. Phalor could smell the fear emanating from him. Was it fear of him, or of what he had encountered? Phalor wondered. Phalor the Fearless motioned for the commander to stand. "We encountered the Chosen, sire," the commander said as he stood. Phalor smiled. "Tell me about this Chosen," the Fearless commanded softly. "He was powerful, my liege. His very presence was like standing in front of a living god. His voice came from everywhere when he spoke. You could feel his words in you before you could hear them. He had a guardian with him and saved another from the tavern you had sent us to destroy," the commander said. His face was lit up in awe as he remembered. This angered Phalor the Fearless. "So, you failed in your duty then, Commander?" the Fearless stated. "Sire," the commander began, but was cut off by a quick, sharp blow to his jaw. The commander fell back and knelt. Phalor the Fearless stood in front of his commander, his blade drawn. Phalor savoured the fresh stench of fear that came from the commander. He inhaled deeply and raised his sword to end this coward. "Father!" he heard his daughter's voice. Phalor paused a moment. "Why are you not in your chambers?" he said softly. To any other than the princess, his tone would have been dangerous. Zainab knew her father was a lot of things, but his love for her trumped all else in his life. Phalor, despite his cruelty, was like any other father in this sense. His daughter held his heart and seemed to always get her way with him. It was whispered that she was the only good that ever came from King Phalor the Fearless. She maintained the balance in his kingdom. Her kindness and soft heart healed the wounds and eased the minds that her father inflicted everywhere he went. He, the great warrior. She, the water that kept the fires of her father's warrior spirit from burning them all. "There is a meeting, Father, that we have been called to, a meeting between all the kingdoms. They wish to discuss how to deal with this Chosen," Princess Zainab said softly. She looked at her father's drawn sword and the blood dripping from the commander's lip. She touched her father's arm softly. "Come, Father, have a meal with me and read the letter calling us to the meeting, the invoked shield," Zainab said. She brushed strands of her long brown hair from her face. The princess was as beautiful as she was kind. Her skin was a honey brown, her eyes as dark as her father's. But where his spoke of death, hers spoke of life. Her smile was like a beacon in the night for the wounded and destitute. She was the heart of Darhavin, and he the sword. King Phalor the Fearless could face any foe. He had defeated armies with just a handful of his best men. He had never faced defeat in any battle, but he could not win against his daughter's smile. He sighed and sheathed his sword. He looked hard at his commander. "Summon the fearless ones and dispatch them to track and destroy the Chosen and his followers," Phalor the Fearless commanded. The commander stood up quickly, placed his fist over his chest and bowed his head. "As you command, sire," he said, and turned to hurry off to follow his king's commands. "Commander," Phalor said. The commander stopped and turned to his king. "Sire," the commander replied, "don't fail me again." The commander nodded and hurried off. Phalor turned to his daughter and let her take his hand. The shield had been invoked. Phalor was surprised anyone remembered this ancient oath taken by the Ancient Ones that ruled when the last Chosen came. They were so afraid of the devastation from the last Chosen that they all vowed on their bloodlines they would set aside any wars or disputes and come together in defense of Darhavin. But in reality, it was just a pact to protect each other's rule from the threat and power of the Chosen and his armies. He was curious to see if all would truly set aside their disputes and face the Chosen as one unified army. Zainab led her father to the great hall, poured her father a warm cup of honeyed ale, and handed him the letter. Behind her beautiful smile and kind dark eyes was a fire burning. Unlike her father and most in his kingdom, she has longed for the return of the Chosen. She had even joined the Order in secret. Her father did not know, but soon she would leave and make her journey to the ruins of Alkebulan to join with the rest of her order and serve the Chosen. She would not travel alone. She had converted 3 of her personal elite guards to the cause of the Chosen. She feared without her the fire in her father's soul would consume him, but she could not stay any longer. She loved her father, but he was a monster. She grabbed her father's hand and squeezed it as he read the letter. Zainab. Zainab paced in her room nervously. She was terrified of leaving her father. She was not scared of facing the world alone, nor of the long journey to the ruins of Alkebulan. She was afraid of unleashing her father on this world. She was the only thing that held his wraith in check. She alone could calm him and keep those around him safe. She wondered how she could come from such a man. As angry and cruel as he was, how could she be his daughter? She wrung her hands together as she paced. They were to set off soon, the gathering of the rulers of Darhavin. They called upon each leader to uphold the oath of the shield, made by their ancestors thousands of years ago. It was sealed and bound in each ruling family's blood. She brushed strands of her long brown hair from her eyes as she heard a heavy knock on her door. "Princess, may I enter?" her father's ward asked. Her father had conquered one of the finest warrior families in Darhavin. He called them pagans and heretics because they clung to the old faith that was long forgotten, a faith that no one outside of their family and kingdom practiced. They called themselves the Mumin. They claimed the next Chosen would be one of them and restore the Mumin to their rightful place in Darhavin. They were great warriors. This was why her father came after them. They nearly defeated Phalor the Fearless. In fact, they had beat his armies back and embarrassed him. So he hired a mercenary, one of the exiled knights of the Order, to capture and bring King Amin's son, Abu Bakr, to him. Abu Bakr was a great warrior in his own right, but he was no match for the knight. Zainab often wondered what kept him here. She knew he could easily cut through her father's guards and leave. Her father had to have something that kept his wraith in check. Abu Bakr was not fond of her, which was understandable, given that she was the daughter of his captor. "Enter," Zainab replied. The door to her room opened, and Abu Bakr walked in. He towered over her. He kept his curly, thick brown hair short and covered with a white cloth that covered the top of his head. He had sharp, deep grey eyes and a thick brown beard that hung to the middle of his broad chest. His complexion was a light hazel that seemed to change its shade depending on the season. He was a huge man. Fierce, he trained constantly with the warriors in my father's armies and embarrassed them all. Zainab worried if his guard thought the same as she as to why he stayed here. But, as intimidating as he was fiercely committed to his faith and to meeting and serving the Chosen. She was happy he was coming with her when she fled the castle. "Are you ready to leave, Princess?" His voice boomed. She nodded weakly. Her personal guard was a woman. She was a slave that her father had captured in one of his many conquests. Her father had tried to break her, but she would not submit herself to him. All the men that tried to rape her found themselves with broken limbs and missing teeth. Her father admired her strength, so instead of killing her, he charged her with protecting his daughter. Zainab nodded. "The slave has made the preparations and has our things and horses waiting for us not far from the gathering," she said. Abu Bakr nodded. "Your chariot is ready. They leave as soon as you are." Abu Bakr replied. They called her personal guard the slave because she refused to give them her name or even speak to them. My father declared her name to be the slave and cut out her tongue. "You are accompanying me?" Zainab asked. Abu Bakr nodded and followed her out of her room. "I am to guard you on this journey since you are going ahead of the vanguard," Abu Bakr replied. It made sense. He was an accomplished warrior. Her father always sent her ahead to smooth things over and prepare for his arrival. Abu Bakr retrieved his family's great sword and strapped it to his back as they left the palace. He held the door to the chariot open for her and closed it behind her. It was a week's journey to gathering. Abu Bakr sat with the driver and smiled to himself as the chariot pulled away. Lorden. The air here seemed to have a chill to it. The faint smell of dust and something ancient permeated here. There was a power that seemed to emanate from the very stone. Lorden sat in his seat, staring into the blazing fire that lit this chamber. Faint shadows of the ancient ones who stood here centuries ago and created these shield. Lorden remembered it like it was yesterday. He was here, in this very cave, when the cowards that ruled the realms of Darhavin forged the pact that brings them together today. He remembered the fear in their voices as they spoke in hushed tones. The Chosen had already left the world again. They spoke as if the sound of his name would cause him to rise up again. The last Chosen was a harsh, cruel lord. He came and destroyed the gods of old and uplifted an ancient group whose belief was thought to be long forgotten from this world. He set them on a pedestal. He called them the true followers of God, destroyed all the temples of every god to ever be named in Darhavin. The wars he wrought were the most dangerous kind. They were the wars of your soul, the ones that pitted one man's god against another. If there was one thing Lorden was certain of, was that men lost all of their senses when it comes to their gods. The fire before Lorden blazed fiercely, its flames dancing upon the cavern walls that were adorned in golden sword and relics of each realm. Oh, how they honoured this place, Lorden said to himself. He, the oldest person known to live on Darhavin and the most powerful of the Magi, was looked up to. He being the only one to actually live through the terrors of the last Chosen, his input was invaluable to the rulers of Darhavin they would come here today. Speaking as the rulers of this world. Lorden saw the dwarven lords approaching, their long, thick beards knotted and dangling down their broad chest. Of all the races of this cursed world, Lorden hated the dwarves the most. They were loud and obnoxious, like drunken children with weapons. They were tolerated for their prowess in battle. They were hardened, seasoned warriors. They were short in stature, but built like the mountains they lived in. To them, life was ale and war. They were at war with every race in the realms, and it was funny to them. It would be interesting to Lorden to see how this meeting of the Shield Pact would play out with them here. Seems as though they brought a small force with them as well. They did not bode well for the success of this meeting. There was a little bit of hope, though. Their prince was coming. They called him Rahim the Black, for his flesh was dark like that of the human tribes of the northern outland. The dark men that Lorden hailed from. But it was not his flesh or the powerful visage that was him. He was as intelligent as he was powerful in battle. He did not drink. This was odd for a dwarf. If it were not for his many victories in war and in the arena, many would question him as a dwarf. They would question his allegiance to his race. Ale seemed to be in the blood of dwarfs. Rahim the Black was here. He was leading the dwarven procession. He representing one of the many dwarven houses that wanted a presence here. The dwarven realm, like all the races, had many leaders and divided themselves by houses. Phalor the Fearless of the Human was coming. He was as cruel as he was powerful. Even the most drunken and obnoxious of the dwarves respected him. As always, he sent his daughter. The beautiful young princess was renowned for her kindness. But Lorden saw the truth in her. Her heart was troubled. She had the same fire in her soul that plagued her father, but unlike her father, she fought it, while her father, Phalor the Fearless, embraced it. He relished in it. Lorden saw the beautiful Zainab's heart, saw the blackness creeping in it. Was this why she would flee to the Chosen? In hopes he could still the fire that burned in her, to stop her from becoming what she hated the most, her father, the one who killed her mother. Lorden flicked his wrist toward the fire, and a deep, dark hissing sound emanated from it, and a figure appeared to the side of the flame. "Yes, Lord," it hissed. Lorden smiled darkly at it. He pointed to the image of Princess Zainab in the flames. "Follow her, and report to me when she comes in contact with the Chosen." Lorden ordered the creature of smokeless flame. It hissed and vanished. Only the darkness that was left in its absence remained. Lorden heard footsteps coming. His apprentice Samaya approached. Her story was a tragic one, but her power was great. She has served Lorden for half a century now. She had not aged a moment. Her face and body were burnt. A grotesque mask of scarred flesh covered her from head to toe. Only a few strands of her once beautiful hair remained. No one else saw her this way but Lorden. She used her magic to cover herself in the illusion of who she once was. Lorden shook his head, remembering how he found her, burnt and barely clinging to life. He felt a power in her brought on by pure rage. This rage was the reason why Lorden saved her. "My lord," Samaya said. Her voice the hollow sound of a funeral horn. Lorden turned to her. "The elven delegations have arrived along with the Delphs," she said. Lorden smiled. "So, the shield begins." Rahim the Black. Rahim sighed as he entered the cavern that everyone called sacred, purely because of the pact that was made here. Rahim was taller than most dwarves, and was rumoured to be half-human. His flesh was as dark as night, hence his title, the Black. He was smarter than most dwarves. He was calm and well collected. Yet his ability to lead and fight was a legend among his people. He was a prince, but he held no claim to the throne, him being a bastard and, quite possibly, a half-breed. Dwarves were a proud people. They frowned upon half-breed and bastards as if they were a blight or a curse on their people. Though many did not trust or consider Rahim a true dwarf, none would ever voice this in the open. The last dwarves that spoke ill of Rahim's loyalty and race were challenged by him in the stone arena and brutally destroyed. He may be different than most dwarves, but he has earned the respect and loyalty of those he commands. Rahim hated the dwarves, even though he was one. He hated their rowdiness, their drunkenness, their obsession with stone, and their bloodlines. Most of all, he hated living in caves. Glorious as they may be, it was still a cave to him. He loved the sun and the soft light of the moon. Rahim entered the main chamber of the cave. A huge table was set up. It was adorned with the crest of each house of each race that would be present here. Each race had several kingdoms, many of which were not around when the pact was made thousands of years ago. Rahim saw Lorden the Ancient One sitting at the head of the table, perched upon a stone throne, it seemed. It appeared as if he were lording over the other lords and kings that would be present here. Rahim wondered how the egos of the world's royalty would react to this. Only 2 of each royal's guard were allowed in the chamber. The chamber was huge, but the realms and those who ruled them have changed and grown many times. Many of the royals had their generals with them and left their main escorts outside. Since Rahim was a commander and a prince, he brought his 2 most trusted men with him. Dwarves he knew would not hesitate to die and defend him at all costs. Rahim sat at his assigned chair. The symbol of a black axe crossed with a red anvil represented his family. His dwarven guards stood behind him like armoured statues. Their hands gripped the hilts of their weapons. They appeared to be staring ahead, but any seasoned warrior knew they took in all the room, even though it did not appear so. Many of the races that would attend here were at war. That aspect added more tension to an already tense situation. The one that troubled Rahim the most of the fearless, as he was dubbed. Rahim felt a man that had no fear was not all mentally there. A man who was crazy and ruled a powerful nation was a man to be wary of. His house and the king Phalor the Fearless were at odds, and war could be on the horizon soon. To some, they were already in a secret war of sorts. This meeting would determine if he would declare an all-out war on this human or not. How can a man claim to be fearless if he has never met me in battle? Rahim wondered, as he stared at the seat Phalor the Fearless would soon occupy. Jeshim. I could hear their laughter as if I had never left them, smell her scent as if she still lay beside me. Oh, how I longed for my family. Could see the pain in their eyes as I broke down that glass barrier. Why must I suffer so, O Lord? Have I gone insane? I felt like I was moving, could feel the bumps in the dirt road as I lay on something hard, could smell the foul stench of a horse. I coughed and gagged on the stench and opened my eyes. Above me, the face of the red-bearded man lingered. I felt a power in him, like he could set the world ablaze if he chose. Strangely, though, that power seemed connected to me. I felt it reaching out to me. I could take this power if I choose. "Good to see you awake, my lord," he said, and smiled, his big, toothy smile. He seemed so happy, I could not help but smile back. I looked around and saw that I lay on some wagon of some sort. I sat up and looked around for Muazama. I don't know, but I felt comfortable with her near me, like I could not be harmed. She was my shield against any and all threats. Even though I could not see her, I sensed her close by. The same power or energy that I felt from the red-haired man I felt in her. Just like in the man, I felt like I could claim it. The wagon stopped. I heard a thud as Muazama jumped from the horse and came into my view. "Chosen," she said, and bowed her head. "How long have I been out?" I asked her. Before she could answer, the red-haired man spoke up. "My lord, I am Hamza, one of, if not the last mage of your order," Hamza said, beaming. "You have been out for nearly a day, lord," he said through his grin. I shook my head, still a bit confused, but I was determined to shake it off. I had been a hustler my whole life. I loved the game of it, the thrill of it. I did not know if this was real or some type of crazy dream, but what I did know is that I had some type of power. What kind of power and how to use it was still a mystery to me, but I had people that called me lord as if I were some king. I was determined to man up and take full advantage of this. I sat up and studied Hamza. "You said you are a mage?" I asked him. His smile never left his face. He simply nodded. "How can you benefit me?" Hamza seemed confused by this question. "My lord, I am a weapon given my power by you. I am your weapon to use as you see fit," he said, his head bowed. I stood and jumped over the side of the wagon. Muazama was stuck to me like she was my shadow. I looked at her intently. "You are my guardian, correct?" I asked her. I could see she was taken back by the look in her eyes, but she knelt. "Yes, my lord. I am your shield, your servant and protector." She was well-muscled and huge for a woman, her shoulders broad and honey brown. "You don't have to kneel, guardian. I can see the devotion in your eyes." I paused, looking at Hamza. "Both of your eyes." Muazzama rose, a sense of pride gleaming in her eyes. "I still don't get this chosen stuff, but apparently I am it." I took a deep breath. "How far is the next town?" I asked, looking at them both. Hamza was the first to speak up. "My lord, there is no human town outside of the one we just left in the direction we are heading. Back that way is the kingdom of Phalor the Fearless. The reception he would give us would not be kind. But there is an elvish town not far from here." I nodded at Hamza. "My lord, we should not stop. It is important that we reach the ruins of Alkebulan and rebuild. The symbol has lit the night sky. Many who serve you will be flocking there to await you, and your enemies will be hunting you." Muazzama warned, concerned. I patted her on the back. "I need good food, rest, and a change of clothes. Something more fitting of who I am." I stopped and looked at the rags I still wore. They smell of vomit and sorrow. "Besides, I am confident that if anyone has an issue with me, you, my guardian," I said, looking straight at her. I shifted my gaze to Hamza. "And you, my mage, are more than up to the task of dealing with it," I said, and motioned them to lead the way. Muazzama offered for me to sit back in the wagon. When I refused, she offered the horse. She seemed concerned that I wanted to walk, but shrugged and mounted the horse, riding slightly ahead. Hamza strode up beside me, that growingly obnoxious smile still stuck on his freckled face. "My lord, may I speak freely with you?" he asked. I nodded. I felt odd. I was enjoying this power and control. In my life before, I was nothing, had control over nothing, was a criminal, a failed husband, and a father. But here it seemed I was a king, though a king on the run, but a king nonetheless. What was the other world like? I've always wondered what it would be like to see the plane that the Chosen came from. Hamza's smile finally seemed to disappear. I was not sure how to answer that. I did not know what they expected. I certainly was no king there. "My world, Hamza, is no different than here, I suppose. There is hate, pain, and sorrow. Some people are born into privilege and wealth, while the rest of the world fights for basic needs." I paused, for Hamza seemed to want to say something. "I had no illusions that it was some grand place. I was more wondering what gods inhabited that place, and what one do you follow? I only asked my lord, for we as your people will follow who or what you follow." I sighed deeply. This was a strange question for me. I had lost my faith. I have not prayed in months. I started to drink. Hell, I even killed myself. But before I could think of an answer, I heard Muazzama jump from her horse. She stood in front of me, sword drawn and shield up. I felt a tingling in the air. I looked at Hamza. His staff was held firmly in front of him, his eyes focused and glowed with a faint blue light. The Betrayer. She stood overlooking the countryside, a wisp of her thick black hair catching in the wind. She stood as if she was a part of the forest behind her. Her chest barely moved as she breathed and searched for him. She was tasked to kill the so-called Chosen. She could feel him close by. Her body itched with anticipation of the kill. She had been a killer her whole life. Like most people who kill for coin, this career was not planned. It kind of just happened. She was from the northern people of Darhavin, which explained her beautiful ebony skin tone. Killing, for her, the one they call the Betrayer, came easy. Her first kill was her mother. Watching the life fade from her mother's eyes changed her life. She stared deep in them as her mother bled out. The forgiveness and love she found in them, even while she stabbed her, haunted her. Her mother hated her father. She, like most little girls, adored her father. He could do no wrong in her eyes. She worshipped the ground he walked on. Her greatest joy was waiting for him to come home. He would pick her up, hug her, and toss her in the air playfully. Her father was her whole world. Then, one day, he didn't come home. She sat by the door waiting for him all night, only to discover that her mother had followed him into the woods and killed him. She didn't care about her mother's reasons. All that mattered was her father was gone. The betrayer wiped her eyes as she thought about her father. She wondered how different her life would have been if he was alive today. She sighed and smiled as she found the Chosen. He was miles off to the east of her. He wasn't that difficult to locate. If the law held true, he would be heading to the ruins of Alkebulan. There was only one safe route there. The betrayer motioned behind her. A tall, muscular man hurried over to her. "Ready the others, I found him." The man bowed respectfully and ran to gather the men. She would kill this Chosen, or die trying. The betrayer stood in the trees like a shadow, her handful of killers hunched down silently beside her. They were like wolves, and she their ebony alpha. They had easily caught up to the Chosen. It was just 3 of them. But the betrayer was no fool. She was prideful, her skill had earned her that, but she knew the quality of those who guarded the Chosen. She had no doubt in her skill, but knew she could not take them in a fair fight, even more so that one was a mage. So she watched and followed. Like the wolf, she could wait for a weakness and strike then. She heard one of her men approach. "Caton?" she asked, never taking her back from him. "We should strike now," he demanded. The betrayer smiled. She knew Phalor the Fearless would tempt one to undermine her, to force her hand. She did not put it past him to even hope that she died in the attempt to do his bidding. Before the one called Caton could say another word, the betrayer snapped her hand back and ran her dagger silently over his throat. He gurgled and clutched at his neck. The betrayer sighed. She would have to attack now. Even a warrior who could not fill his armor yet could hear Caton choking on his blood. She stepped from the shadows, the remainder of her men behind her. "Chosen one!" she shouted. She motioned her men forward. She wanted to watch and see if she would have to flee and wait for a better time to strike. She worked better alone. Sacrificing her men meant nothing to her. The big woman slaughtered 2 of her men like it was nothing. She moved around in a blur that was beautiful, like a dance of death. She seemed untouchable. Another fell to a flash of blue light. He screamed as the magical flames burned his skin. The Chosen just stood there and watched. He seemed godlike. He emitted a presence that commanded awe. His dark eyes spoke of unfathomable power. Suddenly the betrayer felt hopeless in this mission. She couldn't kill him with an army of the best warriors Darhavin had, but she was no coward. Retreating and waiting for a tactical advantage to aid her in her mission was fruitless. It would be like trying to match the force of her breath against a hurricane. But what was her play here? She had no honor, no morals. Bow to this deity in the flesh or die here fighting. Before she could decide, the big guardian was on her. The betrayer parried a vicious blow to her neck and rolled away from the guardian. She twirled the blades in each of her hands and faced off with her. The betrayer was no stranger to combat. She knew this was not a fight she could win. She saw the mage lift his hands. She quickly rolled away from a bolt that surely would have killed her. She has been here before, facing certain death. She remembered this dance with him, his soft seduction and his embrace. She did not fear it. She smiled at the Chosen and laughed. There was a madness in her that she embraces when death is imminent, a madness that she lived on the precipice of. She keeps in check by balancing on its edge, but when she falls into it, she feels no pain and becomes almost more than human. "So be it!" the betrayer shouted and dove over the edge and fell lovingly into the embrace of insanity. She did not know if she could escape it again, but she did not care. The last time she crawled out of it nearly killed her. She remembered climbing out of the pit, her fingers bloody and raw, nails cracked. But she pulled herself over the edge and embraced the sunlight of sanity. She lunged at the Guardian, her speed suddenly matching the big woman's. The Guardian was taken aback. The betrayer was moving like a demon. No fear of being cut down, leaving herself wide open in exchange for devastating blows. The Guardian's symbol on her chest glowed softly. Any blow the betrayer landed did not even dent her armour. The betrayer noticed this, but did not care. She kept striking. The Guardian sidestepped, and blow spun and slammed her shield into the betrayer's face, knocking her flat. The swords fell from her grasp. The Guardian stood before her, the tip of her blade at the betrayer's throat. "I'm impressed, assassin," the Guardian said. She turned and looked at the Chosen, waiting for his judgment on the betrayer's life. He walked over to her. The whole of the world seemed to bend before him. He placed his hand on the betrayer's head. "Chosen?" the big woman asked, concerned. The betrayer sighed at his touch. Her whole body seemed to relax. She felt herself being pulled from the madness, being pulled from the darkness. She felt like she had been wandering lost in a cave for years. Then, suddenly, she could see the sunlight in the entrance before her. She could see freedom, could smell fresh air. When she emerged, the sunlight stung her eyes and warmed her cold flesh. Her lungs drank in the fresh air like it had been parched. She was whole again, and herself. "Even a betrayer is not beyond redemption," the Chosen said to her. The betrayer went limp beneath his touch and embraced the more comforting darkness of sleep. Abu Bakr. It was a long ride for Abu Bakr. He knew no one dare attack the daughter of Phalor the Fearless, even more so while they were still within reach of his kingdom. What made it worse was he despised the woman he had vowed to protect. The only thing keeping him from gutting her is that vow. He would never dishonour his god or his father. This was the only reason why he did not slaughter the pathetic excuse of guards that kept him a prisoner of Phalor. Phalor the Fearless knows Abu Bakr is a man of honour above all, that he would rather die than betray his word. Phalor used this against him. Abu Bakr's life and loyalty were first to his god, then to his family. He rode in front of the royal chariot, the princess and her slave comfortable in the carriage. They had been on the road a week or so now. It would not be long until the princess's presence at the gathering would be missed. He loathed having to protect her, but he would do with his life until they reached the ruins of Alkebulan. He was still bitter at the foul trickery that Phalor used on his father to get his surrender. He could remember the battle like it just happened, instead of it being years ago. He had led the armies and soundly beaten Phalor and his soldiers. In fact, he had beaten them so badly that it was an embarrassment for Phalor, a pockmark on his battle record. Phalor had planned this war for years and had inserted many people into Abu Bakr's father's palace. Just as he was defeated on the field, he had his men take Abu Bakr's mother and sister as hostages. King Amin, being the man he was, surrendered under the terms that he must give up his son as a ward. Abu Bakr spat in frustration at the memory. He clenched his fist on the reins he held. "One day I will end you," he vowed, speaking of Phalor. The sun was beginning to set. He reined in the horses, stopping the chariot. "Is everything okay?" the princess asked, poking her head out from the chariot. Abu Bakr smiled at the thought of relieving her shoulders of the burden of her head. To most men, Princess Zainab was beautiful, breathtakingly so, but the hate that he had for her and her family blinded him to her beauty. All Abu Bakr saw was his enemy. "We are to make camp, Your Highness," he replied, his deep voice booming in the fast-approaching darkness. Of course, he would be the only one actually camping. He thanked God it was not cold out. The princess and her slave had a nice cosy chariot to sleep in. Abu Bakr quickly built a fire as the slave went about making the meal. He despised calling the northern woman a slave, for he was no more free than her. His chains were just as apparent as hers, though his title was ward, a word to make his slavery seem less so. But slavery it was nonetheless. The northern woman seemed different tonight. Her ebony skin glistened in the fading light of the sun. She made a quick meal. Abu Bakr thanked her, but he noticed the look in her eyes. It was a look he had seen so many times in the eyes of his enemies. When they have accepted the fact that death was certain, but still wanted to fight on their feet. He, as a warrior himself, respected them and gave them a death worthy of them. Abu Bakr did not hate the men he faced in the field any more than they hated him. They had a job to do, and someone they served. They were honour-bound to obey that person, even if it cost them their life. Abu Bakr respected and honoured that, and everyone knew it. When he saw that same desperate look in the northern woman's eyes, it startled him. He knew she was going to try to kill the princess, if not him as well. She had been treated harshly by Phalor and his kin. But Zainab was kind to her, as kind as one could treat a slave. Abu Bakr wanted to take Princess Zainab's head just to hurt her father. He knew she was innocent despite his rage. One could argue that the princess was just as much a slave to her father as he was. The fact that she wanted to flee from him and run to the Chosen spoke to how she felt about her father directly. The northern woman was walking to the tree line for her own purposes. Abu Bakr rose quickly and caught up with her. The northern woman could not talk, but she hissed to alert him that she knew he was there. "I am only going to say this to you once. I know what you're planning." He growled and looked at the chariot where the princess was eating. The northern woman nodded her head. Abu Bakr was not sure if she was admitting it or acknowledging that she understood. "She is not the enemy. If you make a wrong move, or I feel you're even still thinking about harming her, on the honour of my father, I'll kill you. I would not think twice about it." Abu Bakr glared at her as he spoke. She gulped hard and again nodded. "We will both be free, sister. On my honour, when I make my move, I will not leave you behind. But don't touch the princess." Again, the northern woman nodded. Abu Bakr left her to her business and laid back down outside the chariot. He closed his eyes, confident the northern woman would not make an attempt on the princess's life. Well, at least not tonight. The Shadow. The demon, unleashed by Lorden, hissed from the cave and off towards the Chosen. Its mission to find Princess Zainab and report when she reaches the Chosen. This demon was the product of hell. Its body was a black flame. His voice a deep, distorted hiss. All it knew was pain and obedience to the magus who commanded it. The pitiful thing about these demons is they once were men. Men who, for one reason or the other, were cursed and forced into the torment of hell. This particular demon used to be the apprentice of the great Lorden. The apprentice betrayed him and tried to murder him as he slept. Lorden gave him the worst punishment he could think of. Gave him an eternity of torment and servitude. The demon was connected to Lorden. When Lorden gave it the command, it got a vision of what Princess Zainab looked like. The demon did not move like mortal creatures. It flickered in and out of this realm and was able to cross great distances in seconds. It was not long until it found her sleeping in her chariot. It hissed in pleasure and found a spot where the shadows were darkest and fixed its gaze on the chariot. The Council. Lorden looked over the royals and leaders of this world that gathered here. He was disappointed. The tension in this room was thick. He could slice it with his dagger. It wouldn't take much to plunge the realm into another war of the races. The elves hated the dwarfs hated everyone, and the humans' hate was determined by who paid the most. The only thing that all these wretched royals had in common was their fear of the Chosen. The fear of him destroying their blood and fear established monarchs. Everyone was here. The unease was palpable. Lorden took interest in Rahim the Black. It seemed he was at odds with his fellow dwarfs. His proud clan eyed the other dwarven leaders with the same animosity as they did the other races. Rahim's clan was not the largest, but it was indeed the fiercest. Lorden took note of this. He filed it away, along with countless other things he had noticed. He would use it to his advantage if he needed to. Phalor the Fearless hated the other human kings, but his eyes seemed distant. Lorden knew it was because of his daughter's absence. The elves are the only ones that seem to have some unity. Of course, they hated the other elven tribes, but they were all united when it came to dealing with outsiders. Say what you will about elves, they had a sense of racial pride that the other races lacked. Two elfish tribes could be bitter enemies, but would set aside their feud and fight next to their enemy to fend off outsiders. Then, when that was over, they would get back to their tribal wars. Lorden smiled as his eyes landed on the Dar-elf leader. Dar-elves were essentially brown-skinned elves who had two huge black angelic-like wings coming out of their backs. The Dar-elves, like all the other races, were at war with everyone. It was interesting to see the elves and Dar-elves in a weird, uneasy alliance against the Chosen. Centuries of war and bloodshed between the races had left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Samaya entered the room and nodded at Lorden. Lorden waved his hand, and a ball of black fire levitated in the middle of the council table. The royals hissed in surprise. In the depths of that black ball of fire, 3 figures could be seen. A huge woman knight, and a sickly, red-bearded mage, and an oddly dressed man whose eyes spoke of the heavens.
As you all know, the Chosen has returned, and war will be upon all the kingdoms soon.
Lorden began, but was interrupted by a dwarven lord.
How do you know that this is the Chosen?
He asked. An elf lord shook his head impatiently. We all saw his sigil in the sky, dwarf. We know he has returned, the elf lord said, irritated.
How do we know that's not the magic of the elves, huh?
The dwarven lord growled. The other dwarves agreed.
Right, as we're about to go to war, suddenly there's this Chosen sigil appears. Pretty convenient for you cowardly elves,
the dwarf lord stated. The elven lords did not take the bait. They just smiled. One of them leaned forward. If we were interested in a war with the drunken dwarves, we would be at your throats before you even knew you were in a fight. The dwarven lord laughed.
Your tiny blades can't even cut the weakest of dwarven beards.
The dwarves roared with laughter. Lorden was losing his patience. He waved his hand, and all the air was sucked from the chamber. All the lords started to gasp and choke, their lungs searching for air that was no longer there. Lorden let them gasp a moment, then said a word, and air came rushing back into the chamber. As soon as they could breathe, the lords and their guards drew their swords and turned towards Lorden. Samaya stepped forward, a black ball of hellish fire suspended above her open palm.
I would not advise any hostility, lords.
She spoke with a deadly calm.
Yes, lords, sit. This is no time for your petty bickering or your racial animosity. The Chosen threatens us all. If he rebuilds Alkebulan, he will once again rule over all of Darhavin. Your customs and gods will be destroyed. Your petty egos and differences mean nothing to him and his agenda.
Lorden paused a moment. The lords of the realm sheathed their weapons and grudgingly sat.
I was alive during the time of the last Chosen. I know full well the damage and destruction he brings. His kingdom may be in ruins, his once great army and order of knights in shambles and forgotten. But even a handful of his knights in his presence are worth 100 of your best men. We cannot let those who remain in his order to reach Alkebulan. We cannot allow him to rebuild. We must unite and march on his ancient city immediately.
Lorden spoke with a tone that made the lords uneasy. For never have they known the great High Magus Lorden to fear anything. Yet this Chosen made his normally calm and powerful voice quake, seemed to diminish his power and presence. The elder of the elven lords stood up. He glared directly at the dwarfs. If you agree to pull your armies out of all our territories, we will do the same.
Though we hate every dwarf in existence, we will pledge to fight this enemy together and keep our warriors in line. What say you, dwarf?"
The room was silent for a moment. Rahim the Black stood. His 2 guards tightened their grip on their weapons. "I can't speak for the other dwarves. I will halt my house's aggression with the elves, but my house will not join this fight and hunt for the chosen. We will fortify and prepare." The other dwarven lords grumbled. They wanted to call him a coward, but they knew better to challenge Rahim's honour like that. "I have fought these knights before. Even drunk, these knights are some of the fiercest warriors I have ever met. If Lorden speaks true that they are even stronger with the chosen back, I fear your combined campaign will be in vain. My men will protect our lands and defend our homes." Rahim boomed and left the chamber, his guards on his heels. The other dwarves looked around.
"I never thought the great house of Rahim the Black would submit to cowardice," a dwarf lord said.
He shook his head. His great beard swayed like a giant pillar coming from his chin. Rahim walked out of the council meeting, his guards close at his heels. His dark brow was furrowed as he pondered what had just happened. He had never backed out of a battle before. Undoubtedly, they would whisper he was a coward, but he had other plans. Rahim took a deep breath as he left the cave. He sighed and looked around. He stared off into the distance, as if lost someplace far in his mind. His dark eyes glistened as he saw something that no one else could. He sighed again. "So be it," he whispered. Then he turned to one of his elite guards. "Tell the general to send a handful of men to meet me on the road towards Alkebulan. The rest of the men are to head back to my lands, fortify it, and prepare for war." He paused a moment and stared back out in the distance. "Block all unknown traders and people from entering," he finished, and nodded to his guard. The guard grunted in acknowledgement and ran off to complete his lord's orders. Rahim, despite his hard coldness, was very attuned to himself and the feel of the air. He often would close his eyes and reach out to the wind. The wind seemed to tell him things, whisper things into his ear. He had been known to know secrets that no other should know. To know enemy movements and locations before sending a scout. His gift had guided him and helped him often. The wind spoke to him now. He didn't know what he was meant to do, but he knew he had to head towards Alkebulan. Something in the air was strange. He had to know why. The slave. She was called slave, but it was not always so. She was a great warrior of her people. The dishonour of capture caused her more pain than her treatment. She had fought in many battles and longed for her people, to embrace her sons and lay in her husband's arms, playing with his long, thick beard. But she had been gravely dishonoured by Phalor and his men. She could not return to her people until she had made that right. She had to kill Phalor, to break him as he had done to her. His men had raped her repeatedly. In fact, she had one of their seeds in her belly. She sat with her back against a tree. She had snuck out of the chariot when the princess slept. She needed time to herself. She placed a hand on her stomach. "I can't have you, little one," she thought, as she stared at the night sky. Tears like soft pearls slowly rolled down her ebony cheek as she pondered what must be done. She had fought in 1,000,000 and had slain countless enemies, yet when it came to the thought of killing the seed that grew inside her, she hesitated. Her hands would shake, for this was not the first time she thought of this. She had held blades to her stomach before, eager to be rid of this reminder of her rape. But each time she could not. Her mind would wander to her sons, and she would weep. Family was everything to her. She knew getting her revenge would be hard unless she rid herself of this child. "Great One of the heavens, what shall I do?" she whispered. She wiped fresh tears from her eyes and stared at her stomach. "You are just a clot now. I must end you, but my heart halts my hand every time," she whispered softly. "If I keep you alive, little one, you must promise to avenge your mother." She paused a moment, as if lost in thought. tears steady rolling down her face. They sparkled in the moonlight. That is the responsibility of our people. We avenge the wrongs down to our forefathers. She patted her stomach. Her thoughts drifted to Abu Bakr. She respected him greatly, not only as a warrior, but as a slave just like her. A warrior's honour was all they had outside of their skill. She trusted him when he said he would not leave without her. Maybe going to see this chosen, this supposed god in the flesh, would be the answer to her plight, the end to her enslavement. She leaned back against the tree and hummed one of the songs of her people. It was a sad song, but it reminded her of home. Since Phalor had her tongue out, she found comfort in humming. Humming was the only sound close to her old voice that she could get. The lack of her tongue allowed her to listen better. It greatly enhanced her hearing. She discovered a power in silence. She closed her eyes and slowly drifted to sleep. Muazama. The Guardian sighed as she left the Chosen at their camp. He had asked them to make camp on the outskirts of a small elven town. Humans and elves never got along very well. She just hated not being by his side. Not only was her power diminished a bit when she left his presence, but she worried about him. Her loyalty to him was without question. She felt uneasy that he was there with this assassin. She was different. There was a power in this assassin that was unnatural. She fought very well and without fear. What if she attacked him and she was not there to protect him? Bah, she thought out loud. As she remembered, he disarmed her with just his touch. She would just have to get over it. She didn't trust that assassin, but she did trust the Chosen. Besides, she had a mission and it needed her full attention. Elves and humans seemed to always be at each other's throats. Muazama did not care for elves. They were arrogant and acted like they were superior to all the other races. Muazama wore her armour proudly. The symbol of the Chosen glowed with its protection on her chest. Her shield slung across her back and her sword hung on her hip. Anyone seeing her would assume she was marching off to war. Their assumption would not be far off its mark. All knew that when the Chosen came, the world would plunge into chaos. She readied herself as she approached the guarded gates of this elven town. She did not know its name. "Stop, human!" an elf shouted as she came into arrow distance. She could tell a lot about a town by the state of its guards. These elves had random pieces of armour they had patched together. Most of it was in poor condition, as if it were taken from a corpse. They must not have a blacksmith, or their armour would be in a better state. Muazama stopped and eyed the guards. She counted 5. 2 stood before the gates and the others were archers that walked the ramparts, their bows all trained on her. "What is your business here, knight?" one of the guards shouted. Muazama had keen eyes and could see the archers signalling to others behind them. She knew reinforcements were being called. "I come on behalf of the Chosen. We seek lodging and accommodations." She shouted back. She could hear the laughter of the guards. This angered her. She would not allow these pointy-eared bastards to mock her master. Her hand gripped her sword hilt tightly. "You are not welcome here, knight. Turn back and leave these lands unharmed." They responded. The Guardian took a deep breath, calmed herself, and slowly backed away. She was no fool. They knew that the Chosen had to be camped close by. They would probably attack. If they did, they would bring a considerable force. She wondered who these elves were loyal to. What elven lord did they serve? Some sought to serve the Chosen, and others sought to destroy him. Her order of knights has protected and fought the wars of the Chosen since the first one appeared countless centuries ago. It is said that when a world is ready to advance, a Chosen comes. This rang true with Muazama. She had studied the legends and tales told of Chosens of the past. Each time he appeared, the world changed for the better. Of course, there are those that are afraid of losing their power to him or having their authority threatened. They do as any coward would and seek to destroy instead of listen. "Knight," a soft voice called out. Muazama was so lost in her thoughts, she did not see the old, haggard lady standing before her. Muazama jumped, startled, and drew her sword. The old lady put her hands up.
"I'm just an old woman, knight. Forgive me if I startled you,"
the old woman said. Muazama sighed and sheathed her sword. She silently scolded herself for allowing this old lady to come so close to her unnoticed. Even when the Chosen was not here and just a legend, people hated the Order. People hated to be reminded that one day someone would come and call them to account. "The fault is mine, old one. How can I help you?" Muazama replied. The old lady was human. She was dressed in ragged clothes, her head covered with a filthy, torn scarf.
"Is it true the Chosen is here? Can he heal with just a touch?"
the old lady asked. Muazama did not know if he could heal someone or not.
"I only ask because my grandson is very ill. Those bastard elves beat us near to death and refuse to let us in. There is over 6 of us over there."
She pointed to a ruined farm. Muazama sighed. She wanted to help, but she was cautious of an ambush. "Bring them to me, and hurry," Muazama instructed the old lady. A smile cracked her old, weathered face.
"I knew the Chosen would not leave us to die. Some thought he would, but not I."
The old lady beamed as she called for her family to come. The sight that met Muazama's eyes was horrid. These people were badly beaten. They looked starved. No more than stretched skin barely covering their bones. Muazama never really had a soft heart. She was all about service. Normally, she would leave these poor souls behind to get back to the Chosen. For some reason, her heart was softer. The sight of these wretches made her eyes water. She saw an older man holding a child who looked broken. Muazama sighed, steeling herself. She had to think and act. "Follow me," Muazama commanded. It was all she could do to hide the emotion in her voice. Of course, the Guardian did not know that those who served the Chosen closely took on his mannerism and heart. If he were cruel, so would they be. If he were kind and caring, their hearts would follow suit. This was a blessing and curse to those who served the Chosen. In war and in this world, one needed a balance of kindness and cruelty. Sometimes the greatest cruelty can be one's perception of kindness. Never minding the suffering of the one who does not want your kindness, the man carrying the boy stumbled. He was weak and malnourished. The Guardian took the broken boy from his arms. She had to breathe deeply to fight the surge of tears that threatened her eyes. The boy seemed no more than bone. His spine was twisted and legs misshapen. He smelled of unwashed defecation. His hair, black, matted with dirt and blood. He could not be more than 5 cycles. He was clearly in pain. "Are you okay, Knight?" he asked her. The Guardian smiled. Despite his suffering, he cared more about her than himself. She nodded in response. It was not long before they reached the camp. The Guardian noticed the Chosen in deep conversation with the assassin. The Guardian noticed her face seemed calmer, more at peace. The assassin looked up at her as she approached.
"Knight,"
she said, nodding in respect. She was armed again and disappeared into the woods. The Chosen, sensing the Guardian's unease, smiled at her. "Don't worry, Ionda is one of us now," the Chosen, and grabbed the broken boy from her arms. The others crowded around to try and touch him. The Guardian kept them back. The Chosen turned to them and smiled. "Have you come to serve?" he asked them. They all seemed transfixed by him, and nodded. The Chosen looked at the broken boy and hugged him close. "Be broken no more," he whispered. A light engulfed him. Through the brightness, the Guardian could see the Chosen kissing the boy on his forehead. Just as suddenly as it came, the light was gone. The boy stood before his grandmother, smiling. The boy had never walked before in his life. He still was malnourished, but he no longer seemed at death's door. The old lady sighed and hugged the boy. The Chosen looked at the Guardian. "Feed them and send them on their way except for the unbroken boy," he commanded. The old lady looked at the Chosen, puzzled. "Be at ease, Great Mother. There is a price one has to pay for such a blessing. The unbroken has chosen service. He will be well cared for and given a great life. God willing, he may even become a knight of my order," the Chosen said, and kissed the hands of the old lady respectfully. Tears mixed with joy and sadness streamed down the old lady's withered face. She said nothing but nodded. She always wanted better for the boy. She knew she could not offer him anything, nor could she protect him. This was a dream she had always had for him, a dream of giving him a better life.
"Don't forget your old grandmother, son."
The boy smiled. He placed his golden-brown hand on his grandmother's face, cupping her old cheeks. "Never," he responded. They stayed in that moment for as long as they could. The old mother turned away to eat. You could see her shoulders heave as she walked away. "Find me an Alkebulan, grandmother!" the boy shouted after her. Little did he know that his beloved grandmother would never see those ruins. Jashim. Jashim sighed deeply. He felt powerful, like he could do anything. He felt this entire world bend to his will. The trees seemed to bow to him as he walked. The sun seemed to rise just to greet him and give way for the moon to do the same. He didn't think he could heal that crippled boy, but he could, effortlessly. "Chosen?" he heard his guardian's voice. Jashim turned to her. "I believe the elves of that city will attack us. What is your command?" she said. Jashim nodded. "I sent Tyonda to scout their movements. I had a feeling someone would attack. Set perimeter and stay focused," Jashim commanded. The guardian nodded and called for Hamza. They quickly devised a plan and hurried to set it in motion. The now unbroken boy stared at the Chosen. "Master, how come my family could not come?" he asked. Jashim thought for a moment. He wanted to answer in a way that was not cruel. "I asked them to serve, and they agreed. Their service to me is to go out and spread the word that I am not cruel, that I took time to heal and care for wretches like them." The boy sighed. He didn't really understand. "We don't get to decide how we serve," Jashim said. "Your name now is Unbroken. It's a name that will one day be a legend in Darhavin. For now, go eat. You will be in your first battle soon." Ionda. Ionda took a deep breath as she disappeared into the trees. Once she thought she was out of sight, she stopped to just stare at the Chosen. It was strange. A few hours ago, she was hell-bent on killing him, per her contract. Now, here she was, ready to die for him. Her body shook. The further away from him she went, the more anxious she felt. When she was near him, she felt whole for once in her life. Near him, she was no longer broken. It was a strange feeling to feel normal, to not have the constant pain of a hurtful past. The burden of all the souls she took to the grave seemed to be lifted. Just his touch did that. It pulled her out of the madness. His face a beacon in her darkness, his touch a rope pulling her from the abyss. She sighed deeply. She did not want to leave his side, but he had sent her on a mission. No one outside of those nearest the Chosen knew she follows him. She had to keep it that way. She didn't understand why he was sending her away, but she would obey. She took a deep breath and steeled herself. Her, the betrayer, not fulfilling a contract was unheard of, but it was befitting of her name. There was a small tavern several nights' ride from here. She was tasked with protecting it and waiting for someone to show. She did not know who she was waiting for. But she knew they were important. She would ensure their safety to the ruins of Alkebulan. She would become a knight of the Chosen. If only her father were here. She knew he would be proud of her. Even now, as a grown woman, she still yearns to be that little girl waiting by the door for her father. "I fight for a cause you would be proud of, father," the betrayer said softly. She took a deep, shuddering breath and pushed the memory of her father away. The elves were coming. These foolish bastards were loudly marching through the woods. They thought they could ambush the Chosen. Maybe it was too much mead or the elfish arrogance that made them believe that they alone could vanquish the one sent to set the world afire. Many who followed the Chosen saw him as a beacon that would destroy evil and heal the world. The betrayer was not so naive. She knew he came for blood, that destruction and death would follow him. The very gods who inhabit this world would tremble at his feet. Good and evil was just a matter of opinion. For one who has romanced with death, she knew all too well the signs of death presence. The betrayer moved silently through the woods towards the sound of the elves, her 2 swords unsheathed and glistened in the fading light of day. It was not long until she was upon the foolish elven guards. The betrayer walked out of the woods like a shadow stepping into the light. Elven guards stopped and drew their weapons when they saw her.
"Begone, human, I won't tell you again,"
one of the elves shouted at her. The betrayer lowered her gaze and smiled darkly at them. Before the elf could speak again, she had thrown a knife through his neck. Without pause, she was cutting down the next elf. She loved the fluid motion of battle. To her, it was like a dance. In this dance, she was the master. The world seemed to slow for her as she hacked and slashed through flesh and bone. She started to hum a song her father used to sing to her, a song that always calmed her as a child when she was scared. She hummed softly as she dodged a blade and gutted an elf, hummed some more as she killed one elf after another. It was not long before she stood alone, surrounded by elvish corpses. She wiped the blood from her blades on one of the slain elves' cloaks. She knew more would come, but they would be the big knight's problem. She had to make her way on foot to this tavern. Phalor the Fearless. Phalor left the meeting unconvinced of the threat that this strange brown man was. The others may think this man will destroy the world and kingdoms, but he would not destroy mine. Out of all the lords, Phalor was the one that none with sense trusted. Phalor will shake your hand in peace while stabbing you with the other. As Phalor strode to his awaiting soldiers, he thought of his daughter, Zainab. It was strange that she was not here with his ward, Abu Bakr. Phalor, being the man he was, ruled out foul play. He knew anyone foolish enough to try and attack a caravan under his banner would not make it past Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr may be a big fool, bound by his self-righteous honour, but he was by far the best warrior that Phalor had ever seen. Watching him fight was like watching a dance that was just as beautiful as it was deadly. He knew his daughter had decided to seek out the Chosen. He sighed. He knew being his daughter was too much for her soft heart. He was seen as a vile monster to most of Darhavin. Only those who wore the crown would understand how heavy it could be. His poor, gentle, and kind Zainab would either be crushed by the weight of it or become just as much of a monster as him. All he has done and will do has always been for the betterment of his kingdom and people. Indeed, he ruled with a fist, but of all the human realms his was the most prosperous, the safest. His people may grumble about his heavy-handedness, but their stomachs are never empty and purses remain full. The same cannot be said for most realms. He was Phalor the Fearless, a moniker given to him because he was not afraid to do what he must do. Phalor thought of his father. It was an open secret in the realms that he had slain his father for the throne. Though it was true the loss of his father still pained him to this day. Nothing can replace the loss of a father. Be you a peasant or a king, your father was the immovable rock and shaper of your destiny. He moulded you into the man that you would become. You were to continue what he started. You will always be in his shadow, even if no one else saw it. He always loomed over you. Phalor sighed. His father was a strong king, taught him about loyalty to his kingdom and people above else. Being a king means many will hate you, Phalor, for no one understands the weight of the crown, the sacrifices and things you must do in order to advance your kingdom. Phalor's father's deep voice boomed in his head as he remembered him. Phalor frowned as he remembered the sword he stabbed in his father's gut, the look of understanding and forgiveness in his father's eyes as he drove it deeper. There was no hate there, just love. Phalor's father had a different vision for his kingdom than he did. His father seemed to be getting softer in old age. Many of his most trusted generals felt his father's new ways dangerous. So, they bade him to end his father's reign and take the crown. Though he agreed with the general, they were traitors and could not be trusted. One of Phalor's first acts as king was to hang those generals and all who dared encourage him to murder his father. If they could betray their king so easily, they could do the same to him. Phalor could not have that. Phalor reached his caravan and got in. He did not travel with servants or slaves. He did most things himself. All that came with him were his best warriors. Phalor was always prepared for war, another lesson from his father. You can't wear the crown without making enemies. Indeed, this crown has made him many enemies. Phalor sighed as he began the long trek back to his castle. He would have to mobilize most of his army and position them at the ruins of old Alkebulan. He knew the merit of the ancient order of knights that guarded the Chosen. If they became more powerful with the Chosen here, the fight that was to come would be one for the ages. Phalor called for his captain. Majesty, the middle-aged soldier grunted. The captain was a hardened veteran of many wars. He was a stout, loyal man that Phalor trusted with his life. Phalor sighed deeply. The crown on his head weighed too heavy at this moment. He felt it would crush him. His precious Zainab was a traitor to the crown. None knew of this fact except him. But he knew it would not be long until word got out that she was at least missing. He had to rule with a heavy hand. His beautiful, kind-hearted Zainab, the beloved princess of his realm, had to be brought in.
The princess is a traitor. Put the word out that she is to be brought in alive.
Phalor sighed and paused a moment. The weight of his crown so unbearable, he took it off and set it on his lap. But that did not lessen its weight on his head. His father's voice pierced his mind, mocking him. Poor son, his father said, shaking his head.
The weight of the crown is not a physical thing. You can't just take it off and expect the burden of it to vanish.
The captain waited patiently as Phalor mused over his next words.
She is heading to find the Chosen and join him. Send several of our best trackers to locate her and bring her in. She travels with my ward, Abu Bakir. If he resists, kill him,
Phalor commanded. The captain nodded and rode off to fulfill his lord's command. This Chosen has not even been on the battlefield yet, and already his was the most dangerous of enemies. He stole the heart and turned brother against brother, a beloved daughter against her loving father. The Guardian. The big Guardian paced in her position on the road. She was seething. She did not want to be so far away from the Chosen. He did not really know who he was yet. If these elves attacked, this would be the first major battle. Her big shield gripped in her left hand, much lighter than usual. She felt stronger, faster, damn near invincible. But she felt uneasy. She felt aggressive and angry. This was strange to her. She did not know why she felt this way. The Guardian knew she was connected to the Chosen. All the knights of his order were, but her connection to him was stronger, for she was his personal shield, his bodyguard. This was her life's task. She had trained all her life and bested all that stood in her way for this honour, an honour that she never thought would happen in her lifetime. Now here she stood, ready to kill in the name of her lord. She banged her sword hard against her shield. The sound of metal on metal clanged in the night that was far too quiet. She knew the elves were out there. "Come on!" she shouted into the night. The rage boiling inside her scared her. This was not her. But she could not control, nor could she fight it. She banged her sword against her shield again. Another loud clang shook the night like thunder. She paced in the darkness like a caged beast, one who knew their prison would be unlocked soon, and she would rush to freedom. "Fucking elves," she growled, hiding in the darkness like cowards. She heard some movement in front of her. Like an apparition, many elven warriors appeared before her. Their blades were not drawn, but the look in their eyes was familiar to her. It was the emptiness of a soldier, one that knew they would kill or be killed this night. They had come to terms that they may never see their families again. They may never kiss their children or hear their laughter again. They had said their silent goodbyes to everything they held dear and embraced the sword, blood, and death. A dark smile spread across the Guardian's face as she stared at the seemingly endless rows of elves before her. "You're going to need more than this," she said, and readied her sword and shield. Still, the elves did not move. A heavily armoured elf stepped forward. He was bigger than most elves, his face and arms scarred as if from a million cuts of a sword. The symbol of the Chosen glowed blue on the Guardian's shield and breastplate. She took a deep breath and quieted her beating heart. The heavily armoured elf held up his hand in a sign of peace.
"Let us pass, knight. Our quarrel is not with you." The elf's accent was thick.
The Guardian could hardly understand the trade tongue he was trying to speak. There were many races that lived on Darhavin. Each had their own unique language. Even the tribes amongst each race spoke a different tongue. So the leaders and rulers of each race sat down and created a language known by all. They called it the trade tongue. For thousands of years, the races of this world communicated with each other through this mutual language. "I serve the Chosen. If your quarrel is with my master, then it is also with me," the Guardian said calmly.
"So, it is true then?"
the elf asked.
"The Chosen has truly returned?"
The big elf smiled, looking at the glowing blue symbol on the knight's shield.
"I am surprised you don't recognize us,"
the big elf said mockingly. The Guardian looked closely at the insignia on the elf's chest. He was of the Order of Darhavin. They were an order of knights just as ancient as that of the Chosen. Their life was in service to Darhavin. They kept the peace. Their ranks were filled with all of the races of the land. They pledged to no king or ruler. They served Darhavin, and Darhavin alone. Their order had not deteriorated like that of the Chosen. They were fierce warriors and had fought against every Chosen that had ever come. They were the only army that could ever give the Order of the Chosen pause. They did not have a lord or god, but they had a purpose. They clung to and fought for that purpose with religious zeal, though they lacked the power of the Order of the Chosen. Any who was set and ready to die for their cause was indeed a viable threat, and not to be taken lightly on any field of battle.
"So, we are at an impasse, knight," the big elf said. "We come to arrest your master, yet you stand in our way. You alone, knight, against the small army I have with me." The elf paused. "I give you this one chance to step aside."
The Guardian smiled. "You know I can't do that, Darhavian," the Guardian replied. She called them by the name of their order. She banged her sword loudly against her shield again. The big elf sighed.
"So, the war for the world against the Chosen begins again," the Darhavian said,
and motioned his men to attack.
"Indeed it does,"
the Guardian replied, and rushed forward in the night, she alone, a blue blur facing an army. Hamza. Hamza stood beside the Chosen. He leaned his head back and stared at the night sky. He revelled in the power that pulsed through him. He glowed blue with the power of the Chosen. For this power he would gladly bow at the feet of this man. Hamza had always been a sorcerer, but his power was extremely limited with the Chosen absence from Darhavin as long as he was. Now that he stood beside him, the power flooded him. He felt like he could burn the world. This power was like a drug, and he was an addict at its mercy. Though Hamza enjoyed the surge of power coursing through his veins, he knew something was off. He, like all the others who were part of the Chosen's order of knights, were connected to the Chosen. If the Chosen was angry and hostile, so were his knights. If the Chosen were kind and benevolent, ultimately his knights would be too. Hamza felt the confusion in the Chosen, like he had not accepted who and what he was, like he was fighting against what he was meant to do. But most of all, the Chosen was angry. There were only a few who sought his company that had swords. They stood before the Chosen swords, trembling in hand that had never been in any battle. But yet they stood ready to die for the man they thought was a god in the flesh. "Hamza," the Chosen said. His voice, deep and filled with power, gave all around him no choice but to obey his command. "Yes, my lord," Hamza replied, kneeling before the Chosen. "Muazama is in danger. Go to her," he said, and touched Hamza's forehead. Hamza jolted at his touch. A vision of the Guardian alone, battling countless Darhavians, invaded Hamza's mind. The big knight howled in rage as she cut down enemy after enemy. She fought like she was possessed. Her armour glowing blue in the darkness made her look almost godly. She moved with a grace that defied human ability. Homza knew exactly where she was. "Yes, my lord," he said, as he stood and disappeared into the night. Jashim. Jashim sighed as he felt the power of the world fill his body. He could crush all of Darhavin with a single word. He looked down at his hands that glowed blue like the rest of his body. Blue, violent fire danced around him. He could feel the flames. They worshipped him. He was the master of this destructive chaos, and they begged for him to unleash them. They wanted to devour, consume, and destroy. He heard a gasp from one of the scared farmers who stood in front of him. He knew they could not protect him and would die. He could tell them to leave, send them someplace safe, for he did not need them to protect him. Nothing that walked in this world could harm him. But who was he to stop these men from doing what they felt was right? Who was he to tell men who worshipped him not to? "They're here, master," one of the farmers said. Jashim could feel their resolve as they raised their swords. Jashim waved his hand, releasing the dancing blue fire that surrounded him. The flames hissed in anticipation as they raced forward to consume the knights of Darhavin that approached him. The smell of their burning flesh mixed with their screams as they fell before the blue flame. The Darhavin knights broke rank and fled from him, but they could not outrun the flame. The flame hungered for them, and it would not be denied. Jashim knew this was the last battle he would participate in. He was too powerful. His mission here was much more than just destroying this world. He has to reform it and reshape it. The people of this world had to do that under his guidance. This war to reshape Darhavin was a game of chess. He would be the hand that moved the pieces, not to piece himself. He called his flame back as the knights of Darhavin fled from him. He knelt. He was starting to feel weak. His body was not used to containing such power. It was taxing on his body and mind to control it. "They will not return," Jashim said to the farmers and sat down. The farmers sighed, relieved that they did not have to fight. They made a circle around him, their swords still drawn. They would stay that way until his guardian returned. Jashim stared in the blue flames. He could see the face of his wife, frowning at him. She had always said he would be a tyrant if he had power. He shook his head. She was wrong. "Gather all of my knights in the ruins of Alkebulan," Jashim whispered to the flames. The flames screamed in acknowledgement and disappeared to do their master's bidding. Jashim sighed again deeply. "I guess I am to be a god," he said, and smiled into the darkness. Muazama. The sound of metal and death filled the night air. Muazama, the big guardian, weaved through the knights of Darhavin like they were nothing. The blue symbol of the Chosen glowed eerily through her blood-soaked armour. She roared loudly as she faced off with more elves. 20 or so of them lay dead at her feet. Yet their numbers seemed endless. The elves paused, seemingly unsure if they should still attack. Muazama banged her sword against her shield again. The normal, sharp clang it gave off was muffled by the thick coat of elven blood that covered her sword and shield. The sound it made added to the growing fear in the elves that stood across from her. She pointed her sword at them. "Come, elves, your friends are lonely," she said, and bring her sword around to point at many dead around her feet. The elves screamed and came at her again. Muazama smiled as she cut them down. She laughed loudly as she slammed her shield in an elf's face. The sickening crunch of his broken face satisfying her. She got in her rhythm. The battle became a familiar dance to her. The screams of those that fell to her blade was the melody she moved to. She dodged a vicious blow to her throat and gutted another. More elven bodies littered the ground around her. "Guardian!" A voice boomed behind her. She barely turned in time for her shield to take the blow of a huge hammer. She fell back a bit. It was the huge elf commander. He was quick and struck again and again, her shield absorbing the blow. She found herself on one knee. The rest of the army, seeing her vulnerable, moved in for the kill. Muazama screamed as she felt a sharp pain in her side. She had been stabbed deeply. She slumped a bit, the blows of the elf commander's hammer continuing to rain down. She swung her sword wide, cutting the legs off of the nearest elf. She felt herself fading. There were just too many. Another hard blow from the elven commander. Her grip on her shield started to fail. She was in agony as she felt another stab. She could not die yet. She would not allow it. She had to serve the Chosen. She dug deep and pushed up hard on her shield, just as the elf commander struck it. The elf commander stumbled back. This was the opening she needed. She sprang forward and ran her blade through his throat before he could recover. She spun as she felt another deep stab. She felt weak. "I will not fall!" she roared. As she parried another blow, she was surrounded and wounded. Like savage beasts, they could sense their prey weakening. They advanced on her, their numbers still beyond counting. She did not want to be the first casualty on her master's side in this war. "Chosen, aid your servant," she whispered. She felt a hard blow to her back. As she spun to stab the elf, she was struck again from her side. She could see the deathly smiles on the elves' faces as they advanced on her for the kill. Just as they were about to strike, blue balls of fire engulfed them. As if out of thin air, Hamza appeared. He waved his staff in the air and lightning struck the ground, and elves alike all around them. His eyes glowed with the dark blue of the Chosen. The elves backed up a bit. They were an elite order. So, despite their losses on this new devastating threat, they did not give ground. They were rallying behind one of their field commanders. Hamza wrapped his arms around the big knight. She bled from many wounds, but was able to stand and raise her shield to guard him against any blow. "Our master awaits us," he said, smiling. A blinding blue light engulfed them. The light was so bright that Muazama could not take it. Wounded and weary as she was, she closed her eyes and gave in to the darkness. "Thank you, master," she whispered, thanking the Chosen for answering her prayer. Zainab groaned as she stretched her legs. She was not used to being on the road like this. Her being a princess, everything was done for her. She never herself had to wonder where her food came from or if she would have a hot meal that night. She had always empathized with the poor and needy, but never did she understand their plight, their struggle just for a swallow of water, until now. She respected them all the more. They had been on the road for over 2 weeks now. She knew her father, with his shrewdness, had figured out she had abandoned him. She wondered how he was taking it, if he had branded her a traitor. Was she even still a princess? She sighed. She missed her father. As hard and cruel as he may be, he was still her father, her only living family in this world. He had protected her and raised her to not worry or want for nothing. Zainab stared at the rising sun and wiped tears from her eyes. "I hope you understand why I left, father," she whispered. Hoping that her plea would be carried on the wind to his ears, she, like most daughters, wanted to be a daddy's girl, wanted to be the centre of their father's eye, to have him wrapped around her finger, to watch him melt and give in as she pouted in the cutest face she could muster. She never got that with her father. He loved her, but was always indifferent towards her. Maybe he saw her mother in her, and the thought of her mother pained him. With him, everything was about duty and honour above all else. To protect her family name and serve the kingdom that she would one day inherit. She yawned as the dawn sun began to pierce the night sky. She was not much use on the road so far. She had asked the slave to teach her basic things. She hated calling the woman a slave. She did not know any other name to call her. She promised to rectify that soon. She set out to gather firewood. She hoped to surprise her companions by having breakfast ready for them. She wanted to prove that she was not some useless princess, a pretty face that was only good at soothing the anger in their heart towards her father. As she was gathering wood for the morning fire, she heard the beating of several horses as their hooves tore the earth beneath them. They were approaching fast. She dropped the wood she had gathered and ran as fast as she could back to the camp. Abu Bakr, being the seasoned warrior he was, insisted that they make camp a ways away from the road and concealed the chariot in the trees. As she neared the camp, she saw Abu Bakr up and strapping his sword to back. He was a huge man, his brown, muscled frame glistening in the dawn light. The woman called the slave stood next to him. She fingered 2 daggers sheathed in her belt. The slave saw the princess and locked eyes with her. Her gaze was cold. The slave pointed to the chariot. Zainab understood her meaning and ran inside it. Again, she felt so damn useless. She could not wield a sword nor help her companions in any way in a fight. Several horses appeared from among the trees. Abu Bakr drew his greatsword. Zainab recognized the banner the men flew. It was her father's men. How did they track them so fast? The 3 men dismounted their horses and looked at Abu Bakr. "By order of King Phalor, mightiest of the human kings, we are to arrest you, son of King Amin," one of the men boomed. Zainab could see a smile cross Abu Bakr's bearded face. His grip on his sword tightened. "Princess Zainab has been branded and traitor and enemy of the crown. Is she with Ward?" the man asked Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr did not answer. He seemed lost in thought for a moment. He knew he put his father's lands in jeopardy by violating the terms of peace by being the ward of King Phalor. The men, sensing that he might resist, drew their swords. "If you refuse to come, we are ordered to kill you," the man said. With a speed that defied his size, Abu Bakr spun and swung his sword, taking the man's head from his shoulders. It happened so fast that the man's body seemed not to comprehend what had just happened. Zainab heard a thud as the man's head fell in the dirt. One of the other men blew a horn. Several other horns sounded in response. Zainab sighed. They were surrounded. She knew there were many of her father's men nearby. "Gather what you can and ready the horses," Abu Bakr barked at the slave. She nodded and set about the task. Abu Bakr parried and blew from one of her father's men and nearly cut him in half with a counter-strike. The man tried to run, but he was not faster than Abu Bakr's sword. Before the man could turn around to flee, he was gutted and lay on the ground clutching the deep hole in his stomach. He held his stomach as if he could keep his blood from spilling out. "Come, princess!" Abu Bakr boomed and grabbed his horse reins from the slave. Zainab tried to grab what supplies she could from the chariot. She stumbled and fell hard as she ran. She grunted in pain as the air was knocked from her. "Hurry, princess!" Abu Bakr boomed. He dismounted his horse and started to engage more of her father's men. The clash of steel rang out as Zainab fumbled to her feet. She again felt helpless. She wanted to take as much of the supplies as she could. She wanted to prove that she was not completely useless out here. Each time she tried to gather the supplies, she would stumble and fall again. "Damn this dress!" she cursed. She vowed to never wear a dress again. There was no point in her being a lady outside of the palace. Out here, in the real world, she was just like everyone else. Like them, she had to pull her weight and struggle to survive. She heard a man scream as Abu Bakr cut him down. She looked down at the supplies she struggled to carry and sighed. She would have to leave them. She ripped her dress so she could move more freely. "Princess!" Abu Bakr yelled. He parried a sharp blow meant for her throat. Zainab stood and ran to the horses. The cool morning breeze felt good against her bare legs. The slave handed her the reins to her horse and helped her mount, then mounted her own horse. Abu Bakr slew the man in front of him and, hopping on his horse, digging his heels in the horse side. The horse took off. Zainab and the slave's mounts followed behind them. Zainab was excited. She was not sure if she should be. People were dying and they were fleeing for their lives, but for the first time she felt truly alive and, most of all, free. It was exhilarating racing through the woods on her horse, her long black hair fluttering behind her. She wondered how her father's men found them so quickly. They had had nearly a week's head start on them. They fled for hours until they were forced to stop and rest their horses. The poor beast was ragged. The mouth flecked with foam, their strong bodies sweaty and shuttered. They did not talk as they dismounted and walked their horses. They have to find some place to rest for the night. She knew they were still many weeks away from the ruins of Alkebulan. Zainab's heart was heavy. She thought her father would disown her, but to hear that it actually happened troubled her greatly. Now she was homeless. She had no lands and no place to call home. She sighed deeply. She was no longer a princess. It is strange how quickly your life can change. She awoke one day as a princess and heir to one of the greatest kingdoms in the human realms, only to awake the next day and be a titleless nobody. Abu Bakr held up his fist, motioning them to stop. In the clearing, seemingly in the middle of nowhere, was a tavern. The sign above it read, "The Winker." The normal sounds and laughter and men drinking erupted from it. They had to be sure it was a tavern welcome to humans. "Wait here a moment," Abu Bakr said. He did not have to explain why. We all knew he was going to see if it was safe for us. Besides, Zainab was no longer a princess, so she felt she had no authority to ask anything of him. As far as she was concerned, he and the slave were free. She watched Abu Bakr disappear into the tavern. He was a big man with an intimidating presence. She was confident that no matter the situation, he would be able to make it out of the tavern without any problem. If there were problems, he had his sword and he was masterful with it. They did not have to wait long before the big man appeared again. He waved them over. Apparently it was safe. The slaves grabbed the reins of Abu Bakr's horse and tethered it in the stables, along with ours. The sounds and smells coming from the tavern were exciting. She was starving. Abu Bakr met them by the tavern door. The tavern patrons did not seem to notice them as they entered. If they did not care. Zainab's heart raced. The smells and the sights of such a commonplace were new to her. She saw all races here. This was one of the few places that served all with coin, a place that took no sides, and the wars between people were left at the door. She liked the feel here. Men groping the barmaids and laughing as their hands were slapped away. The smell of ale, meat and sweat were intoxicating. Abu Bakr grabbed her hand and led her to a room he had purchased for the night. The room was bare. It had 2 stacks of hay on the floor in what was to be their beds. A bucket in the corner that was to be used as their bathroom. The room smells of piss and shit. Zainab gagged as she entered. "Sorry I could not find you palace accommodations," Abu Bakr mocked. He lit the torch in the room. Rats scurried away from the light. "I'll have to change your appearance and dirty you up a bit, princess," he said, drawing his dagger. Zainab stepped back, afraid. "I'm not going to harm you," Abu Bakr said impatiently. Zainab sighed. Of course he would not hurt her. He was sworn to her. No matter what, Abu Bakr would follow through on his vow, even if it meant his death. The slave found an old stool in the room and brought it over for Zainab to sit on. Zainab frowned. "I am no longer a princess. You don't have to serve me," she said sadly. Abu Bakr and the slave stared at each other for a moment, then laughed. Zainab was confused. The slave motioned her to sit down and took the dagger from Abu Bakr. Zainab sat and grimaced loudly as she did. The stool was filthy and stank of things she did not care to think about. "We don't serve you," Abu Bakr said, as the slave grabbed a handful of her hair and started to cut. Zainab winced and cried as her once beautiful and clean hair fell to the filthy floor beside her. "I swore to get you to the Chosen, and I will see that through," Abu Bakr said. Zainab nodded. She knew she had no allies. Abu Bakr was with her out of honour, nothing more. Once he fulfilled his promise, he would leave her. This world was lonely. She did not know why the slave stayed. "Can I call you something besides slave?" Zainab asked as the woman cut more of her hair. The slave frowned and shook her head. Slave was her name now, and for whatever reason she wanted to keep it. Abu Bakr pulled some commoner's clothes out of his backpack and set them on the floor next to Zainab. "When she's done with your hair, change into these and come downstairs. We need to eat and plan our next moves," Abu Bakr said, and left the room. The door closed heavily behind him. Zainab sighed as she looked at the rags, he called clothes, on the dirty floor. The dress she wore, as dirty and as torn as it was, still was nicer than these smelly things she was asked to wear. Zainab winced as more of her hair was cut. Zainab started to sob. All of the day's events weighing down on her. The slave patted her on her shoulder to comfort her.
Greatness takes great sacrifices, daughter. She remembered a lesson her father taught her about the ruling. She did not know why she thought of her father just now, but his lesson rang true to her and gave her strength. She wiped the tears from her eyes. "You were right, father," she whispered, as the slave cut more of her hair. Ionda. Ionda sat in the back of the crowded and loud tavern. She was surprised this tavern was so busy, since it was literally in the middle of nowhere. She could not tell what realm or state it was under, or if it was in some weird place on the map that no one had yet claimed. The tavern was loud, dirty, and filled with rowdy drunks. They pinched barmaids and told wild tales that all knew were lies. Ionda loved places like this. These were regular people. Regular people, for the most part, knew to mind their own business. Normal people had a dislike and a mistrust for anyone but other poor, hard-working people. Just as the nobles and royals looked and the poor peasantry with disgust, the poor felt the same about the rich and lofty titled. The line between the classes was plainly drawn. Even the lower people from different warring nations could come to a place like this and sit what a man from the opposing race and find his best friend. Those in the dregs of society did not care for the wars and ideals of the government they were born to. They just wanted to live and enjoy life as best they could. For most, it was a cold cup of bitter, nasty ale and meal that won't leave you sick. It had taken Ionda nearly a week to make it to this tavern. It was uneventful. Ionda grew up in the streets, killing and surviving. People who have lived the life she has and grew up like her gave off an air that caused most to avoid them, made people uneasy around them. It also was very lonely. Ionda never had a romantic interest. She had indulged in the carnal cravings of humanity, but it was nothing more than that for her. She had no room or place for love and romance in her life. The only man she ever truly loved was her father. She sighed. Now she loved the Chosen. Not romantically, but the way one would the person that brought you back from the dead and gave you purpose. She would worship the Chosen, her head bowed at his feet for all eternity if he would allow it. Life had been strange for her. She would have never guessed that she would end up here, serving the Chosen. She, the betrayer, the demon that no one could hide nor run from. People from all the races of Darhavin sought her out for her blade, for there was no better assassin than her in all of the realms. Yet, instead of putting her blades at the throats of the Chosen's many enemies here, she sat awaiting a princess to arrive and escort her safely to the Chosen. To top that off, she had no idea where the Chosen would be at. He had given her the route he would be taking, but she had no way to tell if he had already passed through or not. Ionda sipped her warm ale out of its dirty mug. She smiled as she removed something that was floating in her drink. The dirtier the better, she thought. She had sat here for 2 days waiting on the princess to show up. 2 days of listening to tales of drunks. As she was about to call it a night, she saw her. Though the princess was dishevelled and dirty, her hair sloppily cut, there was no mistaking the beauty of Princess Zainab. Even through the dirt and grime, she shone. The air she gave off exposed how out of place she was in the dredges and among the lowest elements in society. The 2 people she was with were peculiar to Ionda. One was a pregnant, dark-skinned woman, clearly from the northern human realms. She tried to hide her pregnancy, but Ionda missed nothing as she observed. The northern woman was a warrior, though she looked beaten and worn down. The fiery look in her eyes was all too familiar. The big guy might be a real problem for her. She did not know exactly who he was, but from his adornments and the accent on his tongue, he was clearly from the desert kingdoms of King Amin. They were renowned warriors. The dirty and horrid appearance of the princess led Ionda to believe that the princess was either kidnapped or being hunted. Either way, she would take her to the Chosen as ordered. Ionda went to the innkeeper and slipped him some coin. She nodded at the princess and her companions. The innkeeper gave her a toothy smile and whispered their room number. Now to the fun part, Ionda thought. As she made her way to their room to wait in the darkest corner for them, the room smelled horrible. She could hear the scurrying of rats and other rodent-like creatures.
This inn was a real dump. She had slept in some pretty bad places, but none of those places she had to pay for. But if she was a princess on the run, this would be a good choice. No one in their right mind would willingly pay to stay here unless they were hiding. Ionda did not have to wait too long before she heard fumbling at the door. She heard the big man curse as he struggled to put the room key in the keyhole in the dark. Ionda was excited. She itched for battle, and the men from the deserts of King Amin were renowned warriors. She would have to disable him as soon as possible. She didn't mind a good fight, but she had a mission here. The sooner she got through with this task, the better. She longed to be back near the Chosen. He kept her demons at bay. Now that she was so far away from him, she felt them creeping back from wherever dark place in her mind they were hiding. Ionda took a deep breath and steeled herself, slowed her breathing and focused. She silently drew her dagger and sword. She could fight with any weapon, but she enjoyed the dagger and sword. It was quiet and convenient for silent, quick kills in small spaces. The big man finally got the door open and entered the room. As soon as he did, he drew his sword. "You're not as stealthy as you think, you are assassin," the big man growled into the darkness. It was clear to Ionda that he knew she was in the room, but not exactly where. If she was going to strike, she had to do it now before his eyes adjusted to the darkness. "Abu Bakr?" Zainab said, concerned. "There she is," Ionda thought. The big man stepped in front of her, and the northern woman gracefully moved into the room, her daggers drawn. She hissed and threw a dagger right at Ionda. Ionda was surprised the mute northern woman could see her. She easily sidestepped the dagger, and it sunk into the wooden wall behind her. Ionda did not make a sound as she leaped at the northern woman, taking a vicious strike at her throat. The woman was quick and dodged it. As she did, Ionda spun and sunk her dagger in the woman's leg, disabling her. The northern woman hissed in pain. Ionda did not stop to finish her off. She just kept moving towards Abu Bakr. The big warrior growled as he parried a sharp blow from Ionda. He moved just as quickly as her. For a moment they were locked in a dance as steel rang out, a whirl of blades as they fought and circled. Ionda was shocked at how Abu Bakr fought and moved with that huge sword of his. She assumed she would be faster. It seemed she had underestimated him. Ionda saw an opening and went to slash Abu Bakr's thigh. She saw a smile cross his bearded face as the blow struck. He had baited her, and she fell for it. He took the opening and rammed the hilt of his sword into her gut, knocking the air from Ionda's lungs. Ionda shook her head as she realised she allowed her arrogance to underestimate this man. Without stopping, he used the flat side of his blade and took Ionda's legs from under her. She fell hard on her back. Before she could move, he kicked her blades from her grasp and wrapped his huge hand around her throat. He picked her up, with one hand, choking her. She hung in his grasp like a rag doll. "Who sent you, assassin?" he growled. Ionda felt his grasp loosen a bit so she could talk. The only time Ionda had faced such strength was when she fought the big knight. "My lord chosen," she gasped. She felt his grasp relax as he took in her words. That was all Ionda needed. She pulled her legs up and kicked him as hard as she could in his throat. Abu Bakr gasped and dropped her. Ionda heard him coughing, and she grabbed her blades again. "Round 2, then?" Ionda asked as she poised to attack again. Abu Bakr growled and raised his sword. "This time I will kill you," his voice booming in the darkness. "Wait!" the dirty and ragged Zainab shouted, and she got in between them. "Out of the way, princess. I am to bring you uninjured to my lord." Ionda hissed. "Just stop, both of you," Zainab said, putting her dirty hands up. "It seems we are on the same side." Zainab paused to catch her breath. This was terrifying for her. She had never seen battle until recently. First her father's men, now this. She breathed hard and fast, trying to calm the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "We are trying to find the Chosen too. We want to join him," Zainab said breathlessly. She was feeling lightheaded. She couldn't stand any longer. Before she could catch herself, she felt the cold, hard, dirty floor on her face, followed by a darkness she could not pierce. Hafsa. Hafsa sighed as the cool mid-afternoon breeze touched her elven face. She stood on the ramparts of what was the great fortress of the Chosen. Now it was in ruins. Huge chunks of the once mighty fortress walls decayed and lain strewn across the land. Once great building crumbled to dust. It was hard to believe that once Alkebulan was the stronghold of the world, that the most powerful man alive sat on his throne here. If there ever was a graveyard for great empires, this was surely it. The land looked wasted and depleted. Hafsa did not know how it could ever be rebuilt. Hafsa brushed a long strand of thick black hair from her deep almond-brown eyes. She had been sent here with a small team to assassinate the Chosen. She was an officer of the Knights of Darhavin. She loved the Order and owed it everything. They found her a wandering elven child in a land that was not kind to elves and took her in, trained her and gave her a purpose greater than herself. She had served the Knights of Darhavin all her life. Her loyalty was unwavering. Yet she knew this mission was foolish. If this man was truly the Chosen, then he was essentially a god in the flesh of a mortal. All the armies this world possessed could not kill him, let alone harm. Though she disagreed with the mission, it was the one given to her. She would see it through even if it cost her life. She knew it likely would. Hafsa was taller than most elves, her skin a deep brown, the colour of fresh bark on a growing tree. She was said to be the most beautiful woman among the Knights of Darhavin. To her, that was not saying much. Most knights of her order were brutes. As an elf, even the most beautiful of humans paled in comparison to the homeliest of elves. She was not sent here alone, though. A small team accompanied her, their mission the same: kill the Chosen. Hafsa had to figure out how. From the reports of the Darhavin scouts, he was several weeks away. He seemed to grow more powerful with each passing day. In the last reports she got, he and his knights had destroyed several contingents of their knights, burnt them alive with living blue flames that did his bidding. But how was she to kill a man that could control fire? Over the past several days, many poor and wretched souls had poured into these old and decrepit ruins to await and serve the Chosen. Most of the people who came to these ruins cheered when they saw her and her knights. Her order has always been on the side of peace and maintaining order in the Darhavin. Unfortunately, the Chosen's very presence upset everything they stood for and worked so hard to maintain. The poor fools that cheered didn't know they were here to kill the Chosen. Until the Chosen came, they would serve the people flocking here and maintain order. Maintaining order meant protecting the people here and these very ruins until they were able to complete their mission. Hafsa had gotten a report that the army of Phalor the Fearless was marching this way. She could not allow them to enter the ruin of this once powerful city. There was only one entrance to and from the ruins. It was built this way on purpose to prevent an army from reaching the main city, and it allowed a much smaller force to defend the city against a huge invading force. Hafsa knew that Phalor had researched the ancient ruins. She figured he wanted to take this strategic position and thus control the ruins of Alkebulan. She could not let Phalor's brutal army enter. That meant engaging them. She was sent with a small force of 30 knights. She set them to setting up defence points on the narrow path that led to the once great gates of Alkebulan. The walls and fortifications that were here were too decayed and rotted to be of any use. These ruins and the land it was on had the blood of countless battles forever in its soil. Every inch of the ruins could tell a tale of 1,000,000 different great battles. Yet here she was, ordered to protect what remained of her enemy's stronghold from an army that sought to take it. Hafsa sighed deeply as one of her scouts approached her. "Commander," the Darhavian scout said. He placed his fist over his heart and bowed his head. "What is it?" Hafsa asked. The scout looked up at her. "A knight of the Chosen has been spotted a day's ride from here," the scout reported. Hafsa sighed again. The Knights of the Chosen were legendary. They were the best warriors on Darhavin. No one knew how many of them were left. For their once great order had crumbled like the great ruins she now occupied. They would all come here to defend and serve their lord. If a lot of them came here, it would greatly help her defence of the ruins against Phalor's armies. Even though the Knights of the Chosen would not answer to her authority and would lead themselves, their aid in this upcoming battle would be invaluable, but would also make her mission that much harder. Lorden. After the council meeting, Lorden stayed a while in the huge ancient cave. He loved the energy and power here. This was one of the few places on Darhavin that the veil between the mortal realm and that of the god was thin. So thin, in fact, even an apprentice magi could pierce it. The power Lorden could draw upon here was limitless. He enjoyed basking in it. He could change the fate of Darhavin from these very caverns. But oddly, he could not touch the Chosen or even see him. Even with all this power at Lorden's disposal, here he felt like a child to the power the Chosen wielded. Lorden sighed deeply, thinking about how inadequate he was compared to that bumbling man who had no idea the power he possessed. Lorden was by far the most powerful magi on all of Darhavin. Every ruler of every realm on this planet respected and feared him. He could topple their empires with just a few chanted words, crumble kingdoms, and erase entire bloodlines with a flick of his wrist. To many, Lorden was a god on Darhavin. He had lived for countless centuries and was the only one left living that saw the last Chosen and survived the destruction that was wrought in his wake. Even with all his power, he was but a child throwing stones into a tornado. His power was like spitting in the wind when compared to that of the Chosen. For the first time in centuries, the great Lorden was truly afraid. Lorden was no fool. He knew the Chosen would not directly engage with his enemies. There would be no point. The Chosen could destroy this world with a mere thought. The Chosen had to change the world through those that inhabited it. He would rebuild his ancient ruined empire and send his powerful armies to reshape Darhavin to his likeness. Though Lorden could not see or track the Chosen, he could see all other mortal souls in this world. He knew Phalor sent a preemptive strike against the ruins of Alkebulan. Though it was smart and tactical, it showed that Phalor still failed to grasp that no one could stop the Chosen from reaching his ancient ruins and rebuilding them. The Chosen could just appear there if he so wished. Why the Chosen decided to walk those many long miles to his old ruins was beyond Lorden. The Dwarven lords, except for Rahim the Black, each sent 1,000 warriors from their individual lands to aid King Phalor's futile attempt. It seems the elves would follow suit. Lorden could not see how it would turn it, but it would be interesting nonetheless. Lorden had to gather the council of magi and set the mages of the world to task. He had yet to decide the role the magi would play. He knew he could not directly strike at the Chosen, but he could slow the inevitable by destroying the Chosen knights and armies. For unlike the Chosen, his armies could be destroyed. Lorden waved his hand, summoning his apprentice Samaya. She appeared before him like the shadow of death himself.
"My lord?"
she asked.
"Summon the Magi elders here,"
Lorden commanded. Samaya nodded and disappeared as quickly as she came. Lorden was no fool. He knew that Samaya hated him, even more so for what he had done to her. As soon as she thought he was weakened enough, she would attack him. As powerful as Lorden was, he was not a god. He could not sustain his life for much longer. He had been alive for thousands upon thousands of years, seen the rise and fall of empires and nations of Darhavin, witnessed the very land change. He was tired of living, tired of walking this land, the most powerful upon it. He was weary and had no desire to see another Chosen after this one. He was not even sure if he wanted to live long enough to see how this Chosen reshapes Darhavin. His soul craved the peace of death. It was a struggle to keep his mind from slipping into madness, a madness that was not uncommon among mortals who lived extended lives.
"One more great war,"
Lorden said to himself. He held his hand out, palm upward, and watched a black ball of fire hover above it. He knew what he would have to do, what sacrifice he would have to make. He would set the Magi to task, then travel to the Lord of the Dead, a vile, powerful creature who could raise armies of the dead to attack the Chosen. The only problem with this, though, was the Lord of the Dead hated all the living. Once unleashed on this world, he would want to consume all, unless he is given an offering that pleases him enough to accept a pact. The Lord of the Dead was an ancient demon, a creature born of the plan of the gods and banished to manage the torturing of mortal souls unfortunate enough to end up in his clutches. Like all demons, once a pact was made, he had no choice but to fulfill it. Lorden knew this demon wanted him and his power among his ranks. If it meant saving his beloved Darhavin from the wraith of the Chosen, he would gladly make that sacrifice. Give this foul creature his body and power as his soul fled to a place of peace that no demon could touch. Lorden sighed as he thought of the place he created for his soul's eternal rest at the bottom of the deepest sea in Darhavin, a place protected by ancient magic, a place that used to be the place of the old gods. Yes, his soul would be safe there. But would even the Lord of the Dead be able to halt the Chosen? His undead armies would gain strength with every mortal slain. Soldiers would lose heart having to fight the risen corpse of their brother that fell on the field beside them. If the demon could not kill the Chosen, at least the demon would be forever bound by the pact to kill him and could not ravage Darhavin until it was done. Either way, it was a win for Lorden and for his beloved Darhavin. Yes, he would approach the Lord of the Dead and offer himself in exchange for the death of the Chosen. Lorden was ready to rest, ready to retire to his place beneath the sea and enjoy his eternal rest. Rahim the Black. Rahim rode silently on his horse. He was lost in thought, waiting on the wind to guide his hand, as it always had done. He had summoned 20 of his warriors to ride with him. Rahim did not have a plan. He just knew that he was to go to the ruins of Alkebulan. He did not fly his banners, for he didn't want anyone to know who he was or where he was going. They rode fast and hard. It was several days' ride to the ancient ruins, and he wanted to get there before Phalor's army and that of the council sacked the ancient city. Rahim admired Phalor for his boldness and strategy. He doubted the move would change anything, though. It may delay the Chosen, but would not stop him. Phalor had to know this too. He must have some other plan for such a costly delay. All knew that the ruins of ancient Alkebulan was an impregnable fortress. It was embedded deep into the side of a mountain. There was no way an army could scale the ragged stone mountain walls, no way to tunnel in, and no position where enemy archers could stand and shoot down into the city. There was only one small road, in and out. That small road limited any army from being able to gain ground. The road was so small that only 4 men could walk shoulder to shoulder on it. Any archer worth their salt could pick them off with ease. Rahim had no intention of engaging in this battle. He wanted to observe and study the defences. He did not know if there would be any resistance. If there was, this would be interesting indeed. If there was resistance, it would give a measure of the enemy they were to face in the many battles to come. Rahim wanted to measure them, wanted to watch them fight and understand them. He wanted to know this so he would know better how to defend his house and those under his banner. He, unlike most of the dwarfs, knew that directly attacking the Chosen and his armies was futile. They may win a few battles, but the losses they would suffer in doing so would be costly. Why pay such a cost in dwarven blood for no gain? When it came to fighting bigger and stronger armies, it is best to choose the battlefield and defend. There was a very thin line between being brave and being stupid. Unfortunately, far too many of his kin were stupid. They would call him a coward for now. But when their armies and houses were ravaged by launching senseless attacks at the Chosen's armies, they will see the strategy in Rahim's thinking when the enemy army is at their gates and they are too few to defend against it. No matter what Rahim said to them, the prideful, stubborn dwarves would only see cowardice instead of sound strategy. Rahim would not allow the foolish dwarven pride to cause him to die a fool and leave his family lands defenceless. There was too much at stake. Rahim could care less about the rest of Darhavin. His love and loyalty was to his house alone. The rest of the dwarven noble houses could all be destroyed, and he would not raise his banner unless it benefited his house. This mission was much more than just gauging the enemy. He was hoping to get a glimpse at this mighty, chosen one, hoping to see what all the fuss was about. But most of all, the voice in the wind called him here. Like always, he could not ignore that voice. Be it for good or ill, he was guided by the wind. Hafsa. Hafsa and several of her knights stood on the ramparts above the only entrance into the ruins of Alkebulan. They could see the armies of Phalor the Fearless approaching. They still were several days away, but they were massive. Hafsa did not know how she and her 30 knights could hold off such an endless army. She thanked the gods that this narrow entrance gave them such an advantage. She had her men who were able to help build a barricade in front of the city entrance. It would give them a holding point, a point where the enemy army must destroy the barricade before they could move on. This would make them easy picking for her archers. She did not want to place any of her knights in front of the barricade. That would be suicide. She had the people of the Chosen making arrows for her and her knights. They would need an almost endless amount to hold Phalor at bay. If they did succeed in bypassing the barricade, she and her knights would make their final stand, blade in hand. "Why is my lord's city blocked?" A big, burly man shouted up towards the ramparts. He wore heavy armour with the blue symbol of the Chosen glowing on his breastplate. Hafsa studied him, relieved. He was her sworn enemy, but they could cross blades later. For now, she and the Knights of the Chosen had a common enemy. She was thankful to have the Chosen's elite warriors coming to defend his ancient city, even if it was just one of them. His breastplate glowed with blue fire, a fire that seemed to match his zeal. He seemed to crave for battle. As people who flocked here for the Chosen saw him, they cheered. He was a hero to them, but most of all, him being here with his glowing blue breastplate confirmed in all the Chosen's followers that the Chosen had indeed returned. His hand rested on his sword hilt as he was deciding to attack the barricade or not. "I am a knight of Darhavin. I find myself torn by my code and my beliefs. As with all knights of my order, our code comes first. Thus, why we are here defending the city of our enemy," Hafsa shouted down. The Knight of the Chosen was no fool. He knew well of the Knights of Darhavin's code. They are to protect the Darhavin and its people from tyrants and oppression. Unfortunately, they deemed the Chosen a tyrannical oppressor. Since the Chosen was not here to protect his city and the people that had flocked behind his banner, they would defend them against the approaching threat of King Phalor's army. The Knight of the Chosen knew as soon as his lord's banners were seen upon the distant horizon, the blades of the Knights of Darhavian would turn on them. He shook his head. He would welcome their help in defending his lord's city and prayed they would die while doing so. He, like the many others of his order, was called here by the blue flame. Dancing balls of blue fire sought them out and led them to their lord's ancient city. His order was still strong, but they were scattered all over Darhavian. Many had written off the Knights of the Chosen. Little did they know their order still had ranks in the thousands. They just hid themselves from public view. "Aye, then, Darhavian," the big Knight of the Chosen shouted back. He had 8 other knights with him, but would not reveal this to Hafsa. He saw her as an enemy to his lord, just as she saw him as one to her code. He didn't know the size of the force she had behind that barricade, but he knew at all costs he must retake the gate. As soon as a victory in the upcoming battle was in sight, he had to kill the Knights of Darhavin that were stationed here. "I have 4 other knights with me," the big knight started. "It seems we are allies for the upcoming battle." He finished and disappeared down the road. His plan was to have the remaining 4 knights dressed like peasants flocking to the banner of the Chosen. He and the knights with them would bring their swords and armour in. The idea was to hide their true strength so they could get into position to easily take the gate. Hafsa smiled wearily as she watched the Knight of the Chosen go to retrieve his fellow knights. His last words were not lost to her. She knew as soon as the battle with Phalor's army ended that she and her men would have to cross blades with Knights of the Chosen in their master's ruined city. She did not welcome this fight. The Knights of the Chosen have always been powerful warriors. Now that the Chosen had returned, their armour glowed with this blue fire, which made them even stronger. Engaging them at this point was not wise. She would try to avoid it if possible. She would seek the advice of the elders tonight. She only had 30 men with her. As trained and as hardened as they were, the cost they would pay in engaging 5 knights of the Chosen would be extremely high. Hafsa was no coward. She's always been practical and thought strategically. She always put her code and of the knights assigned to her command first. Her mission here was to kill the Chosen. Circumstances have blurred that a bit. One of the hardest things for a knight of Darhavin was following the code. They lived and died by it. She doubted the elders would allow her to back away from their mission, given the amount of knights flocking here. She at least hoped they would allow her to disengage and reposition. Hopeful wait for reinforcements. If she were to keep control of the city, she had to maintain control of the gate. She had to reposition some of her knights to guard the gatehouse at all times. This weakened her in other areas. Hafsa waved to her knights by the barricade to allow the knights of the Chosen in. The 5 knights were huge men. Their armour was bright with that blue glow. It seemed that they all carried extra armour and weapons. Hafsa shook her head as she noticed this. The war between us has already started, she said to herself. She was no fool. She figured they most likely had men already in the city watching and planning. How many was what she needed to discover. Darhavin! Hafsa shouted to a slender knight that paced the ramparts. Commander, he responded, I need you to keep an eye on the knights of the Chosen. We might fight beside them in the upcoming battle, but we are not allies, Hafsa ordered. Understand, Commander, the knight said, nodding, and hurried off. Hafsa turned back to the horizon and could see King Phalor's huge army being joined by small forces sent by the other races. Hafsa knew this upcoming battle would be rough. The knights of the Chosen that are within these ancient walls were both a blessing and curse to her. She knocked an arrow in her bow and aimed off into the distance. She took a deep breath as the wind blew her black, curly hair behind her. This is what she loved, the quiet before a battle. That silent moment when you make things right with the God you served and steeled yourself, knowing you could fall this day. It was a calm, a peace that seemed to envelop her land right before death covered it. She sighed and released the arrow. She watched it fly and disappear in the distance. Muazama. Muazama blinked rapidly and reached for her sword. It took her a moment to realise she was no longer in battle. She felt disorientated. Her head swam. She sat up and groaned in pain. Take it easy, Guardian, a familiar voice said. She turned to the voice and saw Hamza's smiling face in the firelight. She sighed as she looked around. They were in the woods, her breastplate and shield propped up against a tree not too far from her. She remembered the battle. Her wounds were bandaged. They were already nearly healed. How long have I been out? Muazama asked. Not too long, maybe half a day, Hamza responded. Muazama sighed. She had to get to the Chosen. There were hundreds of those knights of Darhavin. She stood painfully and walked over to put on her breastplate and shield. Hamza frowned. We have to get to our lord, Muazama said worriedly. Hamza shook his head. We will, Guardian, he replied. The Chosen is okay, he said, and told her all that had happened. How the Chosen melted the Darhavin knights that came at him in blue flames. He could see the big knight's soldiers relax as she understood the Chosen was safe. Where is he? Muazama asked. Hamza shrugged. He knew where he was heading and thus knew he was somewhere between where they left him and the ruins of Alkebulan, assuming he was still heading there. Can't you teleport us to him? Muazama asked. Remembering the blue lighting and appearing here, Hamza shook his head. I don't know exactly where he is at, Guardian, so teleporting would not work, he replied. He could see the big knight's frustration. What were you thinking, Guardian? Charging an army by yourself? Hamza asked. He wasn't judging her. Hamza has always been an academic. He was truly curious about what was going through her mind when she decided to rush in. He admired her. Her bravery and courage were something he aspired to. Though he could melt a hole in the tallest mountain with just his staff, he admired the mundane strength it took to wield a blade and charge an enemy. Muazama shrugged as she strapped on her sword. I wasn't, mage. I just saw enemies of my lord, soldiers that wanted to harm him. So I did what any loyal servant would do. I tried to kill as many as I could and slow them down so my lord could get away. It was that simple to Muasma. She lived and breathed to serve and protect the Chosen. Nothing he said or did would ever change that. He was a god to her that she proudly serves. She was honoured to be his shield. She had trained long and hard and fought many other veteran and seasoned knights for this honour. All of them wanted this honour as much as her. She prevailed. She was better than all of them. Maybe not in skill, but she wanted it more. She was more devout, and that gave her the edge against her brothers and sisters in their order of knights. "Where are the horses?" she asked Homza. Homza admired the Guardian. He remembered watching in awe as she fought the knights of Darhavin alone. As she slew one after another, how she alone held them at bay. Homza knew if all he had was a sword and shield, he would have ran from the field. The power he could command gave him courage. Without it, he was a coward. That realization disgusted him. He hoped that one day he could prove himself wrong. Prove to himself that he was not a coward, that he had what it took to sacrifice all for his lord, just like the big Guardian would. "We don't have any. There is a town not far off, we can buy some," Homza replied. Muasma finished adjusting her armour and shield and looked at Homza. "Our lord awaits," she said. It was in the middle of the night. Homza was hoping to rest a bit more before they started off again. Unlike the Guardian, he was not so easily rejuvenated. Magic drains him, exhausts his very being. Powerful magic, like teleporting 2 people out of a battle, was extremely difficult and taxing. He needed more time to rest. If they ran into trouble, his magic would not be at its full potential. He knew the big Guardian would not accept that. She was the Chosen's shield. Without her by his side to protect him, the Chosen would be vulnerable. Homza sighed and gathered his things. Muasma knew he was exhausted and knew the price of magic. She was thankful for Homza, but their task was more important than their wounds and exhaustion. They had to get to their lord. She had to be by his side. Zainab gagged as she took a deep breath of the foul air in the room they had rented for the night. Her eyes fluttered open to a flickering torchlight above her. It took her a moment to remember what had happened. Her head hurt badly as she sat up. Abu Bakr and the assassin still faced each other with their blades drawn. They did not engage the other, just waited to see if the other was going to attack. "Prince Abu Bakr," Zainab said, her voice barely audible. Her throat was dry and very raw. She looked around and saw the slave had wrapped her thigh to stem the bleeding and had gotten to her feet. She stood to the side of Abu Bakr, her daggers drawn, and glared at the assassin. Zainab saw a look in the slave's eyes that she had not seen before in her. There was an exhilaration there, a lust for battle that was similar to that of a battle-hardened warrior. She did not know much about the dark-skinned woman known as the slave, the woman that had been personally serving her for years. Zainab swallowed hard, attempting to moisten her dry throat. "Prince Abu Bakr," she managed to say a bit louder. She called him by his title, something he had not been called by for many years. "Princess," he responded, never taking his eyes off the assassin. "Lower your sword. She is not our enemy," she croaked, her voice cracking. Abu Bakr eyed the assassin, trying to decide what to do. He did not care for Princess Zainab. He viewed her as his enemy. But he promised he would protect her until she gets to the Chosen. He certainly could not join the Chosen. He had to hurry back and protect his family, for he knew once King Phalor was certain that he had helped his daughter flee, he would consider him a traitor to their ward agreement, and thus send his assassins after his mother and sisters. He missed his sisters. They were but girls when he was taken as a ward by King Phalor. They would be grown women by now. He often wondered what type of women they were. Were they warriors, scholars, mages? He missed his father and mother most of all. His father was his rock and foundation, the towering man whose code and principles dictated his life. His mother, the sweetest woman in the world. She would always hold the dearest place in his heart. No matter how big or great of a warrior he was, in his mother's arms he was always just her little boy. Abu Bakr sighed. He knew time was not on his side. "Is this true, assassin?" he asked. Ayonda studied Abu Bakr intently. He was a skilled warrior, one of the best she had fought. Most fights did not last long with her. She was able to bring a level of aggression and skill that the vast majority were not prepared for. She would always kill them quickly. It was rare that she was bested or had to fight for a prolonged period of time. "I serve the Chosen," she responded. She never lowered her blades. She just watched him and waited for him to make his move. Abu Bakr sighed heavily and lowered his blade. Ayonda nodded and sheathed hers. "Who are you?" Princess Zainab asked, looking at Ayonda. Ayonda eyed the northern woman as she walked past Abu Bakr and over to Zainab. She had wounded her leg deeply and was not sure if she was as forgiving as the big warrior. The northern woman glared at her angrily, but nodded, granting her permission to approach Zainab in peace. Ayonda returned the nod. "I am Ayonda, once known as the Betrayer. I was hired by your father to kill the Chosen." Ayonda stopped as she heard Abu Bakr suck his teeth in recognition of her moniker. "The Chosen is a god in the flesh. I tried to kill him and now I serve him. He knows you are coming and sent me to get you safely to him," Ayonda said. Zainab sighed, for she knew of the betrayer. She was glad Darhavin's most feared assassin was not tasked with killing her. She had seen her talking with her father before. Zainab didn't trust Ayonda one bit. She was not sure if she could believe someone as dangerous and evil as the betrayer could serve anyone besides coin. She had heard stories of the betrayer's exploits, the gruesome manner in how she killed, most of all how she completed missions that seemed damn near impossible. The presence of Abu Bakr and the slave made her feel a bit safer. She knew Abu Bakr could take her one-on-one, but the betrayer had a huge advantage over the big warrior. She had no honour, no code, and would kill you in any way she could. Abu Bakr was a knight of honour. If you dropped your sword in battle against him, he would give you the opportunity to pick it up and die an honourable death. Men like Abu Bakr were rare in this world. "Where is the Chosen?" Zainab asked. Ayonda shrugged. "He is on the road somewhere between here and the ruins of Alkebulan," Ayonda replied. "So we are just to accept your word and follow you blindly, right?" Abu Bakr asked. He crossed his huge arms over his massive chest. "I don't care what you believe, Ward. My task is to see the princess safely to the Chosen, not you. I would keep that in mind if we are to travel together," Ayonda replied nonchalantly. Abu Bakr smiled. His smile seemed to spread across his huge beard. It was not a pleasant smile. It was a smile that whispered of death. Zainab sighed, knowing these two would be an issue. "The Knights of Darhavin are out in force attacking the Chosen's knights and all those who can take up arms for them, so having me along will be an asset," Ayonda said. This set Zainab back. She has heard the Knights of Darhavin. She had never seen or met them, but she knew of them. They were fierce zealots whose sole task was to protect Darhavin. It's rumoured that they were formed after the very first Chosen appeared. They are a powerful army comprised of all the races of the world to be the front line against future Chosens. Sure enough, they have stood for countless centuries against every Chosen that has come. "How do you know this?" Abu Bakr asked. Zainab nodded. She was also curious. It was not that she didn't believe her. She wanted to know if she had run into any. Most of all, if the Chosen was all right. "I killed several on my way here. They also attacked the Chosen in force," Ayonda replied. "You left your lord to fend for himself?" Abu Bakr growled, shaking his head. "Typical cowardice of one with no honour." Ayonda sighed, frustrated with the big burly-bearded idiot. "He gave me orders and I am following them. The Chosen is a god in the flesh. If you truly think any mortal army could harm him, you don't deserve to be in his presence," Ayonda retorted, the frustration clear in her voice. Abu Bakr leaned forward as if to say something more, but Zainab stood shakily to her feet. My father's men are searching for us, and the Knights of Darhavin are scouring the world for chosen loyalists, and we have many days' ride from the ruins of Alkebulan. Let me wash up and let's begin, Zainab said. The Knights of Darhavin don't know where our allegiance lie. I, for one, can't care less about the chosen, so me denying that I follow him is not against my code. It's simply we are just weary travellers, Abu Bakr said matter-of-factly. He was surprised to see the dangerous look on Ionda's face. I won't deny my Lord Chosen, she said, meeting Abu Bakr's gaze. It seemed as if they were going to cross blades again. He has saved me in a way that you will never understand. I will never betray him or disown him despite my namesake, Ionda replied. Abu Bakr sighed in frustration, but he also respected Ionda. She might have some honour after all. He could fight next and even die for someone who had honour. Great, so we are to fight the scouts of Phalor and the legions of Darhavian knights, Abu Bakr said, shrugging. Ionda smiled, knowing the big warrior approved of her stance. Even though it put them in danger, he, of them all, understood a code of honour. Parley. Ben stood in the cool, mid-afternoon air. A nice breeze billowed his cloak behind him. It was not cold. It was a warm day. A clear day. A good day for battle. Ben was a commander in King Phalor's army. He was commanded to march with 10,000 men and take the ruins of Alkebulan. There was supposed to be no resistance since the Chosen was still weeks away from his old, decrepit, ruined city. The once glorious knights of the Chosen were scattered and in disarray. It would take them some time to regroup and march here. So it was assumed that the ruined city would be undefended. Ben sighed as he saw several armed men manning the walls and gate of the city. The ancient was a defensive marvel. It was set into a high mountain. There was only one way in and one way out. That was upon a narrow, well-travelled road that was built to prevent an army from moving upon it. At best, maybe 3 of his men would march side by side up the narrow path. Doing so left them no room to manoeuvre and dodge projectiles. Trying to fight on that path was unthinkable unless it was a one-on-one fight. During a siege, that would be pointless. Ben sighed deeply and crossed his arms over his armoured chest. He could take the gate, but it would cost him nearly all of his men, and that was dependent on how many men they had defending the gate. If it was the Knights of the Chosen, then taking the gate was a lost cause. "Sergeant!" Ben shouted. A tall, well-built man hurried in. He was heavily armoured, the crest of Phalor the Fearless etched in his breastplate. He stood before Ben at attention. "Gather 10 of your best men and meet me at the foot of the passage to Alkebulan's gate," Ben commanded. The sergeant grunted in acknowledgement and hurried off to do as commanded. Ben wanted to take this damn city, but he wanted to know who defended the gates. If it was some bandits or some peasants loyal to the Chosen, then he could bargain with them and not have to take the gates by force. If it was not a trained, seasoned military force, then he could storm the gate with very little losses. Ben was not a seasoned commander. He was newly promoted, and this was his first major command. This was supposed to be an easy mission: secure the gate and city and defend it from the Chosen. Ben was a seasoned warrior, though. He had fought many battles all over Darhavin in service to Phalor. It had taken him years to get his own command and prove his worth, and this mission was his shot to prove that he could command a significant host of men. Nothing is ever easy, Ben sighed. As he thought back on the countless battles and all the shit he had to take just to get here, he would be damned if he did not take that gate and hold the city. It did not take long for the sergeant to return with 10 seasoned soldiers. This was just a parley, but he did not know who was at the gates, most of all if they held in honour and respected the rules of parley. It was a peaceful moment where the 2 leaders could talk in hopes of ending a conflict. Most of all, it was a way to feel the other out. The sergeant and his men saluted Ben as he paced in front of them. "This is a parley, but we don't know who or what has taken the gates. So be on guard, men," Ben said. The sergeant motioned the men and formed up around Ben. 2 in front of him with their shield up to protect him from arrows, 3 on each side of him and 2 in the back. The sergeant walked beside Ben, his sword drawn. The path was so narrow that the formation was very tight, and they had to walk slowly. The sergeant was Ben's last line of defence. If the enemy got past the men on either side, it was the sergeant's sole duty to ensure Ben made it back to the camp safely. Ben's eyes never left the slowly approaching ramparts. There were several armed and armoured people standing there looking down at them. Ben cursed as he recognised the crest on their armour. Knights of Darhavin, Ben spat. The sergeant looked at him and grunted. They were a well-armoured and highly trained order. Taking the gate had just become a momentous task. It could still be done. The cost would be extremely high. If they did take it, he would have to call for reinforcements. He would not have enough men to hold it from the Chosen. "Commander, there are several knights of the Chosen ahead of us." One of the men in front of Ben shouted back. Ben held up his fist, halting their advance. "Halt, advance, defensive position," the sergeant barked. The men around Ben quickly drew their swords and held up their shields. Ben had not seen the fabled Knight of the Chosen up close before. He had seen them fight from a distance, so he knew first-hand their worth and to respect them. "You go no further," a heavily armoured, burly Knight of the Chosen boomed. He was tall and well-muscled. His black armour seemed recently polished and well-worn. The symbol of the Chosen glowed like blue fire on his chest. There was a threat in his voice, a threat that Ben did not want to invoke. 3 other knights stood behind him, all just as daunting as the next, the same look of death and blue fire in their eyes. "We come under the flag of parley," Ben shouted back. It took Ben a moment to find his voice and reassert command over the fear that was creeping in his throat. "There is nothing to parley," a female voice responded. Ben looked at the Knights of the Chosen. They stood like immovable statues. It was not them that had spoken. "Commander," the sergeant said, and pointed to an armoured elven woman atop the ramparts. She was a Knight of Darhavin. "Why are Knights of Darhavin defending the city of their enemy?" Ben asked. He was genuinely curious. There were Knights of the Chosen here, so why were they not attacking them? "There is nothing to parley, Commander," the elven Knight of Darhavin said again. Ben studied her a moment. She was tall and well-toned. A sword hung on her hip and a longbow on her back. She had an air of command about her. "You command the knights of your enemy as well?" Ben asked, pointing to the Knights of the Chosen that still stood there, blocking their path. The gate they guarded looked to be in shambles. He saw the hastily made barricade blocking the entrance. He knew the only real obstacle was getting past the Knights of the Chosen to get to it. The ramparts that the elven Knight of Darhavin stood on were also ruined and decrepit. It had fallen apart in certain areas and was unstable. He doubted 5 men with bows could stand on it. If they did, they had no protection from return fire from his archers. He could neutralise their bowmen very quickly, but getting past the Knights of the Chosen was another matter. If they managed to get past them, how many Knights of Darhavin would they meet past the barricade? Ben was good at reading people. He had quick eyes and was able to see the slightest twitch or nervous movement that often gave away a lot. He watched the elven, commanded, quickly eyed the Knights of the Chosen. Ben smiled as he understood. The knights were defending the innocent peasants that flocked here. Their code dictated that they protect those that can't defend themselves. These Knights of the Chosen must be all that are here. They were fighting on 2 fronts. As soon as the threat of King Phalor's army was no longer an issue, they would be fighting each other. Ben was certain the Knights of the Chosen would not let them keep control of the only entrance into their lord's once great city. "There is nothing to parley," the elven commander shouted back again. Ben nodded and motioned for his men to move back to camp. Ben had gotten what he needed. Ben stared at the elven and dwarven lords that sat at his war table. They all looked as green as him when it came to commanding their troops. It appeared he was not the only one who has something to prove here. "There are at least 4 Knights of the Chosen, and who knows how many Knights of Darhavin are encamped there," Ben said, looking at the 2 dwarven lords. There were several dwarven noble houses and elven kingdoms, but so far only 2 dwarven houses showed up. each of them commanding 1,000 troops. The elven lords that sat across from the dwarves looked at them with bitter distrust. They had 1,000 troops combined. All they brought were archers. Ben sighed. He had 10,000 men to command and take this damned ruined city with. The small amount of support from the other races was insulting. "So the Knights of Darhavin and the Knights of the Chosen have joined forces?" a burly dwarven lord asked, confused. The elves grunted, they seemingly troubled by this. "No, the Knights of Darhavin have a code to protect the innocent. It seems as there are not enough of the Chosen's forces to protect the city from us," Ben replied. "So there are people who follow the Chosen in the city, then?" an elven lord asked. "Aye, I don't know how many, but it's enough to bring out a small force of Darhavin knights to their aid," Ben replied. "The knights of each faction don't trust each other. I'm certain as soon as an opportunity presents itself, the Knights of the Chosen will turn their swords on the Darhavin knights," Ben said. "Can we present the opportunity?" a dwarven lord asked. Ben thought for a moment. He did not have a clue on how to do that. The only way he saw the Knights of the Chosen making their move was if more of the Chosen's forces showed up. "Only if more of the Chosen's forces showed up, but our camp is in the way between them and their city. We would end up fighting on 2 fronts. To let them in the city would make our task much harder," Ben replied. They all sat quietly for a moment, staring at the war table. One of the dwarven lords stood up and stroked his massive, unkempt beard. "Well, let's get this war started then," he boomed. The other dwarven lords stood with him. "Whose troops are we sending to their deaths first?" one of the elven lords asked. "Typical elvish cowardice. Afraid of a fight, huh, pointy ear?" a dwarven lord replied. The calm between the dwarves and the elves was shattered. Hundreds of years of war and hatred bubbled to the surface. The elves stood up, their hands on their sword hilts. Ben motioned for his guards, and they flooded the tent. His men had the elvish and dwarfish guards at sword point. "I have 10,000 men here of King Phalor the Fearless army. I outnumber you foolish bastards over 10 to 1. We can either work together as our prospective lords have asked, or you can all leave. Your force numbers are insulting compared to what I have here," Ben thundered. The elven and dwarven lords' faces reddened with rage. They all stared at each other for a moment. Then the dwarves erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! The bearded human has some spine!" One of the dwarven lords laughed and waved for his guard to lower their weapons. The elves did the same. Ben nodded, and as quickly as men entered the tent, they left. The others were impressed by Ben's complete command over his massive host. "For every 10 of your men, I'll send 20 of mine. We will take heavy losses trying to take this damned gate. But I doubt they have 100 men combined guarding it, so a single loss for them will cost them dearly," Ben said. He paused and studied the faces of each of the lords that sat at his war table. "My men and the dwarves will rush the gate. Space is very limited up there, so we will run in rows of 2 to give us room to fight. You elves will get in bow range and keep their archers from being able to fire down at us," Ben said. He stared at each of the commanders, trying to read them. The dwarves grunted. They liked nothing better than bitter ale and battle. For them, that was life. They lived and died by drinking and war. The elves were a bit more practical. They had the longest lives of all the races. They wanted to keep it that way. They, by nature, were more subtle and reserved. Ben figured they brought all archers for a reason. They didn't want to lose any of their soldiers. They would stand behind the humans and the dwarfs as they rushed to their deaths and fire away. "Gather your men and prepare to send wave after wave," Ben commanded. "We will take that damned gate," Ben shouted as he walked from the tent, shouting orders. Hafsa. Hafsa could see King Phalor's forces camped at the bottom of the mountain. From her vantage point, she could see for miles in all directions. The Chosen who built this had to be a tactical genius. Anyone who tried to take this stronghold had to be a fool. The city was huge. It did not look it from the gate, but it was bigger than any other kingdom on Darhavin. The city was built for war and self-sustainability. Everything was here. Farms, water, stores, places to make and produce anything you could imagine. All it was missing was people. Hafsa had a feeling the city would soon be full of people. It needed a lot of work. It had been countless centuries since anyone was here. It was evident in every aspect of the city. Hafsa sighed deeply. "Captain," she called out. A tall, burly human in the same shining armour of those of her order ran up to her and saluted. "Seems like Phalor's men and his allies are gearing up for an attack. Prepare the men and send word to the Knights of the Chosen to meet me by the barricade," Hafsa commanded. The captain grunted and ran off to do as he was ordered. Hafsa gave orders to her men on the walls to fire at any soldier that approached under any flag besides that of their order. "What about the men of the Chosen?" one of her men asked. Hafsa thought for a moment. She did not want more of the Chosen's men here. That would make her job harder. But if the Chosen's knights who were here saw her men firing on their brothers, they would turn their blades to her and her men. "Don't fire at the Chosen's men, but don't let them in," Hafsa ordered. The men grunted in acknowledgement and turned their gaze upon the road. Hafsa had to walk a fine line. She was not afraid of engaging the Knights of the Chosen. She would die for her order and her men. She is a commander and a realist. She is forced to set aside her ego and pride and look at things how they actually are. Her men's lives were on the line. Her men trusted her and depended on her leadership. It is a heavy burden to know that the lives of so many good, loyal knights rested in your hands. A mere word from you, and they would rush into an army of the enemy alone. She knew if she engaged the Knights of the Chosen, she would lose many of her men. She also was no fool. She knew the 4 here within the city were not the only ones close by. She did not become a commander without being able to read and think like her enemies. If she were a Knight of the Chosen, she would also hide her true numbers and set up an ambush. She did not like the situation she was in. Having an enemy before her that grossly outnumbered her, while fighting them she had an enemy at her back that was supernaturally stronger than her and her men. This is what she came to talk to the Knights about. She would not be abandoning her mission to kill the Chosen, but she would have to abandon the city after the battle and regroup. She wanted to let the Knights know she had no intention of staying here in the city after this battle if they survived it. In doing so, she hoped to not have to worry about the knife in her back as she fought the enemies in front of her. She hopped off the ramparts and jogged over to the barricade. The 4 Knights of the Chosen stood in front of it, their armour glistening in the sunlight. The blue glow of their lord's symbol glowed eerily on their breastplates and shields. It seemed to throb and hum with life. It was different than what it was before. The big burly knight that spoke to her before returned to her. "Elf?" he asked. He was wondering why she was here. Hafsa sighed and walked up to him. He towered above her. He emanated a power that made her reluctant to approach him. She looked at the other knights around him. They all looked just as powerful and deadly. She steeled herself. "I know you have more knights of your order in the woods somewhere. I know you plan on fighting us as soon as you see an advantage," Hafsa said. She stared at the big knight, hoping to read him, but she couldn't. He was as stoic as a mountain. "We are enemies, knight, your order and mine. I ask after the battle that you allow myself and my men safe passage out of the city," Hafsa said. She held her head high. This was hard for her. It felt like she was retreating. In reality, she was just regrouping and would wait for reinforcements. This city would fight one siege after the next. Again, the Knight of the Chosen did not respond. He just stared at her. He probably didn't trust her. Hafsa didn't fault him for that. If she were him, she would not either. She would think it was a plot to catch her with her guard down. "As a gesture of goodwill, I will order my men to leave the gatehouse and join you here. You can have one of your own control the gate," Hafsa added. The big Knight of the Chosen nodded and gestured for one of his men to head to the gatehouse. "I will give you and what's left of your men safe passage out of here when the battle is done, elf. That will be our gratitude for helping defend our lord's city." The big knight boomed and motioned towards the woods. 4 more Knights of the Chosen ran out. They did not have on their armour. They quickly ran to retrieve it and put it on. Hafsa shouted at her men to leave the gatehouse and join the Knights of the Chosen in the front lines. Hafsa held out her hand to the big knight. He eyed her for a moment and grasped it. It was done. She and her men would be able to retreat safely after the battle. The Knights of the Chosen were her order's enemies, but they were still knights. A pact sealed between knights would be honoured even if they were enemies. Hafsa felt somewhat better knowing that she could take what's left of her men and regroup safely outside the city. Well, at least not have to worry about the Knights of the Chosen within the city stabbing her in the back. Just as Hafsa turned to head back to her men, a horn blared. Her men had sighted the armies of Phalor and his allies marching up the path to attack. Muazama. The big guardian rode in silence, her mind lost in the events of the weeks before. She had never thought in her lifetime that she would actually serve the Chosen. She had joined the Order as a child. Her parents were both knights of the Order and had perished in service to their lord. Well, in service to the Order. The Chosen at that point had become almost a myth. Even the staunchest knight felt that the idea behind their order was a fantasy. Many did not truly believe there ever was a Chosen. Maybe that was why the knighthood fractured and fell apart as it had, their faith lost. The Knights of the Chosen did not have the same code or symbol that other orders of knights had. Theirs were purely on faith. Every 100,000 years or so that a Chosen would come, and they would be used. Until then, train and prepare. After so many centuries of nothing, the Order started to feel useless. Then, suddenly, the Chosen comes, and we are supposed to pick up sword and shield and march off to war for him. It was a hard pill to swallow for many of the Order. They had doubted their decision to join the Knights of the Chosen and felt useless, felt homeless for the once great city that was our base was long ago abandoned. They were mercenaries and had taken up all kinds of bad habits, contrary to what the Chosen's order stood for. Now, to suddenly have a purpose was hard to fathom. Muazama understood what many of her order would be going through. She understood the dilemma that would be fought in their hearts and minds. She hoped they were all making their way to their lord's ancient city to serve him. Every knight of the order knew he was here. Once you took the vows and passed the test, you were imbued with some of his power and connected to him. Every knight felt him arrive and is pulled to Alkebulan. For Muazama, it was more cut and dry. She believed in the Chosen. She believed in his mission. He was a god to her, and she served him loyally without pause. Her being his shield, she was stronger than the other knights. She was tougher. Now that the Chosen was here, she answered to only him. No elder or commander of the Order was above her. Her mission was singular: protect and stay by the Chosen. Now that she was so far away from him, she felt weak and lost. She needed to be back by his side. She did not know where he was, but she knew she was getting closer. She could feel him. All knights were connected to him, but her bond was stronger. It had been several days since the battle, and she found herself near the ancient city of Alkebulan, yet had not seen the Chosen. She felt him near, though. Hamza rode ahead of her and stopped on top of a steep hill overlooking the land below. He could see the ruins of Alkebulan in the distance. "Guardian!" Hamza shouted. Muazama noticed the tone in his voice and dug her heels into her horse's side. They had gotten these horses cheaply from a hovel of a town. The old lady they bought the horses from was right.
"These mares are old but still strong,"
she said with a wide, toothless grin on her face. Her gnarled hand held out for the coins. These old mares had carried her and her gear for many days without fault. Muazama's mare got her to the top of the hill. She followed Hamza's gaze and caught her breath. Before her lord's ancient city was a huge army. She recognised the flag of King Phalor. "We must get to our lord and defend his city," Muazama said. She dismounted and started strapping on her armour and prepping for battle. Hamza looked at her and shook his head. "How are we supposed to get into the city, Guardian? There are thousands of enemies between us and our home," Hamza said, a bit frustrated. He did admire how simple things were for the Guardian, but he was a thinker. He had to rationalise everything and think in reality. With Muazama, it was just charge in and kill everyone between her and her goal. As mighty as the Guardian, she could not make it even a quarter of the way to the gates without dying. "You will teleport us," Muazama replied, as if it was the easiest thing in the world. Hamza shook his head. "I can't, Guardian. I have not been able to rest in many days. That spell is very precise and requires a lot. One wrong move and we never reappear. We vanish into oblivion." Muazama did not understand magic, but she respected Hamza and did not doubt him or his loyalty. She finished strapping on her armour and thought a moment. She stared long and hard at the huge army before her and the city of her lord, the city that was now her home, the home of all knights of her order. "We live and die for our lord," Muazama started. She spun as she heard a noise behind her. Her sword was drawn, and she was ready to kill anyone that did not serve her lord. "Guardian?" a deep voice asked. Muazama relaxed as she saw the glowing symbol of her lord on his chest. He was a knight, just like her. Behind him stood many more knights of her order. "Thank you, Lord Chosen," Muazama whispered, as she saw many more of her brothers and sisters step out of the woods. "I am the shield of our lord," Muazama replied. A roar went up among the men and women of her order. There had to be near 100 of them. They all came forward, some old, some young, their armour freshly shined and ready for war. They, like her, felt the call of the Chosen, felt him arrive and knew where to go. They knelt before her. The one that had approached her first looked up at her. "What are your orders, shield of our lord?" he asked. Hamza could not help but smile. The fear and dread he once felt was replaced by awe and an eagerness to get to his lord's city. "We do what we vowed to do and kill all the enemies of our lord," Muazama replied. She held her sword in the air and roared loudly. Her fellow knights roared back at her just as fiercely and just as eager as her to rush in and start killing. A roar that they knew would not go unheard by their enemies. A roar that would freeze the blood of all who opposed them. It had been untold centuries since the Knights of the Chosen had formed up and gone to war. All who knew of them and what they were capable of would tremble at the sight of them. Muazama turned to Hamza. "You ready, mage?" she asked. Hamza smiled at her. "Aye, Lord Shield, we live and die for the Chosen," he replied. Rahim the Black. Rahim and his men had been on the road for several days. As they had gotten closer to the ruins of Alkebulan, they had to go out of their way to avoid the marching armies of King Phalor and his allies. It seemed like an endless line of soldiers. If a force this huge could not take a ruined city that barely stood, then he and his house would not join in this war. Rahim's only loyalty was to his house and his men. He would do whatever it took to ensure the survival of his father's noble estate, even if that meant making the rest of his dwarven brethren think he is a coward. He would not march his men to destruction. Rahim's house is not very big. His armed men were nearly 2,000 men. In fact, his noble house was the smallest among the other houses. Where Rahim's house lacked in numbers, they made up in skill and fierceness. His men were the most feared in all of the dwarven realms. During the dwarven War of the Houses, Rahim's house stood alone and against many of the other houses and defeated them. The numbers were massively stacked against them, but the ferocious nature of his men, led by him, was unmatched. Rahim had no intention of joining in the upcoming battle. He wanted to watch and gauge what he would be up against. His scouts had reported a safe spot upon a hill a day or so ago, a spot that overlooked the entire area. A perfect location to watch the battle, yet be far from it. This spot is where he headed now. A blood-curdling roar went up, a battle cry that would strike fear in any army. It sounded as if it came from an army of thousands. He knew it was not the army of Phalor. They had passed them up days ago and were already camped before the ruined city. Rahim and his men dismounted and drew their weapons. He motioned for his scouts to discover where that came from. He did not know how an army could have passed him without him noticing. Rahim motioned for his men to crouch and hide among the trees. A few of his men tethered their horses. He did not have to wait long for his scouts to return. They looked afraid and dismayed. This was odd for his men. He hand-picked the men to go with him. They were all hardened, fearless warriors. Not much could frighten them. "There is a small force of maybe 100 knights of the Chosen about a mile to the west of us," the scout said. Raheem thought a moment. The Knights of Chosen were a fearsome lot to be met on any battlefield. Darhavin had not seen a force this big of them in many centuries.
"Did they see you?"
Raheem asked. He was suddenly nervous. "I don't believe so, my lord," his scout responded. The hill that he was heading was a mile to the west of them. He did not want to go there if a small army of the fiercest warriors on Darhavin were there. He had no doubt they were preparing to rush headlong into the army of King Phalor. He could not help but admire them. They were charging into a battle where they were outnumbered by 100 to 1. He motioned for his men to remount. They quickly did. "Find a safe path to King Phalor's camp," Raheem ordered. This changed everything. He and his men still would not engage in the upcoming battle, but he felt he had to warn the commander of that army. The Chosen was his enemy still. Anyone that threatened his house was an enemy. He would do what he could to make things harder on that enemy. "And alert them that I am coming with important news," Raheem commanded. His scout nodded in acknowledgement of the order and disappeared into the woods. Raheem and his men waited nearly half a day before his scout returned. He looked tired but happy. He had made contact. "My lord, an escort of King Phalor's men are waiting for us a mile from their camp," his scout said as he caught his breath. Raheem slapped his scout on his back. "Well done, soldier," he commended him. He knew it had not been easy to sneak past the knights and get into King Phalor's camp, then rush back in such a short time. The scout smiled and nodded at his lord. "Saddle up, men, we follow our scout," Raheem commanded. Within a matter of minutes, the makeshift camp they had made was packed up and they were on their way to King Phalor's camp. Raheem's scout led them well. It only took a few hours for them to meet the escort. There were a few tense moments as they passed really close by the Knights of the Chosen. Raheem could not help but shiver. It was a slow tingle that started at the top of his spine and travelled down his back. The knights looked extremely fierce, and a power radiated from them that commanded respect and awe. Raheem would hate to have to face them on the battlefield. Even standing behind an army of 10,000 men, he would not feel safe. Raheem and his men dismounted as they came to the meeting point. Raheem was no fool. He knew he was surrounded and was so for nearly an hour. He was impressed at how thorough and efficient Phalor's men were. He was even more efficient and saw Phalor's men a few times following them among the trees. A heavily armed contingent of knights surrounded a table where a man sat. Raheem motioned for his men to hang back. He was greatly outnumbered, but his men were not afraid. They were battle-hardened veterans and had been in worse situations. They would give their life for their lord without question. Raheem's men watched their lord and everyone around him, their hands never too far from their weapons. The knights parted way as Raheem approached the table. The man motioned for him to sit. Raheem pulled back a chair and did so. "You can tell a lot about a man by looking at his men," the human commander said. "Your men respect you and would follow you into the abyss. I can respect that," the human said. Raheem nodded. "I am Commander Ben of King Phalor's armies. I am told you have some important news for me, Lord Raheem," Commander Ben said, using Raheem's title to let Raheem know that he knew exactly who he was. Raheem smiled. He liked this guy. "There is a contingent of near 100 knights of the Chosen about 6 miles to the east of here. They are led by a knight they call the Shield," Raheem said. Commander Ben's fist clenched. "No doubt they gave off that bone-chilling roar a while ago, then," Ben stated. Raheem nodded. "It's good to have allies among the other races, Lord Raheem." Commander Ben started. His gaze went to Raheem's men. "You did not come to fight, did you?" Commander Ben asked. "It was not my intention to, but things don't always go as planned," Raheem replied. "I could use your input at my war table. Your reputation precedes you," Commander Ben said. Raheem looked at his men. He and some of them could escape here if he wanted. He would lose most of them, though. He knew Phalor's men would not give chase due to the Knights of the Chosen being so close by. Raheem's massive chest heaved as he sighed deeply. "Do I have a choice, Commander?" Raheem asked. Commander Ben smiled.
There is always a choice, Lord Rahim, and every choice has a consequence, Ben replied. His veiled threat was not lost to Rahim. My men? Rahim asked. 2 can come with you as guards. We would not want to shun custom among lords now, would we? As for the rest of your men, they can make camp among the other dwarfs. Commander Ben replied. Rahim nodded and motioned for his scout. Commander Ben nodded at his men to allow this. We are guests of Commander Ben. Have 2 of my father's men tend to me. You and the others will camp with the other dwarven soldiers, Rahim ordered. The scout nodded. He was well versed in the code that Rahim had trained them in. He had a plan that he just set in place by using the words, his father's men. His men knew they were in hostile territory and they were to secure an escape route within 3 days. It's settled then, Lord Rahim. You have come just in time to witness the first attacks on the damned city, Ben said, as he stood and motioned for Rahim to follow. Ionda. Ionda was annoyed with her company. She preferred to travel alone. Other people were a burden to her and just bothered her. The big warrior, Abu Bakr, and the one called the slave were warriors, so they knew about marching and being on the road. The princess did not. She complained about everything and had to have her hand held in the simplest things. Ionda hated women like her, women that were vulnerable and couldn't survive without a man. Ionda didn't hate men, she just valued her freedom, valued her independence. Ionda did not kid herself and felt like she was physically stronger than a man, but she trained hard. She was faster than most men, more agile. She was always ready to kill. Men like Abu Bakr she would be reluctant to face head-to-head. He was stronger than her and his skill matched hers, so she was at a great disadvantage. Men like him she would stalk and kill from the shadows. She could never be the maiden in distress or allow herself to be helpless. She was too powerful for that. If it were not for her loyalty to the Chosen, she would have left Zainab to the wolves. She had no time nor patience for weak people in her life. They had marched for several days since they left the tavern. They were heading in the only direction that they were sure the Chosen was going. That was to his ancient, ruined city of Alkebulan. The Knights of Darhavin were out in force. It seemed they were marching to the city as well. This troubled Ionda and her companions. Was the city besieged? Was the Chosen in danger? They pushed on and doubled down on getting to the city. They avoided the Knights of Darhavin. Ionda had seen no sign of the princess's father's men. She had no doubt they were out there still, but like her, they were avoiding the Knights of Darhavin. The Knights had no loyalty to any kingdom or ruler. They served Darhavin and its people. They tried to avoid conflict with the forces of other realms, but if they felt you were interfering in their work, they would cut you down, the consequences be damned. Most rulers hated the Knights of Darhavin. They likened them to a rogue army that roamed unchecked. So far, only Phalor the Fearless had the spine to check them. The Knights were not willing to go to war with King Phalor and went out of their way to avoid his lands and his men. It's not that they were afraid of him. They felt war with individual monarchs was pointless and wasted valuable time and resources that took away from their greater goal of serving and protecting the people of Darhavin. As they got closer to the ancient city, Ionda noticed the Knights seemed to disappear, as if they avoided the city and its surrounding lands. They were a few miles away from the city when Abu Bakr halted them. He pointed at the torn and well-travelled ground. The city is under siege. A massive army has passed through here. All things considered, their only destination is Alkebulan, Abu Bakr said. Ionda's heart raced. She too had noticed the torn ground and flattened terrain. She had been around armies enough to know the destruction they wrought. She knew it was not the Knights of Darhavin. They seemed to want to avoid the city for now. The Chosen is under siege? Zainab asked worriedly. Zainab looked at Ionda for answers. Ionda honestly did not know. She was frustrated that Zainab would even think she knew. Ionda was not a knight of the Chosen, so did not have that connection with him. She was just his faithful servant, someone who found peace in his presence, someone who would die for him, if only to keep that inner peace. Ionda looked hard at the princess. The fear and innocence in her eyes were evident. Ionda had no clue what the Chosen wanted with such an innocent, spoiled soul.
But it was not her duty to question him, only to do as commanded.
I don't know, Princess, but I do know there is an army before his gates, and we must get there to help defend it,
Ionda responded. The reality was she had no clue how they were going to get into the city, but they had to keep moving. It is not wise to idle here, Abu Bakr said. I would also like a view of the army and the ground we will have to cover. Ionda nodded in agreement. She felt better knowing she was not the only seasoned fighter here. Ionda was not a leader. She did not work well with others and felt safer and calmer when she worked alone. She always felt responsible for those that followed her. She hated that feeling. It was one of the few remaining emotions that she felt held her back. As much as she tried to hide it, she did care about those who fought beside her. Ionda heard a noise behind her and quickly spun, her swords drawn. Abu Bakr followed suit and stood beside her. She respected him more for that. He was not trying to shield her like he would the princess. He respected her as a warrior. Ionda found herself in uncharted territory. She felt a loyalty and a bond to those that fought for her same cause. For once, her loyalty was not for sale. What do we have here? A deep voice boomed. My father's men, Zainab squealed as she recognized the insignia on their chainmail and shields. Several men walked out of the trees, all heavily armed. You're the princess? The soldier said, eyeing her close. She was hard to recognize. She was dressed in rags, her hair was cut and matted in filth. She looked like a beggar, and nothing of the beautiful princess they all had known. We have no quarrel with you. Let's not make one, Abu Bakr growled, his huge greatsword held in front of him. The man eyes him closely as well. Prince Abu Bakr? He asked. He did not need an answer. Abu Bakr was well known among Phalor's men. He and his men drew their swords. My lord wants you and his daughter arrested for treason, so I give you this one chance to come peacefully, the man said. He seemed nervous. He clutched his sword hilt tightly. Abu Bakr raised his sword and roared. His roar was deep and spoke a million tales of death. King Phalor's men rushed towards him, but the big warrior was a blur. The first man's head rolled on the floor at his feet. Ionda felt inspired by Abu Bakr's roar and his ferociousness. She jumped into the battle, parrying several blows with her swords and severing one of her attacker's arms. She quickly spun, ducking a sharp swing and severing another's legs from his knee. The slave stood in front of Zainab. She wanted to join her companions badly, but she could not let the innocent, helpless Zainab be without protection. It seemed Phalor's men were endless. Abu Bakr was soon encircled and fought back to back. As soon as they killed one enemy, another took his place. Countless bodies littered the ground. Ionda knew she could not win this fight, but maybe she could give the princess a fighting chance. She trusted the Chosen. She knew he had given her the strength to pull herself back out from the madness. As she fought, she felt herself at the brink. She peered over its edge and stared into the darkness of madness that was below. She was terrified of it now. Her very soul seemed to recoil from it. But she knew she must once again embrace it if she wanted to save the princess. She was about to jump into that hopeless darkness when she heard a deafening roar. Live and die for the Chosen! Several armoured knights rushed Phalor's men. On their chests glowed the blue symbol of her lord, of her Chosen. Hafsa. Hafsa stood on the ramparts with several of her men. Her heart raced as she watched several armoured columns of dwarves and men marching up the pass. Don't worry about the soldiers, my knights, Hafsa shouted. Look for archers among them and pick them off, she ordered. For Darhavin, the archers beside her responded. They knocked their bows and waited. Their hands trembled as the soldiers of King Phalor and his allies got closer. They marched side by side in columns of 2. The pass was so narrow that, as heavily armoured as they were, they could not stand and fight with any more than 2 at a time. The only clear space that had more room was a few hundred yards in front of the main gate. But there, the knights of the Chosen stood ready. Their swords were drawn and shields up. The blue glow of their lord's symbols on their chest glowed eerily in the fading light of the day. They banged their swords against their shields loudly and roared. The roar of the Knights of the Chosen sent a chill down Hafsa's spine. It was inspiring to her. She dreaded the day when she would have to face them in battle. Her few knights that stood next to the Knights of the Chosen paled in comparison to them. "Archers!" Commander Hafsa shouted. She had spotted several elven archers way in the back of the marching soldiers. Them being elves, like herself, troubled her a bit. Her people were known for their archery. She had the higher ground, and thus the range. Her archers pulled back on their bows. 8 columns back between the dwarves and humans. There are elven archers. Take them out, Hafsa ordered. Like deadly rain, her archers let loose arrow after arrow on that position. Humans and the dwarven warriors put their shields up to protect themselves, but did little for the elven archers that stood between them. After that column fell, Hafsa held a hand up to halt their firing. They had stockpiled and made plenty of arrows, but still, every arrow counted. She was not sure how long this siege would last. She had instructed the able civilians they protected in the city to make arrows. If they ran out of arrowheads, to just sharpen the end where the head would be. She scanned for more archers and pointed them out to her men. They roared and let loose another volley of arrows. She had to keep the enemy archers at bay. She could not let them get into range. If she were pushed off the ramparts, her men would lose a valuable position, one that gave them free rein over the field of battle. Hafsa did not know how many archers they had, but she was determined to keep dropping them. Commander Hafsa held her hand up to halt her men. Her keen elven eyes scanned the battlefield for more archer columns. As the last of the day's light left the sky, the first sounds of ringing steel pierced the air. The Knights of the Chosen had engaged the first several columns of Phalor's men. It was hard for Hafsa to not look at them. She had to concentrate and find the enemy archers. But watching the Knights of the Chosen move and cut down enemy after enemy was a thing of beauty. It was like a slow, deadly dance. They moved with a grace and a certainty that was almost supernatural. Column after column fell to the Knights of the Chosen as they came at them. They died so quickly and in such a fashion that the columns hesitated in facing them. Hafsa recognised the look of dread in the eyes of Phalor's men. They understood that they would not live another day. They would die in this wretched narrow pass. They had whispered prayers to whatever gods they worshipped and said silent farewells to their loved ones. This was a march to their death. A man running back through the columns caught Hafsa's eye. The man was not running in fear. The pass was so narrow that the commanders could not be on the fields and see the battle. This was a scout running back to give his report. Hafsa knocked an arrow and pulled back hard. She caught her breath and held it as she aimed for the man's neck. The man was moving quickly and would soon be out of range. She exhaled and let her arrow fly. This was a shot that only an elf with their keen sight could make. The only light she had was the steady flickering of countless torches. She watched as the arrow pierced the night sky and found its mark. It went through the back of the man's neck, and he fell from sight. Hafsa smiled as she knew she killed him. He would not be running to give his report. Thus his commanders would not know the massacre their men marched into. Of course they would eventually find out, but by then scores more of their men would litter the ground. Most of Hafsa's men were not elves. They did not share the same keen sight. Now that the day had faded, trying to find the archers would be fruitless. Hafsa turned to one of the ruined city occupants. "Run to the stockpile and bring up as many arrows as you can," Hafsa ordered. The man had the look of a farmer, but she was glad that he stood by wanting to help in the defence any way he could. He was not a soldier, but he was very useful in making sure the soldiers were fed and had what they needed. Him being her running meant one of her own men did not have to, thus giving her another soldier to put on the field. Commander Hafsa turned to her archers. "Fire at will," she ordered. Her men roared in response and let loose volley after volley on the marching columns of men. Their grunts of pain and curdled screams as they died filled the air. Her men were relentless as they fired arrow after arrow into the masses of flesh and metal that marched to their gates. If Phalor's men survived the arrows of Hafsa knights, they met their death at the hands of the Knights of the Chosen. Time passed without being noticed. Hafsa's men were starting to tire. She knew she had to rotate them out. Before she could give the order, war horns blared in the distance. King Phalor's commanders were pulling back their men. A cheer of victory went up throughout the ruined city of Alkebulan. Hafsa knew the battle was far from over. The pass was so narrow, and so many bodies littered it, that the enemy could not move any further. They had earned at least a few hours of reprieve. Hafsa turned to her men. "Rotate out and get some well-earned food and rest," Hafsa ordered. Her men grunted in appreciation and hurried off to fill their bellies. Fresh archers rushed to replace them. Trying to sleep would be pointless. The best one could hope for was to lay down and let your weary body recuperate. Actual sleep would not come for most. The battle for Alkebulan was just starting. The enemy could attack at any moment. Hafsa made her rounds and set her men to task. Checked on the civilians who were making arrows for them. She wanted to make sure they had all they needed. They smiled at her warmly. A kind old man handed her a cup of soup. "It ain't much, but you will need your strength," he said. He was gnarled and looked like he had worked hard in the fields his entire life. She admired him, the peace he must feel to have mastered a profession and to make it to old age a master of your craft. Hafsa was a soldier. She counted herself lucky to make it through the day. Her chances of growing old and ripe and being a master archer were slim to none. She appreciated the thanks these kind people were giving to her. She wondered if they knew she was an enemy of their lord, that one day they might be a casualty from her attack on their city. Life is strange in that manner. You could be celebrating a victory and sharing a bowl of soup with someone one day, and the next day they're your bitter enemies. That day of friendship and shared struggle, all but forgotten. Hafsa took the soup and thanked the old man. She took a big sip and gagged. The soup was strong and tasted like dirt, but she had had worse. Being a soldier, you learn to just swallow and smile. It may taste like horse dung, but it would give you strength and keep your stomach quiet. The old man smiled at her. "It tastes like old goblin piss, but it will keep you on your feet," the old man said. Hafsa lifted her cup in a salute to the man and left them to make the arrows. She wanted to check on her men that fought next to the Knights of the Chosen. She wondered if the knights would protect her men that fought beside them or leave them alone to die. She knew even the most unskilled warriors could seem skilled and accomplish much if they fought together. Her warriors were some of the best the Knights of Darhavin had to offer. The legends of the Knights of the Chosen spoke for themselves. She understood that her men and those of the Chosen were bitter enemies, yet they were all knights and there was a code between us. She hoped that at least for the duration of this siege they could put their differences aside and fight as brothers. As she approached the makeshift barricade where the huge portcullis and gate used to be, she heard roaring laughter and saw the soft glow of a fire. Her men stood and saluted her as she approached. The Knights of the Chosen remained seated and sipped that horrid soup. "At ease, men," she commanded. Her men sat back down and continued their talking and boasting about the battle they had fought together. Seeing men and the men of the Chosen sitting like brothers in arms was a huge stress reliever. "So, they are as noble as they are fierce," Hafsa said to herself, impressed. The Knights of the Chosen were truly dangerous, not just for their fighting prowess, but their ability to laugh and joke as a brother with their enemy one day and kill them the next. Hafsa had no doubt in her mind that if their lords showed up, they would slaughter every knight of Darhavin in their city without a second thought. She looked around and noticed 4 of the Knights of the Chosen were out on sentry duty. "Any casualties?" she asked one of her men. He looked at his commander and smiled. "No, Commander, and a few minor injuries, but nothing out of the ordinary," he responded. "Besides, not one of Phalor's pansies could get close with that big fucker on our side," her knight said, roaring with laughter as he pointed at the Knight of the Chosen that seemed to be the eldest among his brothers. The other knights joined in the laughter and slapping the big Knight of the Chosen on his back. Hafsa studied the Knights of the Chosen as they sat there and talked with her men. They laughed and shared that horrid soup, but in their eyes lurked death. They were disciplined and did not allow themselves to be distracted from the fact that everyone that did not serve the Chosen was enemies in their city. "Aye, then," Commander Hafsa said, and left them. Hafsa was not afraid of much, but the cold calculatedness of the knights chilled her to the core. She slowly made her way back to the ramparts, sat behind a huge rock that gave her cover from any arrows. She wrapped her cloak about her and closed her eyes. She knew she would not sleep. She just wanted to rest her weary and troubled bones. Ben. Commander Ben sat at his war table and watched the other lords bicker among themselves. Tonight was a horrible night indeed. Their men had been slaughtered and they blamed each other. The only one that sat as quiet as him was the dwarven Lord Rahim. He watched the slaughter that we had endured and said nothing. Commander Ben sighed and slammed his fist down on the table. The other lords looked at him. "Lords, tonight was costly, but most important lessons are." Ben started. "Losing hundreds of men on that damn gate, and you coolly write it off as a lesson," the dwarven lord interrupted. He was enraged. They had all lost men. Their losses tonight were still being counted. The way their men died was as embarrassing as it was pointless. "Aye, dwarf, it was a lesson. We can't get near enough to scout their defences. We learn that their archers are really good. Their range is extremely far. We can't get our archers near enough to fire an arrow. We learn that the Knights of the Chosen are some ferocious bastards. But most of all, we learn that the narrow pass opens up a few 100 feet before the gate and expands for yards in either direction." Commander Ben paused to let this sink in. He had their attention. Their rage and sorrow aside, he saw the glint of revenge in their eyes. They looked to him for it. "According to our reports, we could fit 30 or more of our men up there. As strong as the Knights of the Chosen are, they are human and will be overwhelmed and forced to fall back behind their barricade," Commander Ben said. He paused a moment to think about his next words. "I have a plan, and we execute it now," Ben said. He motioned at one of his men, and they rushed out to go fulfill some secret order the others were not privy to. "While you lords were bickering and not acting like commanders, I set my archers to burn our hundreds of men that litter the narrow pass. The thick smoke and horrid smell of their bodies are giving my men cover. While the enemy may have their range, their sight ends if we get too close. Many of my men are already positioned on that open space. As soon as you get your men ready, we will attack again." Commander Ben boomed. The dwarven and elven lords stood. They respected Ben. They were angry that they were left out of this planning, but they respected it. They were all about to leave to give their men orders when one of Commander Ben's messengers rushed in. "My lord, a mile from our flank there is a small army of Knights of the Chosen formed up for battle," the messenger said, and bowed his head. The messenger was afraid that he would be punishing for bringing him the bad news. Commander Ben would never punish a man for doing his job. Ben waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. The man hurried off like he was afraid Ben would change his mind. Commander Ben shook his head. He had to admire the knights. They were skilled and brave. Indeed, they were the most renowned warriors in all of Darhavin. But they were foolish. Only a fool would take 100 men and stand against 14,000 in an open battlefield. "Lord Rahim, summon your men and command 500 of mine and take care of this," Commander Ben ordered. Rahim stood. His huge black beard dangled over his massive chest. Part of what made Rahim so dangerous was the fact that he had a plan for every unexpected twist or turn life might throw at him. He steeled his mind and slowed his breathing. He wanted to listen to the wind, to see what direction it pointed him towards. For some reason, it pointed him towards the Knights of the Chosen. "Aye," Rahim said, and started for the tent door. Ben ordered one of his captains to go with Rahim and assign the men to him, then left to go light the signal for his men to attack. Muazama. "Live and die for the Chosen!" Muazama roared as she paced in front of her men. She banged her shield and riled them up. They roared back at her in return. They knew they faced a much greater number than they had, but they did not care. They wanted to get to their lord's city, and they would kill all that stood in their way. Muazama's eyes fell on Ionda as she stood among her men, her swords drawn and ready to spill blood. She still did not trust the betrayer, but her lord did, so that was all that mattered. She had seen her and a big desert warrior surrounded by King Phalor's men. Without a second thought, she charged in and slaughtered them. Muazama knew that Ionda was given a mission. Looking at the ragged, dirty girl they protected, she understood that Ionda was true to her word. Now here she stood, just as loyal to the Chosen as his knights. The big warrior from the Desert Kingdom stayed by the girl and her servant. Muazama saw the same holy glow in Ionda's eyes as she saw in that of the knights. "Ah, Chosen, your ways are mysterious," Muazama said to herself, as she thought Ionda could join their order. "They may outnumber us, brothers and sisters, but we will take what's ours. We will return to our ancient home tonight." Muazama's sword was high in the air as she spoke. She could see King Phalor's men massing in front of her. They were a little over a mile away. It was dark, but their camp lit up the night. "Spear position," Muazama ordered, and she started running towards King Phalor's front line. As if her men had trained together for countless years for this, they fell into a formation that looked like the point of a spear. Muazama, the tip of it. Ionda found herself further down the line in the formation, but she was proud to be here. Her heart raced as she ran with the other knights. Her swords were drawn and eager for blood. For once in her life she had a purpose. She would live and die for the Chosen. He, a living god that saw her for the wretch she was and held out his hand to save her. "Who are we?" Muazama shouted as the space between them and King Phalor's men was about to close. "Knights of the Chosen!" Her men responded as they pierced the wall of steel and flesh that was the men of King Phalor. Like a spear, they pushed hard and deep into Phalor's ranks. His men fell and died before the knights. They pushed harder and cut deeper into them. Blood and flesh covered Muazama's armour and face. She lost count of how many she had killed. She steadied her breath and parried a blow, pushing the attacker into the eager sword of the knight beside her. She spun and slammed her shield into the face of another, then ducked and gutted yet another. "Pull back!" Muazama ordered after nearly an hour of slaughtering Phalor's men. Her knights picked up their wounded and dead and fell back. They reformed at their original position. Muazama had lost 3 older knights and had nearly 10 wounded to where they could not go for the second charge. "If you're too wounded to go for the second charge, take our dead brethren to the camp and pray that our Lord heals your wounds quickly," Muazama ordered. "Aye, shield," the 10 wounded replied, and hurried to do as they were commanded. She had lost some of her brothers, but they had killed several hundred of King Phalor's men in their first charge. Ionda was beyond impressed. Most of these knights had never met before a few days ago. The Order of the Chosen being as scattered as it was, the knights hardly interacted with their brethren. But they all fought like they have fought side by side for years. It spoke to their training and disciplined way they lived. Many had strayed, but when called to do their duty, it all seemed to come back. "We live and die for the Chosen!" Muazama shouted as she started running towards Phalor's line again. Her knights were already in spear formation. Muazama studied Phalor's ranks as she closed the gap between them. They seemed different. The men she now faced were hardened veterans that did not fear the Knights of the Chosen as the others had. Before her stood the biggest dwarf she had ever seen. His beard was thick and black, his flesh the colour of mud. He stood, a huge warhammer in his hand. He held his hammer out and pointed at me. He and the hundreds of men beside and behind him roared and charged. Muazama smiled. "I may get an actual fight tonight," she said, as her shield blocked a heavy blow from the dwarf's hammer. Hafsa gasped for breath as she woke. The horrid smell of burning flesh gagged her. She didn't remember falling asleep, nor how long she had slept. She didn't realize how tired and worn out she was. These past few days had been very taxing on her. She felt like she was walking on the edge of a blade, trying to balance out fighting King Phalor's men and keeping an eye on the Knights of the Chosen. Not having to worry so much about the Knights allowed her to relax a bit. Maybe too much. She recognized that putrid smell. She had been a soldier all of her life and seen men burnt countless times. Her stomach ached. That soup she had was not sitting well with her. "Commander," one of her knights said. He leaned down and reached out his hand to help her to her feet. She gladly took it. The knight of Darhavin looked tired, like it had been a long night for him. A thick fog hit Hafsa as soon as she stood. She could not see anything. But it wasn't a true fog. They had killed so many of Phalor's men that they had decided to use the hundreds of bodies that littered the ground to their advantage. "How long have I been out?" she asked her knight. "Maybe an hour, Commander," he replied. Hafsa was not upset that her men let her sleep. They respected her and cared for her. They were the family she never had. She was frustrated with herself. She knew Phalor's men started burning the bodies. She knew they were setting up an ambush. "We are under attack, to arms, men!" Hafsa shouted. The knights of Darhavin near her stood and drew their swords. The knight that woke her was about to blow his war horn when a sword pierced his gut. Hafsa looked around, surprised to see Phalor's men scaling the rampart walls. They had used the smoke to get as much of their men as they could to the wall. Hafsa cursed herself for falling asleep and drew her sword. In one quick movement, she cut Phalor's soldier's arm off. He fell from the ramparts screaming in pain. "Blow the war horn! They are on the wall!" Commander Hafsa shouted. She was determined to keep this position. If they lost it, they would lose the city. They did not have enough men to fight off Phalor's army without holding the gate. Several more of Phalor's men climbed up the rampart. Her knights quickly cut them down. "Sound the fucking horn!" she shouted. She parried a blow that was meant for her neck and kicked the attacker hard in his gut. As he doubled over, Hafsa spun and took his head from his shoulders with one clean strike. She barely had time to recover before she had to duck another blow. It was cramped on top of the ruined rampart. Every time one of her men got close to the war horn, they were engaged with another of King Phalor's men. She had to be the one to grab it. She parried a blow meant for her leg and spun away from the attacker. Her foot was right next to the horn. She ducked another sharp blow and rammed her sword to the hilt in the gut of the soldier. She had a moment to grab the horn. She put it to her lips and blew hard. It pierced the night like thunder. She heard the horn of the Knights of the Chosen by the gates in response. Her knights were rushing up to the ramparts to help defend it. They were able to clear it of the enemy. Hafsa stood there, bloody, with several of her knights breathing fast. She could hear the Knights of the Chosen roar as they battled King Phalor's men. They were flooding up the pass unheeded now. The smoke was so thick, Hafsa could barely see her hand in front of her face. She leaned forward to peer over the ramparts. "Commander!" one of her knights shouted. She felt a rough hand pull her back. Several spears flew past her head. She ducked behind the rampart and thanked her knight. She looked around and several of her knights lay dead. She had to do something. Her men were dying in her enemy's city. There was at least another hour of that thick smoke coming from the hundreds of burning bodies. She knew she could not hold the ramparts without being able to use her archers for that long. The fall from the ramparts was at least 30 feet. It would be a hard fall that would definitely jar her. She sighed deeply. "Knights with me!" she shouted, and jumped off of the ramparts. She didn't know what awaited her down there, if she would land on one of Phalor's spears. But staying on the ramparts was not an option. She fell hard on wet, blood-soaked ground. The air was knocked from her. She looked around and found herself surrounded by many of Phalor's men. "Never thought I would die defending my enemy's stronghold," Hafsa said. She struggled to her feet and held up her sword. "So be it," she said to herself. She attacked the nearest soldier of Phalor's and killed him quickly. She looked for her knights and saw several getting to their feet to join her. "For Darhavin!" they roared and circled around their commander. They fought their way to the rampart wall and pressed their backs against it. They would hold here until the smoke cleared. They had to hold them back so her archers could have dominance over the entire pass. There were so many of them. Every time her men cut one down, another would appear. She was wounded in so many places she had lost count. Her men fought valiantly. Each time one of them fell, it hurt her deeper than any blade. Before she knew it, she stood alone against the hordes of Phalor. Human and dwarven warriors rushed the wall like madmen. Time seemed to slow, and she parried and struck warrior after attacking warrior. Her sword arm felt heavy. She was moving slower. Blood trickled down her arm and into her hand that tightly gripped her sword. The sun was rising. Hafsa looked up at it. She sighed. She had always loved the sunrise. This sunrise over her enemy's stronghold was beautiful. Now I can die, Hafsa thought. As much as she may have wanted to give up and let them kill her, her body would not allow it. She bled from more wounds than any should have, but she stood there. She looked like a bloody spectre of death as she fought soldier after soldier. I can't let you take this wall, she said. Her voice was barely an audible whisper. Her sword was limp in her grasp. She fell to one knee. She pushed the tip of her sword into the blood-soaked earth and leaned heavily on it. She was defeated. She was done for. She knew she could not fight any more. The bodies of her enemies lay all around her. She smiled grimly at her work. King Phalor's men halted their attack of her as they watched her fall. She was a titan falling on the battlefield, and she commanded respect. Even though she was their enemy, she had proven herself a great warrior, and they would let her bleed out on the field. One of Phalor's men kicked her sword from her hand, and she fell, face first, into the bloody ground. Her ears rang, and she was fading in and out of consciousness. "Commander!" She heard a voice that seemed miles away calling to her. She tried to turn her head to look for the voice, but she couldn't. Phalor's men started to drop like flies around her, arrows sticking out of them like they were pincushions. The smoke had cleared enough for her archers to regain the area. She felt herself being carried. She didn't know by who or to where. She could no longer keep her eyes open. So she closed them and smiled as she heard the steady sound of arrows finding their mark. Rahim the Black. Rahim watched, impressed, as the Knights of the Chosen rallied together and cut deep into King Phalor's ranks. This was the first time he had seen the knights fight together. He had seen individual knights working as mercenaries, and they were the most ruthless and relentless soldiers on the field. Even before this battle started, King Phalor's men were afraid, just from the reputation of the knights alone. To hear a small army of them was enough to strike fear in the bravest of hearts. They fought like demons and roared like lions. The way they slaughtered King Phalor's men seemed effortless. These scattered and beleaguered knights looked like they'd fought together for years. Rahim was impressed with their training. If only his men were a fraction as good and as loyal, he would have a house that rivaled King Phalor's might. Rahim watched them retreat. He knew they were just regrouping. They would come in again in the same formation. "On me!" Rahim's deep voice boomed. He spoke in the trade tongue so the humans could understand him. His accent was thick. His men had donned their heavy dwarven armour and stood beside him. King Phalor's men followed suit. Rahim looked impressive. He stood like a stout metal golem, his huge warhammer held with 2 hands in front of him. "They are but flesh and bone. They bleed, so they can die," Rahim boomed. He knew the men were afraid of these knights. He had to rally them and let them know they should fear failing him more than dying at the hands of legendary knights. "House of the Blackbeard, shields up!" Rahim commanded. His 20 dwarves stood in front of him like armoured statues, their shields in front of them braced for the knights' attack. "Let's see if these knights can withstand a dwarven shield formation," Rahim said to his men. The dwarves were stout and hardened warriors. They may love to drink and dig in mountains, but war was in their blood. It was a part of their everyday life. As soon as a dwarf could walk, he's given a weapon. The Knights of the Chosen crashed into the dwarven shield wall hard. The dwarves barely moved. They halted the charge of the fabled knights. Rahim smiled to himself as the knights were forced to fight in a broken formation. "See, they are but mortal men," Rahim roared. His men and Phalor's roared back at him, their fear gone, and they rushed into battle. The knights, as outnumbered as they were, still held their own. Even though Rahim had taken the wind out of their legend, these knights still fought ferociously. Rahim eyed their leader. She was a big, monstrous woman. He wanted to kill her. If the Lord of the House of Blackbeard took out the shield of the Knights of the Chosen Glory, and coin would rain down on his house for generations to come. Rahim stepped into the fray. He swung his huge warhammer like it weighed nothing. His heavy blow broke armour and bone alike. "Shield!" he boomed. He pointed his hammer at her. He openly challenged her. She stood among his men and slew them with little effort. She looked demonic, her armour drenched in blood and the blue light of the Chosen glowing on her chest. The blood that caked her armour did nothing to dampen its glow. "Shield!" he boomed again. He challenged her again and slew a knight that tried to face him. He walked towards her. The big woman turned to him and finally acknowledged his presence. She stood before him like a mighty warrior queen who fought for her king. He was but a peasant in her presence. He felt inadequate. He had never felt that way in his entire life. He was always stronger and faster than his fellow dwarfs. He was one of the most feared warriors in the dwarven kingdoms. He was Rahim the Black, Rahim the Vile, Rahim the Ferocious. Yet, here in the field of battle in front of this huge knight, he felt like a child. That feeling enraged him. A knight of the Chosen jumped in front of the shield. She waved him off. "Be careful whose name you call, dwarf. He may not like who answers," the shield said. Her voice was as dark as the fresh blood that dripped from her sword. Rahim felt the creeping hand of fear as he looked into her cold brown eyes. The battle that raged around him seemed to slow, as if they were all anticipating this fight. Rahim's men were watching. He could not back down. He was not sure she would let him even if he wanted to. The shield of the Chosen paced around him. Rahim gripped his warhammer tightly and swung hard at her. The Chosen lifted her shield and blocked the mighty blow. She definitely felt it sting through her shield. She easily sidestepped another blow and bashed her shield into his face. Rahim slumped back. He knew he had greatly underestimated this knight. The other knights of the Chosen were tough bastards, but he had bested a few of them on the field this night. But the shield that towered before him was not like them. She was something else that he could not understand. She was a weapon that he knew he could not defeat. "The gods have really fucked me on this one," he said to himself. He recovered quickly and came at her with his heavy warhammer, striking from everywhere. The knight blocked, parried, and dodged everything he could throw at her. She took his legs from under him in a quick move that he did not see coming. He fell hard on the field. The shield stood above him. "This is it, then. I am to die at the hands of a monstrous woman," Rahim thought. But the final blow did not come. "Get up, dwarf," the shield commanded him. The Knight of the Chosen had honour, it seemed. She did not want to kill a warrior who was on his back and defenceless. Unfortunately for the shield, Rahim had no honour. As she struggled to get up, he swung his hammer hard at her exposed knee. He heard it crack, and her scream in pain as her knee gave out. She leaned heavily on her sword. Rahim swung again, but the knight brought her shield up and blocked it, then slammed her shield hard into his chest. "Dishonourable cur!" The shield cursed at him. She stood like her knee had not just been shattered by his hammer. Rahim looked at her dumbfounded. He did not know that the Knights of the Chosen healed quickly. She, being the shield, healed even quicker. "My Lord Chosen is near," the shield said. She looked down at her once shattered knee. The closer she was to the Chosen, the more powerful she got. She and the other knights could feel him and their power growing. Rahim got to his feet and swung again, but the shield battered it away like it was a fly. She grabbed him by his neck with one hand and tossed him into the men of King Phalor. "Count yourself lucky that our lords call us to his city," the shield boomed and rallied her knights. Rahim's breath was knocked from him. He got to his feet and found his hammer. "Sound the retreat horn," Rahim shouted. In the distance, he saw a huge ball of blue flame coming this way. It was coming slowly, but it was still coming. Raheem was no fool. He knew he could not defeat the Knights of the Chosen that stood on the field before him. If that big ball of flame truly was the Chosen, he wanted nothing to do with it. "Flee like the worms you are, my Lord Chosen comes," the shield boomed. All the remaining Knights of the Chosen turned and bent a knee as the ball of blue flame got closer. King Phalor's men ran from the field in panic. The horn of retreat blared over and over again. The ball of blue flame was still far off, but its brightness lit up the night sky for miles. "House Blackbeard to me!" Raheem roared. What was left of his 20 men rushed to him. "Grab our horses and meet me where I met with the commander," Raheem ordered. He had 7 men left. Raheem shook his head as he looked again at the huge blue ball of fire in the sky. "Darhavin is doomed," he said, as he limped as fast as he could to where he would meet what was left of his men. Hafsa. Hafsa lay on a straw bed, her armour stripped from her. She bled from countless wounds. Many of her bones were broken. It was a miracle that she even breathed. An old woman stitched her up. She cleaned her off with a wet cloth. She had bled so much that the water that she dipped the cloth in was dark red. Hafsa sighed. Each breath was a struggle for her. There was a calm upon the camp, so no longer heard the sounds of battle. She turned her head to peer out of the door of the ruined building she was in. The 5 remaining Knights of the Chosen knelt. Their armour seemed to glow brighter. "He comes," she heard them say. She tried to follow their gaze, but she was too weak to move. "Our Lord has finally arrived," the old woman said. Her face beamed as if she had been waiting her entire life for this moment. Maybe she had. The Chosen had arrived just in time to save his city. Hafsa sighed. He comes to claim victory after she did all the hard work. One of Hafsa's knights stormed into the room. "Commander," he said, and bowed respectfully to her. He was gravely wounded. He cradled his side tenderly. The armour there was pierced, and blood dripped from it. "We have to leave. The Chosen comes," he said. Each word was painful for him. He waved his hand, and several of her knights came in. "She's too wounded to be moved yet," the old woman protested. The Knights of Darhavin shoved her out of the way and picked up their wounded and battered commander. Another grabbed her armour. "Phalor's men have retreated to their camp. Now is our time," one of her knights whispered in her ear. "Knights!" the old woman shouted. She was calling to the nearby Knights of the Chosen. 12 Knights of Darhavin remained. A Knight of the Chosen heard the old woman's call and approached. The Knights of Darhavin drew their swords. Hafsa was fading in and out of consciousness. The Knight of the Chosen looked at her and at her men. He was not afraid of them. He simply pointed to a horse and wagon they had prepared. "We will honour our end. Next time we meet, Commander, I will kill you," the Knight of the Chosen said. He stepped out of their way and waved the other knights to him. They ran down the pass. Hafsa was placed in the back of the cart. Her men covered her with a cloak. It was a task clearing the bodies enough so they could slowly make their way down. It was not long before they came upon the Knights of the Chosen, facing off with many of Phalor's men. They were not fighting. The Knights of the Chosen simply stared at them and dared them to make a move. It was clear that King Phalor's men were in disarray. They were confused on what to do. That big blue light in the dawn sky had them unnerved. They were waiting for a command on what to do. "Go now," one of the Knights of the Chosen said. He pointed to a small trail off to the side of the pass. Hafsa's men quickly took it and disappeared into the night. They were hoping to get as far away from the city of Alkebulan as they could. Commander Ben. Ben cursed as he heard the horn of retreat sound several times. His men and that of his allies rushed to the pass entrance. "He comes! The Chosen comes!" he heard several of his men say as they ran. Many pointed at a huge blue flame getting nearer. He didn't know how he was supposed to fight that, or even if he could, but he knew he had to get control of his men. Several Knights of the Chosen came into view, their armour glowing brighter than before. "Attack, you fools!" Commander Ben roared. He had thousands of men here, and they fled from a few ragtag knights. Many of his men that heard his command turned to face the knights and were swiftly cut down. "Make way for us to enter our city, and we will let you go in peace," a huge woman asked him. The huge woman pointed at the blue light in the sky that was coming here quickly. "Our Lord comes," she said. Ben shook his head. "Attack, men," he ordered. His soldier, seeing him, rallied in front of the knights and attacked. Wave after wave they came at them. The knights fought and slew many of them. King Phalor's men were so many, and they so few, that the knights found themselves being pushed back. Many of the knights fell as they battled the hordes of Phalor's men. The blue ball of flame came. As it came, it seemed to reach out and consume hundreds of Phalor's men. They fell to the blood-soaked ground, writhing in pain. "Be gone from my land!" A deep voice that seemed to shake the very heavens boomed. King Phalor's men scattered and fled in every direction. Those who were not fast enough were engulfed in blue flame. The knights of the Chosen that still breathed took a knee before the ball of fire. They watched in awe as the fire disappeared, and there stood Jashim the Chosen. He did not look as Muazma last saw him. He stood straighter, his deep black eyes gone and replaced with blue fire. Jashim turned and looked at Muazma. "Shield," Jashim said. His voice seemed otherworldly. "Yes, Lord," Muazma replied. "Take me to my throne," the Chosen ordered. He has returned. Here the Chosen stood. He was tall and regal. His face was unshaven and tired, but he emanated power. A power so strong that even his enemies bowed before him. They had no choice. King Phalor's men that lived found themselves on their knees, their heads bowed in reverence to him. His flesh was the colour of wet sand, his brows thick and furrowed. He looked around in silence. Burnt and withered bodies littered the ground around. His return was supposed to be glorious. He was supposed to be celebrated. But instead, his return to this land was marred by death and destruction. His once great city under siege, and nothing more but the decayed remains of what it once was. The very ground seemed to shake, and he walked. All quickly hurried out of his way. They felt if they got too close to him, they would be destroyed. To him, they scurried like roaches in the light. He started to walk up the narrow path to his kingdom. The countless bodies that were in his way disgusted him. His knights fell in formation behind him. His shield walked proudly beside him. As he neared the ruined gate, he paused. "Where is my sword?" he asked. His voice seemed to boom all through his ruined kingdom. Muazma looked at him confused. "It is on your hip, my lord," she replied. He shook his head. The balls of fire that were his eyes smouldered. "Just as you are my shield, I also have a sword," the Chosen said. He sighed deeply, for they did not understand. He was very limited in what he could do in this world. His entrance was very taxing. Here he was, the hand that moved the pieces on the board. Nothing more. He could not directly engage his enemies. His followers had to do so. His shield was his defence in this world. There was none more worthy of that than the guardian Muazma. His sword was his weapon here. Through his sword, he would directly attack and go after his enemies. His shield would defend his kingdom and rebuild it. He had 2 swords in this world, which was odd. Normally he just had 1. But for some reason he felt 2. Nothing he did was planned out by him. He was a tool being put to use by something greater than him, not unlike those that served him. The Chosen waved his hand in the air, and a blue flame appeared. It started as a ball and slowly formed into a huge blue shield with his symbol etched in it. It glowed with the blue fire that it was created from. He handed this to Muazma. Muazma knelt before him and humbly took it. To her surprise, it weighed next to nothing. She discarded her old shield. The blue shield of the Chosen glowed and burned with blue fire. Its flame did not affect her. The Chosen sighed as he watched his shield don it. If only she knew the true weight that shield bore. My kingdom will be under attack non-stop. She would not rest, for my kingdom's well-being was now in her hands. Soon she would regret taking that wretched shield. The Chosen turned his magnificent head and stared at his ruined and decayed ramparts that were now freshly stained in blood. There was a hero here, one that gave her all in defence of my kingdom, one that is one of my enemies. The Chosen walked to the spot before his ramparts where Commander Hafsa made her stand against King Phalor's men. He smiled. "My second sword," the Chosen whispered. The Chosen seemed to be in a world of his own. He did not notice or care about the thousands of eyes that watched him and followed him up the narrow pass. Many of King Phalor's men stood in awe of him. The Chosen stood and looked around and found Commander Hafsa. No one could see what he saw. She was being carried by the remnants of her knights to the massing front line of her order. They would attack his ruined city soon. His second sword will be back. "Ionda!" the Chosen boomed. He turned and faced the people that watched him. They saw him as some sort of god. If only they knew the truth that he was no more of a god than them. The power he was given here made him feel like a god. It was torture to have all this power and not be able to use it the way he wanted. Maybe he was getting a taste of the curse of the gods, having all the power in the world, but limited as to how you could use it. A tall, well-muscled, dark-skinned woman approached. She limped badly and was covered in the blood of her enemies, her swords sheathed at her hips. She trembled as she approached. It was hard to tell if she trembled because of her wounds or because of him. The Chosen's eyes softened as he saw her. "You have travelled a long way," he said. Ionda knelt before him. She could barely breathe. Walking up that narrow path with her wounds had exhausted her. She indeed had come far. No longer was she that angry, twisted girl that became the world's foremost assassin. No longer did she struggle with the demon in her, the loss of her father, her murder of her mother. She accepted it and embraced it all. She had discovered who and what she truly was. Ionda nodded. "I have, my lord." Ionda gasped. Talking was painful for her. Fresh blood gushed from her thigh. She had been stabbed there deeply. The Chosen frowned and knelt beside her. He touched her wound and it closed before her eyes. He gently pulled her head to him and kissed her forehead. Ionda gasped as blue fire pulsed through her. It healed her. Every wound she had sustained closed and vanished. She still felt tired and weak, but she no longer bled or was in pain. The Chosen stood again. "Have you completed your task?" he asked her. Ionda was still trying to catch her breath. She was able to nod. The Chosen smiled down at her. "Stand, Ionda, once known as the Betrayer," he commanded. Without hesitation, she stood. She bowed her head. She did not want to look him in his eyes. The Chosen took a sword from his hip. Its blade was blue fire. He held it out to Ionda. "You are one of my swords," he said. Ionda's hand trembled so much all noticed it. She gripped the hilt and gasped as its power surged through her. Tears fell from Ionda's eyes. She had found her purpose. She was no longer the lone hurt wolf. She was no longer the orphan. Most of all, she was no longer the betrayer. She was part of something greater than herself. "Bring your task and her companions to me tonight," he commanded. Ionda nodded and stood by the shield. The shield towered above her. Ionda was a strong woman, but Muasma seemed a giant. The Chosen looked at his sword and shield. His expression was emotionless. He could see things they could not. He knew the path ahead for them was paved in death and blood. "Hamza!" the Chosen boomed. He turned and waved his hand in front of the barricade. Blue flames engulfed it. "Yes, Lord?" Hamza said. He approached the Chosen and knelt. "Gather my magi and rebuild the ruined tower," the Chosen commanded. Hamza nodded and hurried off into the city. He had been waiting on this moment and praying he would be the one to send out the signal. The magi of the Chosen were very few, but all would teleport to the tower when the signal is sent. He felt honoured that he would be the one to climb to the top of the ruined tower and turn the sky above the ancient city dark blue with the symbol of their lord. It would be seen from all over Darhavin. The Chosen stepped over the countless dead bodies and entered his ruined city. He looked at the buildings and roads and frowned. Visions of what it used to be flooded his mind. The city barely stood. The walls crumbled and stained with moss and blood. Once paved roads were cracked and torn. Weeds and other growth covered the cobblestones. The farms were barren and the soil looked diseased. The Chosen sighed deeply. The prophecy had been fulfilled the moment he stepped into the city. He, the Chosen, had returned to Darhavin. His knights and his people followed him, and he slowly walked to the decayed and ruined palace. They followed him as he walked up several thousand stairs. There, at the very top, in what once was the most beautiful great hall Darhavin has ever seen, sat his throne. It was like everything else in his once great city. It was rotted and decayed. The Chosen slowly walked to it. All that had followed him held their breath as he touched it. He ran his slender brown finger over the seat. A thick layer of dust and grime caked his finger. "It is fitting," he said to himself. He turned to his people and slowly sat. "I am here to raise this world from the dirt and grime, so it is fitting that my throne resembles the state of the world," he whispered. As he sat, a power flooded his kingdom and the lands around him, a power that said loud and clear, "He has returned." Lorden sat in the Tower of Magi, the other Magis of the council around him. His head was throbbing. It had been a rough couple of days for Lorden. His demon had lost track of the Princess Zainab and could not go near the ancient city of Alkebulan. Some ancient magic blocked it and his sight there. Lorden was blind when it came to the Chosen and his movements. For once in his extremely long life, Lorden felt powerless. The Chosen had returned. Phalor's huge army had been embarrassed and sent fleeing back home. The ancient Tower of Magi that rivaled the one that he currently sat in has been brought back to life. He no longer held dominance over magic in Darhavin. To make it worse, he had no idea how many Magis the Chosen had or how strong they were. Even if he did, his magic could not reach or see inside Alkebulan. Lorden was beyond frustrated. The other Magis looked to him for answers, and he had none. He was powerless when it came to attacking the ancient city of Alkebulan directly. He had been to the ruined city several times before the Chosen came. He knew that soon they will be self-sufficient. That city was built to be independent of the rest of the world. All he could do is disrupt their current supply networks and kill anyone trying to get into their city. Lorden dreaded the choice he must make, but he saw no other way around it. Lorden stood and faced the other Magi. "It is time for you to choose a new leader from among you," he simply said. The Magi had a million questions and did not understand. Lorden sighed. "I must go see the Lord of the Dead. We all know the price to bind such a powerful demon," Lorden said, and shook his head. Many of the Magi protested against this move, but Lorden ignored them. "I suggest you brief your lords on what is to come and prepare yourselves, for the dead will be free in Darhavin," Lorden said. He waved his hand, and a portal opened. He peered through it and saw the place he built centuries ago for his soul to spend eternity. It was a world of its own, trapped in a small orb at the bottom of the ocean. Lorden looked at the Magi one last time, as if to say goodbye to his beloved Darhavin, and stepped through. The last sounds he heard as he appeared in his orb at the bottom of the ocean was the protest of his Magi. It was cold down here. Lorden whispered a word, and fire sprang to life in the cold hearth. He peered out of his orb and could see nothing but cold darkness. He sighed again. He did not want to do this, but he had no other choice. He alone saw the last chosen and the destruction he brought. Saw he reshaped the world in an image of his own. He knew the chosen was not a god, that he was but a puppet of some god that was taking his turn on the world. Each chosen was a slave to one of the many gods that created the world, some good, some evil. The destruction of and chaos of the world was entertainment for them. Lorden loved Darhavin enough to sacrifice himself and his power to end the chosen and his plans for this world. Lorden pulled out a black gem from his robes and stared into it. When the Lord of the Dead took his body and his power, his soul would instantly return to this gem and be free in this orb beneath the ocean. There were portals to many worlds he could explore and watch, maybe even try to influence. Lorden put the gem to his forehead and whispered the words of magic. His body jerked and felt cold, but the black gem glowed. His soul was bound to that gem for now. As soon as his body died, his soul would appear in that gem. Lorden kissed the gem and set it on a chair he had grown to love over his long centuries on Darhavin. He stared a moment into the flames, enjoying its warmth. Lorden wept. He wept for his life that he would soon leave. He didn't remember the last time he had wept like this, but a century's worth of pain poured from his soul. He figured this was his soul saying goodbye to a body that had been its home for a very long time. Lorden took a minute to regain his composure and waved his hand. A dark portal opened before him. He could hear the screams and cries of the damned as he walked into the blackness. As soon as the portal closed behind him, he heard dark laughter. He knew it was beyond turning back now. He was in the realm of the Lord of the Dead, and he was powerless here. His old ebony flesh prickled, and his hairs were standing on end. Lorden was afraid. Lorden, the great and powerful Magi who could destroy kingdoms with his magic, felt like a child who was afraid to leave his bed because of the monsters that were said to lurk under it. Lorden took one shaky step after another. He had lost track of time. He stopped counting his steps. He figured when the Lord of the Dead was done toying with him, he would appear. The Lord of the Dead was a demon after all. It was their nature to savour every last moment of suffering from a living soul as they could. It was no different than a cat toying with its meal before it ate it.
"Finally you come to me, Lorden,"
a deep, cold voice boomed from everywhere. Lorden shivered.
"Is your offer for my body and power still on the table?"
Lorden asked. There was a long pause, and through the darkness a man appeared. I'm not sure if calling him a man was accurate. His flesh was rotted and falling off all over him. His face was the face of countless faces stitched together. Each face had a look of complete horror forever frozen on it.
"You must be in dire need for you to come here and beg me for help."
The Lord of the Dead voice was 1,000 voices blended into one. It horrified Lorden. It made his skin crawl. The darkness that surrounded him was consuming. He had lost all sense of direction. He could not even feel his magic. Like all Magi, magic is in their blood. They could feel it pulse through them like you could feel your heartbeat. Without his magic, he felt weak. His age crept back to him. He was a walking corpse that should have turned to dust hundreds of thousands of years ago. But here he stood in the halls of the Lord of the Dead.
"What do you ask in return, Magi?"
The Lord of the Dead hissed. Lorden was not sure if he could talk. He could barely stand. His flesh was stripped away from him, and he was just bone and beard before this demon.
"Kill,"
Lorden gasped. The Lord of the Dead knew what Lorden wanted, but he relished in seeing him suffer, in seeing him struggle.
"Kill,"
Lorden gasped again. Lorden knew he had to say exactly what he wanted in order for the pact to be binding. He had to say more than just kill. His strength was waning fast. He could feel his soul ready to flee to the black gem. "Come on, you old fool," Lorden thought to himself. He gritted what was left of his teeth. He took a deep, wheezing breath. "Kill the returned chosen," Lorden said. He fell to what he thought was the floor. Without his magic to sustain his life, he was dying. All the years that his magic kept time and age at bay seemed to rush at him. He was a skeleton now. The demon just stared at him as he wasted away, as time was getting its vengeance for being denied him for so many years. The demon had to say yes in order for there to be a pact. "Oh, you are an old fool," Lorden scolded himself. He could not talk, so he just had to think it. He was a fool for believing this demon would accept him. Lorden sighed, his breath escaping through skeletal jaws as nothing more than dust. He was going to die now. Die for nothing. His hopes of saving Darhavin gone.
"Yes, Magi, I'll kill the returned chosen,"
the Lord of the Dead said at the very last moment. He had waited to get every ounce of pain, every moment of suffering from Lorden before he ended it. With that, Lorden's soul fled his body. Lorden was dead. His body and all the power he possessed now under the control of the Lord of the Dead. The hells shook with power, and the Lord of the Dead laughed.
"I'll kill your returned chosen, and Darhavin with him."
Those were the last words that Lorden heard the Lord of the Dead speak. He knew now the Lord of the Dead would rise up from the hells and start terrorizing Darhavin as he made his way to Alkebulan. Sometimes you have to destroy something in order to rebuild it. His soul returned to the black gem that sat in his favourite chair. After a moment of his soul sitting in that gem, it turned to dust. Lorden stood in his orb at the bottom of Darhavin's deepest ocean. He had a tiny amount of his magic still. A portal stood before him. He could choose to enter it and explore new worlds, or sit here and watch his beloved Darhavin die at the hand of the Lord of the Dead. Lorden looked at the portal longingly. He sighed, for he could not turn away from his Darhavin. He had to know the outcome. He had to watch the war between the dead and the chosen. Lorden dusted off his favourite chair and looked into the fire.
"Show me the Lord of the Dead,"
Lorden commanded the flames. The flames hissed in response. They roared for a moment, then a desert appeared. It was the middle of nowhere. There was not a person or civilization for countless miles. Lorden was confused as to why he was seeing this. He thought that maybe the fires got it wrong, that the fires made a mistake.
"Show me the Lord of the Dead,"
Lord commanded. Again the fires roared and the same desert came into view. Lorden sighed, but did not pull his eyes from the flames. After a few moments, the desert earth cracked, and a blackened hand crawled out of it. The hand was decayed and had rotted flesh hanging off of its bones. It was the hand of the Lord of the Dead. He had returned to the land of the living. He had been freed from the hells. The hole widened and more of the Lord of the Dead came through. Lorden sat back in his favourite chair. His hand covered his mouth in disgust.
"What have I done?"
This has been The Chosen, The Beginning. Written by Jessie A. MacBeth. Narrated by Jill Mills. Copyright 2021 by Jessie A. MacBeth. Production copyright by Jessie A. MacBeth.